Before you skip ahead, let me tell you something. Most people think IELTS speaking is about having perfect English. It's not. Every year, thousands of students with excellent English score only band 6 or 6.5, while others with less fluent English walk away with a band 7.5, 8, or even band 9. Why? Because IELTS speaking is a test of strategy just as much as it is a test of English. In this masterclass, I'm going to show you exactly what the examiners are listening for, the mistakes that secretly lower your score, and the techniques that can instantly make your answers sound more natural, confident, and band-worthy. This isn't just another collection of speaking questions. This is a complete roadmap covering Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 from start to finish. We'll break down real question types, powerful answer structures, vocabulary that sounds natural, not memorized, and the methods that help you think faster even when you don't know what to say, how to avoid the most common Band 6 mistakes, what Band 7, 8, and 9 candidates do differently, how to keep speaking confidently without long pauses, how to impress the examiner without using difficult words, and how to stay calm on test day. My advice is simple. Don't jump between sections. Watch this course from beginning to end because every lesson builds on the previous one. The strategies you'll learn early in the course will make the later lessons much easier to understand and apply. By the time you finish this masterclass, you'll know exactly how to approach every part of the IELTS speaking test with confidence. So grab a notebook, eliminate distractions, and commit to the next few hours. Your target band score starts right here. Let's begin. When an examiner listens to your response, they are assessing 4 main areas. First is fluency and coherence, which means speaking smoothly without long pauses or repetitions. Second is lexical resource, checking if you use a wide variety of advanced vocabulary accurately. Third is grammatical range and accuracy, meaning using complex sentence structures correctly. Finally, they evaluate your pronunciation, ensuring that individual words are clear and easy to understand globally. Remember that simply knowing the answer isn't enough. You must demonstrate how you speak it. It's crucial to view these criteria as interconnected skills, not separate items on a checklist. If you use advanced vocabulary but your grammar is weak, or if you are fluent but struggle with pronunciation, your score will suffer across the board. Aim for balance. Try to keep your ideas flowing naturally while deliberately incorporating complex structures. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective. Say it again, from my perspective. Instead of just saying, I think, using this phrase immediately signals a more formal and thoughtful contribution. It sounds academic, which helps establish your authority on the topic. Remember to follow it up with a complete explanation, not just a single word. The word is, on the other hand. Say it again, on the other hand. This is your go-to phrase for structuring complex arguments and showing nuance. Whenever you encounter a discuss both views question, using this marker shows you can see issues from multiple angles. It demonstrates critical thinking ability. The word is, to elaborate on that. Say it again, to elaborate on that. When the prompt asks for an example or more depth, this phrase is perfect. It acts as a bridge from your general statement to a detailed illustration. Using it prevents you from rambling and keeps your answer highly focused. The word is, consequently. Say it again, consequently. This is a powerful transition word that elevates your speaking style instantly. Use consequently when you are linking an initial idea to its logical outcome or result. This really boosts your score for coherence. The word is. A key factor here is be. Say it again. A key factor here is. This phrase helps you guide the listener's attention to a specific, crucial point within your answer. It gives structure and emphasis, making your response sound very organized and persuasive. Don't overuse it, but save it for your strongest points. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think it's kind of tough. It presents a significant challenge. Elevating vocabulary. Notice how we replaced kinda toughs with specialized academic vocabulary. This shift immediately signals to the examiner that you are speaking at a high, formal register. Always aim for precision over simplicity. A lot of people believe, it is widely believed that formal phrasing, starting with "it is widely believed," makes the statement sound objective and academic rather than merely stating your personal opinion. This technique helps generalize your argument beyond just yourself. But yeah, also, furthermore, I would add that cohesive linking. Informal fillers like "yeah" or "also" should be replaced with formal linking devices. Using furthermore creates a smoother transition between complex points and makes your speech sound highly coherent. It means we gotta. This necessitates that we, formal verb choice. Replacing simple verbs like gotta with formal structures like necessitates shows excellent grammatical range. This small change adds significant weight and sophistication to your overall delivery. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation fillers. Like, I think maybe we should. Structured phrasing. From my perspective, it would be beneficial to consider. Stopping and using filler words like or like breaks your flow and reduces your fluency score. By replacing them with structured phrases, you buy yourself thinking time while maintaining a high level of sophistication. Incorrect conditional grammar. If I was rich, I will travel to. Proper use of the subjunctive mood. If I were wealthy, I would travel to. This is a common grammatical error involving mixed tenses and unreality. Using were instead of was, even for singular subjects, automatically demonstrates a higher level of grammatical accuracy. Vague or simple vocabulary. I talk about movies because they are fun. Specific academic lexicon. I am interested in cinema because it offers diverse narratives and cultural insights. Instead of using vague words like fun or talk about, try to use niche, specific nouns and adjectives. This immediately demonstrates a strong lexical resource and makes your speech much more engaging. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record yourself speaking. Monitor your pace and check for repetitive vocabulary. Listen back critically to identify weak spots. Recording is the most vital step because it allows you to become an objective listener to your own speech patterns. Don't just listen for grammar, pay attention to where you pause and if those pauses are due to thought or nervousness. Simulate IELTS parts. Drill Part 2 responses using various cue cards under strict time constraints. Practicing the format helps reduce anxiety because you know exactly what is coming next. Always treat the practice as a real test, remembering to speak for the full 2 minutes without stopping. Shadowing technique. Imitate native speakers from sources like podcasts or TED Talks immediately after they speak. Shadowing is fantastic for improving your rhythm, intonation, and pronunciation flow. You are training your mouth muscles to adopt the natural stress patterns of English speakers, which makes you sound much more fluent. Thematic deep dive. Focus on 3 to 4 complex themes, e.g., technology, environment, and research. Advanced vocabulary for each. Instead of practicing random topics, mastering a few complex subject areas allows you to build a substantial bank of high-level discourse markers and specialized vocabulary. This makes your responses feel knowledgeable and well-prepared. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a skill you learned recently that has changed the way you think. You should say what the skill is, how long it took to learn, and explain why this new ability is so valuable in modern life. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure, elaboration, and advanced discourse markers. Don't just list facts, analyze why it matters. When you are speaking on a cue card, don't feel pressured to speak non-stop for 2 minutes. It is much better to structure your response with clear signposting phrases and detailed examples than to simply ramble through points. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures, e.g., if I hadn't learned this, I wouldn't be able to. The examiner is always looking for proof of range. Using complex conditional sentences, particularly mixed or third conditionals, shows that you understand abstract grammar rules and can apply them naturally in conversation. When an examiner listens to your speech, they aren't just listening for if you are understood. They are assessing four main pillars: fluency and coherence, which measures how smoothly and logically you speak; lexical resource, focusing on the range; and precision of vocabulary, grammatical range and accuracy, checking your ability to use complex sentence structures correctly; and pronunciation, ensuring clarity in speaking rhythm and stress. The key strategy here is not just knowing words, but connecting ideas. Use discourse markers words like furthermore, on the other hand, or consequently to build bridges between simple thoughts, making your speech sound highly organized and advanced. Remember that fluency isn't about speaking fast, it's about speaking smoothly without excessive pauses or filler sounds. Coherence is the map of your talk, guiding the listener from one point to the next seamlessly. By consciously linking your ideas with these academic signposts, you demonstrate high-level organizational thinking. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, arguably, the most crucial factor is. Say it again. Arguably, the most crucial factor is. This phrase immediately signals to the listener that you are presenting an argument worthy of debate. It elevates your tone from casual opinion to academic assertion, giving weight to your statement right away. The word is. Having said that, we must also consider. Say it again. Having said that, we must also consider. This is perfect for showing balance in your argument. Instead of simply saying but, this phrase allows you to acknowledge the opposing view respectfully before pivoting back to your main point. The word is. To illustrate this idea, consider. Say it again. To illustrate this idea, consider. Whenever you make a general claim, immediately following up with considers or for instance makes your speech tangible. It moves the discussion from abstract theory to concrete reality. The word is, in essence, what I am trying to convey is. Say it again. In essence, what I am trying to convey is. Use this when you feel yourself rambling or if the topic has become overly complex. It allows you to pause, gather your thoughts, and give a sharp, definitive summary of your main takeaway. The word is. It goes without saying that. Say it again. It goes without saying that. This phrase works well when introducing foundational concepts that are generally accepted as true. However, use it sparingly. Overusing it can make your speech sound patronizing. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really important that it is crucial to recognize that. Elevating the formality of agreement. Notice how simply swapping really for crucial instantly changes your register. The formal version sounds more considered and objective, which is ideal for academic settings. First, like. For example, introducing examples. The word like is a giveaway of casual speech. Replacing it with for instance or to cite an example gives your discourse immediate structure and sophistication. A lot of people think. Many commentators suggest that discussing general opinion. By using terms like commentators or scholars, you adopt a more objective, academic distance. You are discussing this idea rather than simply stating what people generally think. First, so, bust a. Therefore, it can be concluded that, concluding an argument. The conversational so is replaced by sophisticated logical connectors like therefore. This demonstrates complex grammatical control and a strong grasp of cause and effect relationships. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler words. I think that the economy is getting worse because better, precise language. Arguably, the current economic trends indicate a decline due to. The biggest mistake with fluency is relying on filler sounds like or ah. Instead of filling the gap, take a deliberate pause and use a structured phrase like, let me elaborate, which makes the pause sound thoughtful. Avoid grammar slip. If I will go to college next year, it's good for my career. Better, conditional structure. If I attend college next year, it would be beneficial for my career. We need to pay close attention to tense and conditional structures. Using would-bes instead of simple present shows mastery over complex grammar, which greatly boosts your score. Avoid topic drift. Vagueness. I think about climate change. It makes me sad and we need to do something better. Precision and impact regarding climate change. I feel a profound sense of concern, necessitating immediate global action. Do not speak vaguely. Instead of saying, you feel sad, use powerful vocabulary like profound concern. This gives emotional weight to your argument while maintaining an academic tone. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing native speakers. Listen to podcasts or TED Talks and immediately repeat exactly what you hear. This is excellent for pronunciation and fluency, forcing your mouth muscles to adopt natural speech rhythms. Don't worry about understanding every word. Just focus on the sound and the C sound and the C flow of the speaker. The debate rehearsal. Choose 2 controversial topics and argue both sides for 5 minutes. This exercise forces you to use sophisticated linking phrases when arguing against your own natural inclination. It is the best way to practice formal disagreement and balanced argumentation. Record yourself daily. Talk about a random topic for 3 minutes, then listen back critically. Recording yourself exposes your weaknesses, the specific grammar slips, or the repetitive vocabulary you use. Treating it like an exam is key. Be strict with your self-correction. The paraphrase challenge. Read a complex article and summarize its main points out loud without looking at the text. This activity demands high coherence and lexical flexibility. You must restructure the source material using your own vocabulary, proving you truly understand the concept, not just memorized phrases. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a technological innovation that has fundamentally changed daily life. Target 1 minute. Cover the following points: its history, its current impact on social interaction, and 1 predicted future development. Topic SUI. The smartphone digital communication tools. Key criteria focus: fluency, smooth transitions, lexical resource-specific tech vocabulary. Goal. Speak for 60-75 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear narrative arc that connects the past, present, and future of the technology. When structuring this response, remember to use time-based connectors like historically, currently, and moving forward. This framework naturally builds coherence and sustains your speech flow. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is complex conditional clauses, e.g., if this technology continues to evolve, it might lead to score highly on grammar range, use conditionals that speculate about the future. These sophisticated structures show mastery and allow you to stretch your speaking time while keeping the topic engaging. English has many vowel sounds, and knowing exactly where to position your tongue is key. Think of it like drawing a map inside your mouth. The higher or lower your tongue sits determines the sound. When you make vowels, try to keep your jaw relaxed so that your airflow remains smooth and consistent. Remember that moving your lips, whether they are rounded or spread wide, is just as important as managing your tongue. The goal here isn't just making sounds, it's developing physical awareness of your speaking muscles. When you practice vowel isolation, try to exaggerate the mouth shape slightly at first. This exaggerated movement helps build muscle memory so that when you speak naturally, those correct positions come automatically. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ship. Say it again, ship. Focus on keeping the sound quick and clipped. The short I sound is tight and relaxed. It should feel like a brief pop of air in your mouth. Practice saying it fast, but not sloppy. The word is sheep. Say it again, sheep. For the long E, stretch the sound out slightly and keep those lips pulled back into a gentle smile. The duration is half of what you think it should be. Think of humming that same note for a fraction longer. The word is bit. Say it again, bit. This short sound is very similar to the I's in ship. The key difference from its cousin is that it's a pure central vowel. Don't let your mouth drop open or become overly exaggerated. The word is beat. Say it again, beat. Again, the length is what changes everything here. The long E requires sustained airflow and a consistent mouth shape. Try counting out the extra beat to feel the difference. The word is fill. Say it again, fill. The short ein here is very quick. It shouldn't take any extra energy to say it. It should just drop out quickly before the final consonant sound. This rapid release helps maintain rhythm. The word is feel. Say it again, feel. When you transition from the short I to the long E, notice how much your mouth needs to stretch and relax. This difference in muscle effort is what creates the clear contrast we are aiming for. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ship. Compare it with sheep. The difference is only vowel length. This pair highlights the power of duration. It's incredibly easy to rush through this contrast, so consciously stretch out the sound in sheep. Remember that subtle stretching changes the entire meaning. First, pull. Compare it with pull. The difference is vowel quality and mouth shape. Here, we are comparing 2 different types of pure vowels. For pull, your lips must be more rounded than for pull. Focus on maintaining that specific, consistent lip shape while you sustain the sound. First, leave. Compare it with live. The difference is vowel length and mouth position. This contrast shows how a single consonant can connect 2 very different vowel sounds. When contrasting these words, make sure your jaw moves completely between the open E sound and the tight I sound. First, read. Compare it with read. The difference is stress and pronunciation intense. This set of examples shows that even if the spelling looks identical, the grammatical context changes how you speak it. We are moving beyond just sounds and into how we use rhythm to guide meaning. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect stress, photograph. Correct stress, photography. One very common mistake is placing the stress incorrectly. Remember that when you use a word as a noun, the emphasis falls on the first syllable. This single change in rhythm shifts the meaning and sounds much more natural. Rising intonation, you are going? Falling intonation, you are going. When you make a simple statement, your voice needs to fall at the end. If your tone rises at the end of a declarative sentence, it sounds like you are asking a question when you aren't. Practice making full sentences with that downward pitch. Rhythm and pausing, the book is located. Natural pause, where is the book? Speaking too uniformly can make you sound robotic or breathless. We need to practice strategic pausing, especially at commas or before key information. These short breaks give your speech rhythm and allow the listener a moment to process what you've said. Here are 4 ways to practice. Minimal pair drills. Intentionally focus on the single sound difference. When you do these drills, don't just read them, exaggerate the target sound. If you are working on a specific vowel contrast, blow out your breath and make that mouth position extremely visible to yourself. This intense focus builds deep muscular control. Tongue twisters. Focus on rhythm and speed continuity. Tongue twisters are fantastic physical warm-ups for the vocal cords and tongue muscles. They force you to move rapidly through different sounds, helping train your speech to be quick and precise under pressure. Shadowing techniques. Listen and immediately repeat native speakers. Shadowing is one of the most powerful techniques for capturing natural rhythm and intonation. Do not focus on meaning. Instead, pretend you are an echo machine that must perfectly match the speaker's pace and pitch patterns. Mirror work. Observe your mouth shape while speaking. Using a mirror allows you to connect what you hear with what you physically produce. Watch your jaw movement, your lip rounding, and how wide or tight your mouth gets during different vowels. This visual feedback is invaluable for self-correction. Fluency isn't simply speaking quickly, it's about maintaining a steady pace with controlled pauses. Examiners are looking for smooth transitions between ideas, not just rapid-fire responses. Key strategies involve using hedge phrases to buy thinking time and utilizing sophisticated linking words. Learning to recover naturally after a pause is more important than never pausing at all. Remember that fluency is often about the listener's perception of your speech. If you feel yourself stumbling, it's better to use a transitional phrase or say, "Let me think for a moment," rather than making long silences. These techniques show the examiner that you are actively organizing your thoughts while speaking. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to give you a concrete example. Say it again, to give you a concrete example. This phrase is excellent for anchoring your ideas and making abstract concepts feel grounded. Use it when you need to transition from a general point to specific details, giving your answer structure. The word is, having said that, I believe. Say it again, having said that, I believe. This is a sophisticated way to signal a shift in thought without undermining previous points. It shows the examiner that you are capable of nuanced argumentation and counter-analysis. The word is, in other words, I mean. Say it again, in other words, I mean, P. If you feel like your last statement was confusing or too complex, this phrase allows you to pause and re-articulate the core message simply. This is a natural recovery tool that boosts confidence. The word is, on a broader scale. Say it again, on a broader scale. Use this when you need to move from a specific anecdotal point back out to the big picture. It helps your response feel expansive and highly developed. The word is, to summarize my point. Say it again, to summarize my point. Never let an answer trail off without a conclusion. Using this phrase gives you control over the pacing and signals to the examiner that your idea is fully formed and complete. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really good because its merits are considerable due to elevating vocabulary and syntax. Notice how the formal version uses less common adjectives like merits. This choice of vocabulary immediately raises your perceived level, making your speech sound academically prepared. A lot of people think. Many scholars argue that using academic discourse markers, replacing casual phrases like a lot of with more formal equivalents helps you sound authoritative. It is a subtle but powerful way to maintain coherence in an exam setting. It makes things better. It contributes positively to the overall condition. Specificity and abstract nouns. When speaking formally, avoid simple verbs like make. Instead, use more complex academic constructions with abstract nouns to describe impact. This adds intellectual weight to your argument. I don't know. This is a rather difficult question for me to answer definitively. Formal hedging, buying time. When you genuinely struggle for words, always use formal filler phrases. This buys you crucial seconds without sounding unprepared or uncertain. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Hesitation correction. I went to the store and bought apples. Mean. I think it was oranges. Confident reframing. I went to the store, actually acquiring some fruit oranges, if you will. The goal is not just to correct the mistake, but to smooth over the moment of failure. By using a gentle transition like actually acquiring, you turn a slip-up into an intentional conversational beat. Grammar slips. Some people believe that global warming is bad. Seamless repair. Some people believe that global warming poses significant risks. Do not stop the conversation to fix a grammar slip. The key is to use an ellipsis, or the thing is, and continue speaking immediately after the correction, minimizing the noticeable pause. Topic drift or vagueness. The economy depends on technology, like phones and cars. Specific generalization. The economy relies heavily on technological innovation, encompassing everything from mobile devices to advanced transport systems. When you start listing examples and lose focus, use a general term or phrase. This signals that the list is illustrative rather than exhaustive, pulling your flow back to the main topic. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and reviewing. Record yourself answering random prompts. Listen back specifically for where you overuse them or pause unnecessarily. When reviewing, don't judge your content, only grade your flow. Mark specific moments where you stumbled. Then, practice re-recording that exact segment using a transition phrase to bridge the gap. IELTS Part 2 Practice. Use the full 2 minutes for every cue card, forcing yourself to speak continuously without breaks. The time limit here is your friend. It forces you into a speech machine mindset where thinking becomes background activity while speaking continues naturally. Shadowing techniques. Listen to advanced speakers, podcasts, TED Talks, and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm and pauses. This technique is excellent for internalizing natural pacing. You are not just repeating words, you are copying the musicality of fluent speech, the emphasis, and the placement of necessary breaths. Extrapolating answers. Take a simple question, e.g., do you like reading, and force yourself to answer by discussing 3 related subtopics. This exercise forces depth over breadth of vocabulary. By linking one idea to the next literature, historical context, personal impact, you build complex, flowing answers that are hard to interrupt. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Discuss how technological advancements will change the modern workplace by 2040. Cover 3 points: remote work feasibility, required skills for workers, and corporate training needs. Speak for 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure and signposting language. When you start speaking, use a clear structure at the beginning. For example, I plan to discuss 3 facets. This upfront roadmap lets the examiner know exactly how organized your argument is. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is complex transitions and hedging. Throughout this response, deliberately integrate phrases like on one hand, or it can be argued that. This demonstrates that even when discussing a complex future topic, your internal communication is fluid and controlled. When examiners listen to your speech, they aren't just checking if you know vocabulary, they are assessing how smoothly and logically you connect your ideas. This ability is called cohesion, and it's crucial for achieving high fluency scores. Strong cohesive devices include linking words like however, furthermore, or discourse markers such as to be honest. These tools act like verbal signposts, guiding the listener through your thought process. Using them naturally makes your speech sound structured, sophisticated, and easy to follow. Remember that cohesion is about flow, not just adding fancy words. Instead of relying on simple connectors like ands or so, try varying your linking phrases. Varying these structures demonstrates a higher level of grammatical control and makes you sound much more articulate under pressure. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. To begin with, I would argue that. Say it again. To begin with, I would argue that. This phrase is excellent for structuring an argument right at the start. It signals clearly to your listener that you are initiating the primary topic of discussion. Practice using this not just for opinions, but also when listing points in sequence. The word is. Having said that, we must consider. Say it again. Having said that, we must consider. This is a sophisticated way to pivot your argument or introduce nuance. It shows that you can acknowledge another perspective before presenting your own caveat. Using this phrase elevates the complexity of your response significantly. The word is, consequently, it stands to reason that. Say it again. Consequently, it stands to reason that. This structure is perfect for academic or persuasive writing. It forces you to link 2 distinct ideas, a cause and an effect in one logical chain. Always ensure the previous statement truly justifies the consequence you are stating. The word is, in other words, what I mean is, what I mean is. Say it again. In other words, what I mean is, when your initial explanation was too dense, this phrase allows you to pause and simplify. It gives you time to gather your thoughts while sounding incredibly deliberate and thoughtful. Think of it as an internal proofreading mechanism for your speech. The word is, on the one hand, on the other hand. Say it again. On the one hand, on the other hand. This is a classic pairing for balanced discussion, especially in IELTS Speaking Part 3. It provides immediate structure and demonstrates critical thinking skills. Remember to follow up with a conclusion that synthesizes both sides, showing your own expert judgment. Let's compare 4 pairs. To illustrate this point, consider that formal linking exemplifying. The casual phrase is conversational but lacks academic weight. The formal version immediately sets a sophisticated tone for the examiner. Always aim to replace informal analogies with structured transition phrases. So, I guess. Consequently, it appears that formalizing conclusion assumption. The casual phrase sounds uncertain and hesitant. The formal alternative strengthens your logical connection and makes your conclusions sound authoritative. Avoid weak phrasing when making definitive statements. But, nevertheless, it must also be acknowledged that polite contradiction, concession. Starting a sentence with but is grammatically fine but sounds very informal. Using nevertheless or however creates more distance and intellectual pause. This makes your disagreement sound thoughtful rather than reactive. No. Furthermore, we can also point out that adding supporting evidence. The phrase you know is a major filler word in casual speech. Replacing it with furthermore or in addition immediately boosts your lexical resource score. These stronger markers show you have pre-planned supporting arguments. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak connector filler words. The government implemented new policies and, the people reacted poorly. Stronger punctuation and linking. The government implemented new policies. However, public reaction was notably poor. Reliance on weak connectives like and or fillers disrupts the flow. By using a semicolon, and however, you create a much tighter, more complex relationship between 2 opposing clauses. This is a key sign of advanced fluency. Grammar slip, redundancy, because I was busy so I didn't study enough. Correction, eliminating double conjunctions. Since I was busy, I did not have enough time to study. Never use both because and so in the same clause. They serve the exact same function of showing cause. Choosing one strong subordinating conjunction is grammatically flawless and instantly improves your score. Topic: drift in vague language. I like travel, going to mountains and beaches because it's good for me. Better specificity and precision. I enjoy traveling to diverse locations such as mountains or beaches because these environments are beneficial for my well-being. The student here wanders between ideas. Use precise vocabulary instead of vague filler phrases like good for me. Pinpointing the benefit like mental rejuvenation makes your argument sound much more considered. Here are 4 ways to practice. Goal-oriented speaking. Instead of just talking about a topic, set out to use 3 specific linking words. For example, commit to using furthermore, on the other hand, and consequently. This strategy helps move you from simply speaking to actively engineering your speech for improvement. By pre-selecting target phrases, you force yourself into a higher level of structural complexity, making your practice highly effective. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic lectures and mimic the speaker's rhythm, intonation, and transition words exactly. Focus on how they link ideas. Shadowing is fantastic because it trains your mouth muscles for advanced fluency patterns. Pay special attention to how native speakers pause before a powerful linking. Phrase this intentional pause adds rhetorical weight. The why drill. Choose any statement and force yourself to explain the whys 3 different ways. each time using a new cohesive marker. Example, I like coffee, dot and quiz. 1 because D2. In other words, D3. Consequently, this drill builds redundancy skills while keeping you on topic. It forces quick retrieval of linking structures under pressure. The goal is not just to speak, but to structurally manipulate the same core idea. Record and critique. After recording yourself, listen back specifically for your weak links. Where did you pause because you couldn't find a connector? Write down 3 better alternatives immediately. Self-correction is the most powerful tool in language learning. When listening back, don't just listen to grammar, listen for the architecture of your thoughts. Identifying where you stumbled gives you a specific drill point for next time. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the impact of technology on education. Cue card prompt. Describe 3 major ways that technology has changed how people learn in the last decade. You should cover 1. Accessibility, 2. Interaction methods, and 3. Required skills change. Speak for about 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear opening statement that sets up your structure, e.g., overall, I believe technology has transformed learning across 3 key areas. Don't just list the points, frame them within a strong introduction and conclusion. The intro must signpost your coming points, tell the examiner exactly what you are going to talk about so they can follow your logic. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a variety of linking words, e.g., furthermore, moreover, on one hand, on the other hand, and discourse markers. When speaking from a cue card, the examiner is listening for seamless transitions between points. Make sure that every time you switch to a new bullet point, you use a strong connector phrase to signal that intellectual shift. When studying for IELTS, it's crucial to move beyond simply learning definitions. Lexical mastery means understanding how and when to use a word effectively within different contexts. For topics like work and study, your vocabulary needs to sound professional and academic. We are going to focus on building high-level collocations and phrases that native speakers actually use. Remember that simply knowing the definition isn't enough for IELTS. You must demonstrate fluency in usage. Think of vocabulary not as isolated words, but as tools to build complex ideas. By focusing on collocation, which is how words naturally pair together, you will instantly elevate your writing and speaking scores. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is proficiency. Say it again, proficiency. When you talk about skills, avoid simple words like good. Using proficiencies immediately gives your speech an academic weight. You can pair this word with adjectives like advanced, native, or conversational to be even more specific. The word is disseminate. Say it again, disseminate. This is an excellent high-level verb for discussing global issues or research findings. Instead of saying spread, use disseminate whenever you are talking about knowledge transfer. It elevates your entire paragraph. The word is curriculum. Say it again, curriculum. This word is specific to education, so use it when discussing schooling, degrees, or academic programs. It's much more precise than simply saying the classes. Always remember that the plural form is usually what we mean. The word is prerequisite. Say it again, prerequisite. Do not confuse prerequisites with just requirement. A prerequisite suggests that the item must be completed before you can even start the next thing. It implies a necessary foundation, making it perfect for discussing career paths. The word is endeavor. Say it again, endeavor. This word is much stronger than try. It implies sustained, focused effort toward a goal, often in the face of difficulty. When you want to sound determined and committed, use endeavor instead. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. This word is fantastic for philosophical discussion, suggesting something that comes with the item itself, not added later. If you say inherent difficulty, it means the difficulty was built into the system from the start. Here are 5 examples. Improving language proficiency requires consistent practice and immersion. Proficiency, noun. Notice how proficiency pairs naturally with describing the level of competence. It makes your argument sound much more sophisticated than simply saying, "I am good at English." The goal of this study is to disseminate research findings globally. Disseminate, verb. We use disseminates when the subject matter is knowledge or information. You should pair it with nouns like research, findings, or awareness. This shows a formal academic tone. The new curriculum emphasizes practical skills over pure theory. Curriculum, noun. This sentence contrasts theoretical knowledge with practical application. When discussing education policies, always remember to structure your thoughts around the official curriculum framework. Understanding basic statistics is a prerequisite for this advanced module. Prerequisite, noun. This example clearly defines that baseline knowledge. If you are speaking about career pathways or academic modules, using prerequisites helps establish formal boundaries and expectations. The company made every endeavor to mitigate the inherent risks of market change. Endeavor verb, inherent, adjacent. Here we see 2 words working together. Inherent describes the risk itself, while endeavor describes the effort taken against it. Using both shows a strong command of nuanced vocabulary. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mandatory, advisory, recommendation. Obligation versus suggestion. If something is mandatory, it means failure to comply results in a penalty or exclusion. If it's merely advisory, the tone is much softer, suggesting good practice rather than necessity. First, comprehend. In grasp, understanding. Mental process versus immediate understanding. While both mean to understand, comprehend is usually more formal and refers to the act of processing complex information mentally. Grasp, however, suggests a quicker, almost physical feeling of sudden realization. Thinnest, crucial, vital, absolutely necessary. Importance versus existence. Both words convey extreme importance, but vital often relates to something essential for survival or existence like clean water. Crucial, however, might refer to a specific moment or turning point in a plan. Acquire knowledge. Absorb knowledge. Active effort versus passive reception. Acquire implies an active process, like studying hard to gain skills. Absorb, on the other hand, suggests a more passive but deep intake like soaking up ideas in a lecture hall. Here are 4 ways to practice. Vocabulary mapping. Group words by topic or function. When you map words, don't just list them. Instead, group related concepts together, for example, all education vocabularies in one cluster. This helps your brain see the word family and triggers multiple memories at once. Teaching others. Explain target words to a friend or peer. The single best way to solidify a new vocabulary item is to teach it. By structuring your explanation, you force yourself to understand the word's nuances, its typical collocations, and its precise meaning. Spaced repetition. Review words at increasing intervals. Don't just study vocabulary once. Reviewing new words right before you are about to forget them is scientifically proven to build long-term memory. Use flashcards, but schedule your reviews deliberately. Active collocation building. Build phrases instead of single definitions. Instead of memorizing disseminate spread, memorize the phrase to disseminate findings. By focusing on these chunks, you bypass the need to construct grammatically perfect sentences every time you speak. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The university recognizes that while passion is important, formal knowledge remains a prerequisite for success. Therefore, they revise their curriculum to emphasize hands-on endeavor. Students must actively seek ways to disseminate research findings and improve their professional proficiency. This effort helps mitigate the inherent risks associated with rapid technological change. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means essential or necessary for something else to happen. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is prerequisite. The text tells us that formal knowledge is required, and the word prerequisites fits perfectly here. Remember, this term implies a foundational step you must complete it before moving on. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, to acquire true professional proficiency, one must constantly seek further training and education. When creating your own example sentences, try to make them complex. Don't just write a simple statement. Integrate 2 or 3 high-level words into one cohesive thought for maximum impact. Collocation refers to how words naturally group together in a language. It's not simply knowing the meaning of individual words, it's understanding which words sound natural when placed next to each other. For example, we say heavy rain, not strong rain. Mastering these pairings makes your English instantly sound more fluent and sophisticated. This is key because native speakers use collocation subconsciously, and advanced test takers must replicate that rhythm in their speech. Think of collocations as fixed chunks of language, almost like linguistic habits. Instead of building a sentence with single words, you are assembling pre-approved blocks. By aiming to build these natural pairings, you signal a higher level of proficiency and fluency to your listener or examiner. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is derive. Say it again, derive. When you use derive, always think of the word source. You are pulling something out of another place or concept, so it's much stronger than just saying get. It shows a thoughtful understanding of origins. The word is crucial. Say it again, crucial. This word is a strong replacement for very important. Remember that it modifies nouns, telling us precisely how vital something is to the outcome. If you are writing an essay arguing for change, using crucial adds immediate academic weight. The word is implement. Say it again, implement. The difference between implements and merely starts is huge in academic discourse. Implementing suggests a structured, methodical process. It's the action phase after planning. Always pair this word with something tangible, like a policy or a strategy. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. If you want to describe something that is subtly present everywhere, pervasive is perfect. It's stronger than just saying common. It often applies to abstract concepts like stress, influence, or technology. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. This word signals that the quality or flaw was always part of the subject, even before any action took place. It's a high-level adjective perfect for discussing natural laws, human psychology, or system flaws. The word is profound. Say it again, profound. When modifying emotions, ideas, or impact, profound is much more sophisticated than simply using deep. It suggests that the thought or feeling goes beyond the surface level and touches the core of understanding. Here are 5 examples. The economic recession made the government's immediate response absolutely crucial for stability. Crucial, AJJ. Notice how absolutely reinforces the importance of crucial. This setup helps emphasize the critical nature of the action being discussed. You can use this structure to highlight pivotal points in your oral exam answers. We must implement comprehensive changes if we want to address the pervasive issue of misinformation online. Implement VEEF, pervasive, AJ. Here we pair 2 high-level words, implementing a solution for a widespread problem. This combination immediately elevates your vocabulary score because you are linking a specific action to a broad, difficult topic. From early literature, modern scholars derive many theories about human behavior. Derive V. This example shows derive in an academic context. It's not just that the theories come from literature, they are intellectually drawn out or sourced from it. This precision is vital for high-scoring writing. The inherent challenges of remote work must be addressed with profound policy changes. Inherent AJ, profound AJJ. Combining inherent and profound in one sentence demonstrates a mastery of academic nuance. It suggests that the policies need to handle deep-seated problems that exist naturally within the system. The speaker delivered a profound address that galvanized the audience into action. Profound, AJ. When discussing speeches or art, profound is excellent. It doesn't just mean moving, it means making you think deeply about complex ideas, which is much more impactful phrasing. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, crucial. Compare it with essential. Importance level. While these are often interchangeable, essential sometimes suggests a basic requirement for existence. You cannot live without it. Crucial, however, implies a point in time or a situation where failure would have massive immediate consequences. First, implement. Compare it with execute. Process focus, plan versus action. Implements is the broader term for putting systems into place, suggesting the whole structure. Execute, on the other hand, often refers to carrying out a specific task or plan step by step, like executing a strategy. Evasive. Compare it with widespread. Sense of influence. Widespread simply means large in area. Pervasive, however, implies that the thing is noticeable everywhere and affects the atmosphere or thought process. It's about subtle influence. First, derive. Compare it with obtain. Origin versus simple acquisition. Obtain is general. You obtain money from a bank, for example. Derive, however, always suggests that the source material or concept gives rise to something else. It implies intellectual connection. Here are 4 ways to practice. Build word maps. Group target words with their common collocations. Don't just write the definition. Instead, draw a web around your new word and list 5 nouns it often pairs with, or 5 verbs that can follow it. This visual mapping helps you internalize the natural pairings. Contextual substitution drills. Take simple sentences and replace high-frequency words with your advanced vocabulary. This is an excellent way to move beyond rote memorization. If you usually say very big problem, practice replacing it with profound challenge or pervasive issue. It forces your brain to find the most precise academic match. Spaced repetition quizzing. Review words at increasing intervals, 1 day, 3 days, 1 week. Retrieval practice is scientifically proven to strengthen memory pathways. Use flashcards or a spaced repetition app, but when you test yourself, try to use the word in an actual sentence immediately. Shadowing and speaking practice. Listen to advanced speakers, podcasts, TED Talks, and repeat phrases containing your target words. The best way to make a collocation natural is to hear it used perfectly many times. Try shadowing by repeating the speaker immediately after they say a phrase. This helps you master the rhythm of native speech. When discussing experiences or changes in your life, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are listening for complexity. Using perfect tenses shows that you can connect the past to the present moment smoothly. This ability demonstrates advanced fluency and a sophisticated grasp of English structure. Remember, linking different time frames, for example, what happened over a period leading up to now, is key to scoring highly in coherence. Think of perfect tenses as linguistic bridges. They don't just report facts, they explain how those facts influence the present moment you are speaking from. When you can effortlessly switch between I went and I have been, you signal a high level of language mastery. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. Over the last few years, I have realized that. Say it again. Over the last few years, I have realized that. This phrase is perfect for showing development or growth over time. Instead of saying, I learned this, use I have been learning to emphasize the ongoing process, which sounds much more natural and advanced. The word is. Since I started working in this field, I haven't experienced. Say it again. Since I started working in this field, I haven't experienced. Use since to pinpoint the start time of an action that continues up to now. This structure immediately signals expertise and consistent use of advanced grammar. The word is, by the time I was younger, my perspective on this topic had totally shifted. Say it again. By the time I was younger, my perspective on this topic had totally shifted. The past perfect is crucial for telling stories or comparing changes. It allows you to talk about an action that was completed before another point in the past, adding incredible depth to your narratives. The word is, I feel as though I have become much more aware of. Say it again. I feel as though I have become much more aware of. Using I feel as though softens the statement and makes it sound like a personal reflection, which is ideal for IELTS. It allows you to introduce an abstract concept using perfect tense. The word is, if things had been different back then, I wouldn't have. Say it again. If things had been different back then, I wouldn't have. This is a complex structure that demonstrates high grammatical range. It's perfect for answering what-if questions and shows the examiner you can hypothesize about alternative realities. Let's compare 4 pairs. I used to go there a lot. I have frequented that location many times in the past. Using advanced vocabulary and formal time phrases. The shift from used to frequented elevates your lexical resource score. Furthermore, using in the past sounds more academic than simply saying before. It hasn't been good since. The situation has deteriorated ever since. Avoiding contractions and using formal verbs. Formal English avoids contractions like hasn't. Replacing simple adjectives with more sophisticated vocabulary like deteriorated immediately strengthens your tone. I think I got better at this since. My proficiency has improved significantly since. Using formal linking verbs and nominalization. Instead of saying I got, use the noun form proficiency. This process, called nominalization, is a hallmark of high-level academic writing and speaking. Before that time, nothing was happening. Prior to that period, very little had transpired. Replacing simple adverbs with formal synonyms. Swapping out common words like before and nothing for alternatives such as prior to and. Little had transpired shows the examiner you have a wide range of academic vocabulary. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Tense mix-up, simple past plus. Present perfect, I went to the park and I have seen a dog. Consistency is key. When I went to the park, I saw a dog. If your entire narrative takes place in the past, you must stick to the simple past. Mixing tenses like this signals confusion about time boundaries and reduces your fluency score. Preposition, error for versus, since, I have lived here since 10 years. Time markers, I have lived here for 10 years. This is a very common error involving for and since. Remember that since takes a point in time, but for requires a duration of time. Time clash, past context. Yesterday I was thinking about what has happened. Setting the scene. Yesterday, I thought about what had happened. Since you are talking about something that occurred yesterday, everything in that narrative must be placed in the past. The past perfect tense helps maintain this consistent background time. Here are 4 ways to practice. Structured recording, self-correction. Pre-record answers to prompts, then listen back specifically checking for tense consistency. Note any time slips. Don't just aim for fluency, aim for accuracy in your tenses. When you listen back, act as the examiner and grade yourself harshly on every single verb form. IELTS Part 2 Storytelling. Practice describing events that started long ago but whose impact is felt now, e.g., a lasting habit. Use the cue card to force yourself into multiple time frames past perfect for background, present perfect for current results. This forces tense switching under pressure. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to TED Talks or advanced podcasts and immediately repeat chunks of dialogue, mimicking their complex grammar structures. Shadowing is excellent because it trains your mouth muscles for natural rhythm while forcing you to absorb sophisticated grammatical patterns like the conditional. Focus especially on how they transition between tenses. The since for drill. Take 10 random objects or concepts and force yourself to create 3 sentences about them using only since, for, and the present perfect tense. This is a quick, high-intensity drill that builds muscle memory for accurate prepositions. It helps prevent you from defaulting to incorrect structures when speaking spontaneously. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of technology or invention that has changed your life significantly. You should talk about how it was different in the past versus today's usage. 40-60 words. How did people live before this invention? S. What specific changes have you noticed? How do these modern changes affect daily life? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is explicitly discussing the contrast between then and now, ensuring tense consistency throughout. The key here is the contrast. You must use the past perfect or simple past for the before situation, and then switch smoothly to present perfect when discussing the current state. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is accurate and fluent alternation between past simple, past perfect, and present perfect tenses. Successful demonstration means that the tense change feels natural, not forced. Practice connecting these disparate time frames with linking phrases like by contrast or unlike before. When speaking in an exam setting, examiners are not just listening for correct answers, they are listening for the ability to expand those answers. They want to hear you elaborate on simple points, giving reasons or examples. The key strategy here is moving beyond a single sentence response and creating a mini narrative with each answer. Think of your reply as having 3 parts: a direct statement, followed by the why, and finally, an example. This pattern demonstrates both fluency and complexity. Remember that expansion is about depth, not length. You don't need to speak for 2 minutes. You just need to make sure every sentence adds value. By consistently structuring your answers this way, stating, supporting, exemplifying, you show the examiner that you can manage complex ideas under pressure. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I believe. Say it again. From my perspective, I believe, I believe. This phrase signals immediately that you are offering an opinion and prompts the listener to pay close attention. Instead of just saying, I like it, using this structure forces you to qualify your viewpoint, which adds academic weight. Just follow it up with a clear justification. The word is. The primary reason for this is that. Say it again. The primary reason for this is that. Using primary or main helps you structure your argument logically, making it sound much more thoughtful. It signals to the listener that a clear causal link is coming next. Make sure your supporting sentence directly answers why something is true. The word is, for instance, I recall a time when. Say it again. For instance, I recall a time when. This technique anchors your abstract ideas in reality. Instead of just saying, I enjoy reading, you say, for instance, I recall a time when, and give the specific story. Concrete examples are the most powerful way to expand a short answer. The word is. Having said that, it also depends on. Say it again. Having said that, it also depends on. This phrase helps you sound nuanced and sophisticated by showing you understand complexity. It allows you to acknowledge limitations or counterpoints without undermining your original answer. This shows advanced critical thinking. The word is, overall, if I had to summarize. Say it again. Overall, if I had to summarize. Never let an answer just trail off. Always conclude it. Using a summarizing phrase gives you control over your speech and signals that you have fully finished your thought. It provides a definitive, strong end to your spoken response. Let's compare 4 pairs. I gotta say it's cool. To be perfectly honest, I find it quite engaging. Elevating vocabulary. Notice how replacing simple adjectives like cools with words such as engaging or beneficial immediately elevates your lexical resource score. This demonstrates a broader command of English that examiners are looking for. It's kinda hard to talk about. It can be somewhat challenging topic-wise. Using formal discourse markers, we replace casual filler words like kinda or like with structured academic phrases. These connectors help maintain a consistent, professional flow throughout your entire answer. I mean, to clarify my point, precision and clarity, vague fillers like you-knows are tempting in conversation but detract from your fluency score. Replacing them with specific signposting phrases keeps your argument focused and highly structured. It's good, maybe. I would argue that it possesses considerable merit. Stronger phrasing for opinion. Instead of hedging with weak phrases like maybe, use stronger verbs and adjectives. Claiming something has considerable merits is much more impactful than simply saying it is good. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Hesitation filler words. I think it is nice. Smooth connectors. Speaking of which, I find that it's quite enjoyable because instead of using to fill silence, try pausing and replacing the filler with a discourse marker like speaking of which. This gives you critical thinking time while sounding prepared. Weak grammar tense shift. I went there last year, so it was great. Advanced structure, perfect tenses. Having previously visited that location, I found the experience to be highly satisfactory because to elevate your grammar, remember to structure past experiences using techniques like perfect tenses. This shows mastery and keeps your narrative cohesive across time. Topic: drift, a lack of structure. Parks are good because kids play there, but also animals. Signposting and parallelism. Firstly, parks benefit children through recreational activities. Secondly, they provide a vital habitat for local wildlife. When listing points, always use signposting language like firstly, secondly, or furthermore. This structured approach makes your answers sound highly organized and easy to follow. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering Part 1 questions and listen back for weak phrases or incomplete thoughts. When you listen back, don't just check grammar. Focus on where you paused and why. Try to identify the moment where your answer was too short and then consciously re-record it with an expansion technique. Targeted IELTS part practice. Use official practice tests and focus specifically on building a 3-part structure for every prompt. When practicing, adopt the role of the examiner. Give yourself a timer and force yourself to hit those 3 structural point statement, reason, example, before you can move on. Schnauing technique. Listen to native speakers, podcasts, TED Talks, and immediately try to repeat the entire phrase with similar intonation. This technique helps improve your rhythm and natural flow. Don't just focus on sounding smart. Focus on sounding smooth. Mimic their pauses and rises in pitch to sound more fluent. Forward expansion bank. Create a list of 10 go-to phrases, like those we drilled today, that you can deploy instantly. Think of these strong openers as linguistic safety nets. When you feel blank, you don't panic. You simply use your pre-planned phrase to buy yourself 3 seconds and structure the rest of your answer. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a local park or green space. What do people use it for? Why is it important to your community? Aim for 45-60 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the 3-part expansion structure, statement, reason, example. As you plan your answer, don't just list facts. First, make a strong opening statement about its importance. Second, give a detailed reason, like community health. And third, provide that concrete example of a specific event or activity to prove your point. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is signposting and nuance. In this simulation, use linking words like furthermore, for instance, and overall to guide the examiner. This demonstrates linguistic control and elevates your overall speaking score significantly. When an examiner asks you a personal question about your job or hobbies, they aren't just looking for the facts. They are specifically assessing how well you can sustain conversation and elaborate on ideas. To achieve depth, think of answering in 3 stages: statement, reason, and example. Start by stating your main point clearly, then immediately follow it up with a why. Tell them the root cause or motivation behind that choice. Finally, solidify your answer by providing a specific anecdote or detailed illustration. This structure moves you beyond simple recall and shows true fluency. Remember, depth isn't about using huge vocabulary words. It's about showing sophisticated thinking. By always adding the why and the how, you give the examiner multiple hooks to follow, making your response sound natural, engaging, and thoughtful. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I've found that it really helps me. Say it again. I've found that it really helps me. This phrase is excellent because it anchors your opinion in reality. Instead of just stating a general fact, you are referencing a time when the activity helped you. This makes your answer sound authentic and grounded. The word is, speaking personally, I would say. Say it again. Speaking personally, I would say. This phrase does 2 things. It signals that the following statement is subjective, so you don't sound overly dogmatic. It also helps you transition smoothly into your core argument without hesitation. The word is, to give you a specific example. Say it again, to give you a specific example. This is the bridge that takes your answer from abstract idea to concrete reality. When you use this phrase, the examiner knows exactly what to expect: detail and illustration. Always follow it up with a mini story. The word is, on reflection, I realize. Say it again, on reflection, I realize. This is a sophisticated way to show intellectual growth or revised understanding. It implies that your opinion has matured over time. Use this when the question requires thoughtful consideration, such as discussing long-term goals. Word is, it's largely due to the fact that. Say it again, it's largely due to the fact that. When you need more detail than just because, this phrase elevates your explanation. It allows you to unpack complex relationship between 2 concepts, which is key for demonstrating advanced reasoning ability. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really cool doing that. I find that activity quite enriching. Elevating vocabulary and tone. Notice the shift from cool to enriching. You are replacing simple slang with academic yet natural-sounding adjectives. This immediately raises your perceived register for the listener. I don't know, maybe sometimes. It's difficult to say, perhaps only occasionally. Replacing contractions and vague fillers. Avoid don't know or excessive use of modal verbs like maybe. Using formal phrases like it is difficult to say maintains a consistently measured, thoughtful tone throughout the entire conversation. That's kind of boring, TBH. Frankly, I find that topic somewhat tedious. Polite disagreement and formality. When disagreeing, remember to cushion the blow. Instead of a blunt negative like boring, use softer modifiers such as somewhat or rather. This shows critical thinking without being confrontational. I just do it. I engage in it purely for enjoyment. Being precise with motivation. If your reason is simple, like just for fun, always refine that to be more specific. Phrases like purely for enjoyment or for the sake of intellectual curiosity sound much more deliberate and articulate. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid vague fillers. So, I guess that's why. Better, strong connectors. Consequently, I believe the primary reason is weak fillers destroy momentum. Never start a complex idea with so or like. Instead, use strong discourse markers like consequently or furthermores to guide the listener through your logical steps. Avoid simple grammar vocabulary. I like reading books because it helped me learn new things. Better, complex structure lexis. I enjoy reading books because they help me acquire a greater breadth of knowledge. Correcting simple grammatical agreement is key, but also upgrade your vocabulary. Instead of learn new things, try phrases like acquire a greater breadth of knowledge. This demonstrates range. Avoid listing choppy speech. My job involves emails, and then I talk to people, and sometimes I do reports. Better, structural flow. My role is quite multifaceted. It primarily involves managing correspondence, followed by collaborative meetings, and culminating in detailed report generation. Do not list activities with simple and then. Use transitional verbs and sophisticated structure to show the flow of your day. This makes the job description sound like a cohesive, professional narrative. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed elaboration drill. Choose a simple topic, like your favorite season, and give yourself only 2 minutes to talk about it. Focus on hitting the statement, reason, example, structure repeatedly. The goal here is not perfection, but stamina. You need practice maintaining depth for extended periods without pausing or reverting to vague fillers. IELTS Part 1 Roleplay. Ask a friend to play the role of an examiner and ask you rapid-fire personal questions. Force yourself to expand every answer by at least 2 sentences. The pressure of having to expand quickly is excellent training. You are learning how to think out loud while maintaining high linguistic control. Targeted shadowing. Find professional podcasts or interviews and listen specifically for linking phrases like furthermore or on reflection. Repeat the structure after the speaker. Shadowing helps you internalize advanced discourse markers. By mimicking native speakers, you make sophisticated grammar structures feel natural in your own mouth. The why game. Take any statement about yourself. I like hiking. Now ask why 4 times consecutively until you hit the root cause, e.g., because it makes me think. This exercise forces you to dig past superficial answers and articulate true motivation. It is the single best way to build structural depth into your personal narrative. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are asked about how you manage work-life balance. You should cover 1. What the ideal balance looks like for you. The biggest challenge in maintaining it, e.g., technology, time. A specific action you take to protect your personal time. Speak for 45 to 60 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure that links a general statement, the ideal, to a specific anecdote or solution, the action. Do not just maintain a list of problems. You must build a narrative arc, identify the goal, explain the obstacle, and then present your personal strategy for overcoming it. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures. If I were to, require, it would require, and advanced linking phrases. Using conditional language shows abstract thinking. When discussing ideal balance, you are talking about a hypothetical scenario, making the second conditional perfect for demonstrating linguistic mastery. When discussing family life and relationships, examiners are not just testing your knowledge, they are listening for the depth of your emotional vocabulary. They want to hear you move beyond simple descriptions like, my mother is nice. Instead, use nuanced adjectives and adverbs that convey complex emotions. A good answer will also involve comparisons comparing past traditions to modern life, or comparing different types of support systems. Remember to elaborate on the impact these relationships have on your personal growth. The key takeaway here is moving from concrete details to abstract ideas. Don't just state facts, explain the significance of those facts. For example, instead of saying, I visit my grandparents, you could say, the opportunity to spend time with my grandparents allows me to maintain a vital connection to our cultural roots. This shows sophisticated language use and deeper thinking. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, it really brings back memories of. Say it again. It really brings back memories of. Use this phrase when discussing past moments, such as holidays or family gatherings. It immediately signals that you are moving into narrative recall, which naturally allows you to use descriptive adjectives and past tenses effectively. The word is. I feel like my relationship with them is the. Say it again. I feel like my relationship with them is. This formulation helps elevate the discussion from surface-level facts to genuine emotional analysis. It's perfect for part 1 because it allows you to use complex verbs and abstract nouns like mutual respects or understanding. The word is. We always used to spend time by. Say it again. We always used to spend time by. Remember that this structure forces you into the habitual past, which is excellent for demonstrating strong control over your tenses. By discussing what used to happen, you naturally provide context and comparison points. The word is. What I value most about family life is. Say it again. What I value most about family life is. This phrase acts as a powerful pivot point when the question asks for your opinion on relationships. By focusing on what you value, you shift the discussion from merely describing people to analyzing underlying principles. The word is. In today's world, relationships are often challenged by. Say it again. In today's world, relationships are often challenged by. This is a sophisticated way to expand your answer when you need more time to think. It allows you to generalize the topic beyond just your personal life and bring in external factors like technology or busy schedules. Let's compare 4 pairs. My parents are super sweet. My parents have always been incredibly supportive. Vocabulary choice for adjectives. Notice the shift from supers to incredibly. This is about register and precision. By choosing stronger, less colloquial adjectives like supportive or nurturing, you immediately raise your vocabulary score. We used to hang out all the time. We would often gather with friends for recreation. Formalizing verbs and nouns. Changing hang out to gather for recreation demonstrates a broader, more academic lexicon. This slight formality makes your speech sound polished and considered. It was fun, yeah? The experience proved to be genuinely enjoyable. Eliminating filler words. Avoid tentative fillers like yeah or like. Instead, use formal intensifiers such as genuinely, immensely, or exceptionally. This makes your statement sound more confident and authoritative. I just love my family. I cherish the bond I share with my immediate family. Using strong, emotive verbs. The difference between love and cherish is massive in terms of nuance. Using stronger, more specific emotive vocabulary helps you score higher on lexical resource, proving that your emotions are sophisticated. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak noun use. My family is great. They are always laughing together. Better focus on dynamics. The dynamic within my family is wonderful. They often share moments of genuine laughter. Instead of just saying things are as great, try talking about the dynamics or rapport. This shows you can analyze relationships conceptually, not just describe them simply. It elevates your answer significantly. Tense, shift, weak connectors. I remember my childhood trip to the beach. It was so much fun and I went swimming. Better use of adverbials and tenses. If I recall correctly, during my childhood trip to the beach, I spent hours swimming in the waves. When recounting memories, ensure your tenses are consistent. Using phrases like "if I recall correctly" helps you smoothly transition into the past narrative without sounding uncertain. Vague explanation, "my friends, they are important for me because of work and fun." Better conceptual categorization. Friends provide an essential support system that complements my professional life and personal leisure time. Don't just list things like work and fun. Instead, categorize them using abstract nouns like professional fulfillments or leisure pursuits. This demonstrates a high level of vocabulary range. Here are 4 ways to practice. Role-playing conversations. Pretend you were talking to a friend about family differences. Focus on maintaining natural flow and using connectors. This simulates real conversation. forcing you to respond spontaneously rather than memorizing perfect scripts. Concentrate on your intonation, sound like you are actually telling the story. Describing family photos. Look at an old picture and describe who is there, what happened, and how it made you feel. Using a visual prompt keeps your speech grounded while forcing you to use descriptive language. This practice helps you master narrative tenses, past continuous, simple past, effortlessly. The why ladder. When answering any question, immediately ask yourself, but why, and elaborate on that consequence. Never accept the surface level answer. If you say you like your job, follow up with, and why do you enjoy it? This technique naturally expands your response time while deepening the content. Shadowing specific topics. Find podcasts discussing family life or relationships and mimic the speaker's rhythm and intonation. This is excellent for improving fluency and assimilating natural speech patterns. When you shadow, pay close attention to how native speakers link their words together. This linking sound makes your English sound much more effortless. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a time when your family had to work together to overcome a challenge or achieve a goal. You should say what the challenge was. S. Who was involved in solving it? How you felt about the experience. And explain what this event taught you about relationships. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, don't just narrate the events, spend significant time analyzing the lesson learned, connect the challenge directly to a change in understanding or behavior within your family. The final part of your answer for lesson learned is where you demonstrate abstract thinking. Use vocabulary related to emotional growth, cooperation, and resilience. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, use a mix of past tenses, simple past for events, past continuous for background setting, combined with conditional language. If we hadn't done X, we would have failed. Mixing narrative tenses and hypotheticals shows grammatical flexibility. This combination is difficult to deploy spontaneously, which makes it a perfect marker of advanced fluency for the examiner. Moving beyond simple yes or no answers is crucial for high band scores. When answering any Part 1 question, your response must follow a mini structure, direct answer, elaboration, and example. This ensures you cover all aspects of the topic. Instead of just stating an opinion, back it up with reasons and specific details. Remember that depth of thought matters more than complex vocabulary here. The goal isn't to sound academic. The goal is to demonstrate fluent, structured thinking. Think of your response as a mini-essay. State your thesis, provide supporting arguments, and then wrap it up with a quick example. This structure naturally leads to longer, more coherent speech. Here are 4 examples. I really enjoy cycling because it's a fantastic way to combine exercise with exploring nature. Last month, I cycled through the coastal region near my town, and the views were breathtaking. It feels much more rewarding than just going to the gym. It answers the question directly, enjoy, provides a reason, exercise nature, and gives a specific example, coastal region. Notice how this speaker doesn't just say, it's good. They explain why it's good, which engages the listener and naturally extends the conversation. Always aim for that 3-part response structure. I prefer reading physical books to e-readers. While digital formats are convenient, I find that holding a paperback gives me a tangible connection to the story. Plus, there's something about the smell of old paper and ink that truly enhances the experience. The comparison, physical versus digital, adds critical detail, making the argument robust and persuasive. Adding comparative details elevates your response from a simple statement to a nuanced discussion. When you compare 2 things, you automatically force yourself to elaborate on both sides of the issue. Spending time outdoors is vital for mental health. For instance, even a quick walk in a local park can significantly reduce stress levels compared to spending hours online or working at a desk. It states the general principle, mental health, and supports it with a concrete, relatable scenario, quick walk versus screen time. This example demonstrates cause and effect. When you can link an action like walking to a specific positive result reducing stress, you are demonstrating advanced cohesive linking. I think learning new languages is incredibly beneficial for professional life. Not only does it improve cognitive function, but it also makes you more marketable in a globalized job market. It moves beyond the obvious benefit and specifies two distinct advantages, cognitive plus career, showing breadth of thought. A common mistake is listing only one reason. By providing both intellectual and practical reasons, this speaker proves that their thinking process is complex and well-rounded. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding structuring responses for part 1, from simple answers to elaborated accounts, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master structuring responses for part 1, from simple answers to elaborated accounts, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter structuring responses for part 1, from simple answers to elaborated accounts, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use structuring responses for part 1, from simple answers to elaborated accounts. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague, too simple. I like sports. They are good for the body. Specific and elaborated. I definitely enjoy participating in local sports because they offer a complete physical workout and also help improve my teamwork skills, which is really valuable. The mistake here is relying on general claims. The improvement specifies physical workouts and adds the secondary benefit of teamwork. Always aim for multiple layers of benefit. Run on weak connectors. I study English because I need it for my job, but also for travel. Structured and balanced, my motivation is twofold. Professionally, it opens up better career prospects. Additionally, traveling makes the language immediately practical and fun to use in real-life scenarios. Don't just list nouns. Use strong transitional phrases like, my motivation is twofold, or, on one hand, on the other. These formal connectives create sophisticated flow. Defeatist final, I used to read, but now I don't have time because of work. Acknowledging and solution. Oriented. While my reading habits have declined due to demanding work schedules, I plan to allocate 30 minutes before bed every night. This small commitment will help me maintain that crucial mental outlet. Never just state a problem and stop there. A high-scoring answer always includes a plan or a proposed solution. This shows agency and forward thinking. Here are 4 ways to practice. The why-how method. After generating a simple answer, immediately ask yourself, why is that true, and how does it affect you or others? This is the most powerful tool for expansion. It forces you to move from description, what, to analysis, why. If you can explain the mechanism behind something, your speech will be much deeper. The anecdote trigger. Whenever possible, replace abstract ideas with a short, personal story or example. Listeners remember stories far more than they remember concepts. Even if the anecdote is brief, just 1 sentence site, grounds your argument and makes you sound much more natural. Using linking pairs. Prepare conversational connectors like, on the one hand, on the other hand, or this leads me to believe that, Mrs. These linking pairs are structural glue. They signal to the examiner that your thoughts are complex and organized, even if you trip up slightly while speaking. The counter-argument pivot. Briefly acknowledge a viewpoint opposing yours before reinforcing your original claim. This technique elevates your language immediately. By saying something like, although some might argue X, I believe Y because, no, you demonstrate balanced critical thought. When discussing conditionals and hypothetical situations, examiners are primarily listening for 3 things: structural accuracy, range of tenses, and the ability to sustain complex thought. This means you shouldn't just use, if I go, I will do. You need to demonstrate mastery over different types, especially second and third conditionals. These structures allow you to speculate about unlikely past events or imaginary present scenarios, which greatly boosts your fluency score. Remember that grammar rules are only one part of the evaluation. Your goal is to make these complex structures sound effortless. Don't pause too long before switching from a first conditional structure to advising a second conditional idea. Smooth transitions show advanced control over the language. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, if I had the chance to. Say it again, if I had the chance to. Use this phrase when you want to pivot from a general statement into a personal, hypothetical scenario. It immediately signals to your examiner that you are entering speculative territory, giving you time to formulate the rest of your complex sentence. The word is, it is conceivable that. Say it again, it is conceivable that. This phrase elevates your vocabulary and formality instantly. It's a sophisticated way to suggest an idea without committing fully, making it perfect for expressing nuanced opinions on abstract topics. The word is, had we known about this before? Say it again, had we known about this before? This is a powerful high-level structure because it uses inversion instead of if. Mastering these inversions like starting with had shows exceptional grammatical range and complexity in your speaking. The word is, what I mean to convey is, da. Say it again, what I mean to convey is. When you feel yourself rambling or if the initial prompt was vague, this phrase acts as an excellent signpost. It helps you structure your thoughts and gives you a moment to regroup before delivering your core argument. The word is, were I in your position? Say it again, were I in your position? This phrase is ideal for discussions involving advice or empathy. It shifts the focus entirely to a hypothetical you, allowing you to use the conditional structure naturally while sounding empathetic and thoughtful. Let's compare 4 pairs. If I get more time, I will read. Were I given sufficient time, I would dedicate it to reading. Elevating grammar complexity. Notice how the formal version uses were I instead of the simple if I. This grammatical shift instantly increases your score by showing command over advanced structures and academic tone. It might be that people don't care. It is plausible that public apathy plays a contributing role. Using specialized vocabulary. Replacing simple words like cares or don't with academic synonyms such as apathies or contributing factors demonstrates lexical resource. Always aim to sound precise and scholarly in your language. If I were rich, I would buy a house. Hypothetically speaking, substantial wealth would enable me to acquire property. Academic detachment. The formal version removes the personal I's and uses abstract nouns like wealth, and property. This kind of objective language is key when you need to sound authoritative rather than just giving a casual anecdote. That sounds kinda hard. The concept presents considerable complexity, does it not? Reframing informal agreement. Instead of agreeing informally with filler words like kinda, formal speaking requires asking a rhetorical question or using sophisticated adverbs. This technique makes your speech sound much more measured and articulate. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Tense mismatch, mixed conditional. If I had more money, I will travel. Correct structure. If I had more money, I would travel. The biggest error when using conditionals is mixing the tenses. Remember that if your if clause is past tense meaning it's unreal or hypothetical, the result clause must use would. This consistency is crucial for clarity. Weak hedging filler words, I think maybe, like, it could be due to stronger introduction. It may be attributable to several factors, such as avoid relying on excessive filler words like or starting with vague qualifiers. Instead, use strong linking phrases like it may be attributable to or the primary factor appears to be. This makes your speculation sound confident and well-researched. Incorrect subjunctive agreement. If the environment was clean, we would have better economies. Accurate grammar were. If the environment were cleaner, we would enjoy more robust economies. When discussing general truths or hypothetical situations, always remember to use were instead of was. This is the subjunctive mood, and using it correctly immediately signals a higher level of grammatical proficiency. Here are 4 ways to practice. Targeted role-play scenarios. Practice arguing a controversial hypothetical point with a partner. Don't just recite answers, role-play. Pretend you are debating policy changes or speculating on future technologies. This forces spontaneous use of conditional language and makes the grammar feel natural rather than rehearsed. Conditional chain storytelling. Start a story with "if X happened" and force yourself to connect 5 subsequent conditional ideas. This builds fluency under pressure. The goal isn't just grammar accuracy, but maintaining coherence across several complex hypothetical sentences in quick succession. Shadowing academic podcasts. Listen to TED Talks or academic lectures and specifically mimic the speaker's use of conditional structures. Active shadowing helps you internalize rhythm and natural intonation. Focus specifically on how native speakers transition between discussing fact, perfect tenses, and speculating, conditionals. Impromptu speculation questions. Ask a friend to give you random, what if questions every minute. This is the ultimate test of adaptability. Being able to structure an immediate, complex thought when unprepared is what separates good speakers from excellent candidates. Embrace the challenge. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Imagine that all physical books suddenly disappeared from existence worldwide. Describe 3 major consequences this change would have on society, culture, and education. Aim for 90 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, ensure you use at least 1 second conditional structure, 1/3 conditional structure, and 1 phrase of concession like, it might be that, to show range. For this prompt, don't just list consequences, explain why they are consequences. By using different conditional forms, you demonstrate not only knowledge but the ability to apply grammar structures accurately in a sustained, coherent discussion. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mastery of varied hypothetical statements and sophisticated linking phrases. When grading your response, remember that examiners are rewarding complexity. Use "if we hadn't" to talk about the past impact, and "if I were advising" to structure your solutions for the future. When answering rapid-fire questions, examiners are not just testing what you know, they are assessing how you perform under time pressure. They listen for 3 main things: fluency consistency, grammatical control, and topic relevance. Fluency means speaking smoothly without excessive pauses or self-corrections. Grammatical control shows that even when rushed, your sentence structures remain accurate. Finally, maintaining topic relevance ensures that you answer the specific question asked rather than launching into a related but unnecessary anecdote. The key takeaway here is to manage your pacing. Picture these answers like quick tennis rallies. You need controlled power, not just random swings. If you feel yourself losing focus on the original question, take a micro pause and mentally restate the prompt before answering. This technique immediately signals to the examiner that you are still engaged and focused. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to be perfectly honest, I think. Say it again. To be perfectly honest, I think. This phrase works because it is slightly informal but authoritative. It gives you a half-second buffer to organize your thought without sounding like you are stumbling over words. Using this confidently makes your response sound considered, even if the answer itself is simple. The word is, speaking generally, I find that. Say it again. Speaking generally, I find that. When you need to give a broad overview of your opinion but don't have specific details ready, this is perfect. It signals that you are offering a general principle rather than an absolute fact. Remember to follow up the generalization with 1 quick example to prove your point. The word is, in terms of efficiency, I would say. Say it again. In terms of efficiency, I would say. This phrase is excellent for answering questions about best practices or solutions. It immediately structures your answer around a critical metric efficiency, which makes you sound articulate and analytical. Use this when the question asks, how could we improve X? The word is, to give you an example, consider, bust. Say it again. To give you an example, consider. When the examiner's question is broad, don't panic and try to provide a massive answer. Instead, use this phrase to anchor your response with one highly specific, short example. This demonstrates both speed and detail. The word is, from my perspective, it seems that. Say it again. From my perspective, it seems that. This is a great phrase for sounding thoughtful rather than definitive. By using it, seems, you are acknowledging the complexity of the topic while still giving your viewpoint. It prevents you from sounding overly confident when you might not have all the facts immediately available. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's like, for example, transitioning to examples. In casual speech, it's like, is fine with friends. For IELTS, it weakens your argument because it sounds too tentative. Switching to, for example, immediately elevates your register and makes your explanation sound more academic and structured. Well, yeah, I don't know. I am unsure about that. Expressing uncertainty. Never use slang or overly casual fillers in a high-stakes test. Replacing, I don't know, with I am unsure maintains your conversational flow while using formal vocabulary. This small change signals to the examiner that you are mindful of your linguistic register. Gotta go. I must excuse myself now. Ending a conversation response gracefully, if applicable. While this is not common in the test, understanding professional register helps when you use concluding phrases. Formalizing your language ensures that even functional English like saying goodbye or pausing is done with care and control. Totally agree. I concur with that statement. Agreeing politely formally. Again, the goal is to sound nuanced. While totally agrees is quick, using I concur or that is accurate shows a wider vocabulary and a more measured response. This slight effort in word choice boosts your lexical resource score. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague hesitation filler words. So I think. Structured filler pause. To be perfectly honest, I think. Instead of using meaningless filler words like or you know, incorporate a structured phrase. These phrases buy you time while sounding natural and intentional, which is much better for your fluency score. Topic drift I'll run on sentence. I went to the store yesterday, then I saw my friend. Concise structuring. Yesterday when I was at the store, I happened to see a friend. In rapid Q&A, you cannot afford tangents. If you find yourself telling an entire story when only asked, did you go out recently? Stop right away. Focus on the central point and deliver it using clear grammatical structures. Basic vocabulary, simplistic reason. It's really good because I like it. Advanced lexis and grammar. Its primary strength is its usability, which appeals to me. To improve accuracy and depth under pressure, focus on replacing simple verbs and adjectives. Swap good for beneficial or like for appeals to. This instantly makes your language sound more sophisticated without requiring complex thought. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed drill responses. Ask a friend to fire questions at you non-stop for 2 minutes. Focus only on answering accurately, not fully elaborating. This simulates the real pressure of the test and forces your brain to access language quickly. Don't worry about perfection, just prioritize keeping the flow going and using those structured filler phrases we practiced earlier. Targeted question bank. Select 10 common Part 1 topics, e.g., weather, reading. Practice answering 3 specific questions on each topic for maximum coverage. Instead of random practice, focus your efforts where the most high-frequency questions appear. By mastering these core areas with extreme speed, you build confidence and muscle memory for common scenarios. Shadowing rapid speech. Listen to native speakers giving rapid interviews or podcasts and repeat what they say immediately after them. This technique trains your mouth muscles to process and reproduce English at a faster speed. It improves both pronunciation accuracy and the rhythm necessary for sounding fluent when you are under duress. The 3-point rule. For any question, force yourself to structure your answer using 3 distinct components: opinion, reason, example. This is the ultimate safety net for rapid responses. If you freeze up, remember this simple formula. Stating your opinion first gives immediate clarity, and then following it with a reason and an example proves that your thoughts are structured and logical. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You have 1 minute. Imagine you are asked quick questions about your ideal weekend. You must answer quickly and accurately. X. What activities do you prioritize? Who do you like to spend time with? How does this contrast with your weekday routine? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure and brevity. The goal here isn't lengthy detail, it's demonstrating control. By keeping these answers concise yet detailed, you prove that your language skills are sharp and controlled, even when time is limited. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is seamless transitions, e.g., furthermore, however. Use transitional phrases not just to start an answer, but to link your thoughts together within a single response. This makes your speech sound cohesive and highly proficient, even when the questions are hitting you rapidly. In Part 2, examiners aren't just listening for fluency, they are actively assessing your ability to structure a coherent and detailed narrative. They want to hear you move logically from one point to the next without losing focus on the core task. Your goal is not simply to fill time, but to demonstrate how well you can organize complex information under pressure. Think of yourself as an architect, building a speech you need clear blueprints for each section. Remember that structural coherence is key here. When I say architect, I mean your response must feel planned and deliberate. Don't let it sound like a stream of consciousness. Always try to use linking phrases, transitional words, and signposting language phrases that guide the listener through your thoughts. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to begin my description, I would like to talk about. Say it again. To begin my description, I would like to talk about. Using a clear opening phrase immediately tells the examiner you have a plan. This is your signpost. It sets the expectation for the entire speech and helps give structure to your answer. The word is. Another key aspect I want to cover is. Say it again. Another key aspect I want to cover is. This phrase is perfect when you are moving from addressing the first prompt point to starting the second. Instead of just jumping ideas, you acknowledge the transition smoothly, making your speech sound highly professional. The word is. A perfect illustration of this would be. Say it again. A perfect illustration of this would be. When you need to back up a general statement with a concrete example, use this. It elevates your speech from merely stating facts to providing rich, supportive details, which is exactly what the examiner wants. The word is. Overall, what makes this topic memorable is. Say it again. Overall, what makes this topic memorable is. Never just stop speaking. Always wrap up with a summary statement that synthesizes all your points back to the main theme of the cue card. This gives the listener a sense of closure. The word is. I should also mention that. The. Say it again. I should also mention that. This is useful for adding depth without sounding like you are changing the subject. It helps pad your speech naturally while still maintaining a strong connection to the original prompt. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was really cool. It proved to be a highly enjoyable experience. Elevating vocabulary and tone. In an academic setting, we need more precise adjectives and verbs. Replacing really cool with stronger phrasing shows the examiner that you have a broad, sophisticated vocabulary at your disposal. like I think it was. I would argue that avoiding filler words and hedging. We must eliminate conversational fillers like or, replacing them with structured phrases like I would argue makes your opinion sound authoritative and well considered. It was super easy to do. The process proved remarkably straightforward. Using formal academic language. Notice the shift from basic adverbs like super to more sophisticated modifiers. This subtle change in register significantly increases your perceived level of English proficiency for test purposes. So basically, in essence, formal summarizing cues. Instead of relying on informal conversational starters like so's or basically use high-level transition words. These formal signposts immediately signal that you are shifting into a more measured intellectual discussion. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague description, too simple. My favorite place to visit was the beach because it's nice. Enhanced vocabulary and detail. I found the beach particularly appealing due to its tranquil atmosphere. The biggest error is being vague. Don't just say something was nice. Use evocative language to talk about the tranquil atmospheres or the vibrant colors. Specificity adds depth. Weak structure and weak verbs. I went there, and then I talked to some people, which was good. Stronger academic phrasing and action verbs. Upon arriving there, I engaged in conversations with several locals, which proved highly beneficial. We need to upgrade our verbs. Instead of talk to, use engaged in conversation. This small change makes your narrative sound more formal, articulate, and academically fluent. Oversimplification and weak linking. I think I like reading books that are about spaceships because they are exciting. Using advanced vocabulary, affinity, and complex structures, I have a strong affinity for science fiction novels, primarily due to the immersive nature of space exploration themes. Notice how we replaced like with, have a strong affinity for. This demonstrates mastery over nuanced emotional language, which is far more impressive than simply stating a preference. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed keyword mapping. Before you speak, spend 1 minute jotting down 3 to 4 high-level keywords for each bullet point. Do not write full sentences. This technique forces your brain to plan structurally rather than rambling. By focusing on keywords, you maintain the natural cadence of speech while ensuring all structural elements of the prompt are covered. The expert interviews roleplay. Ask a study partner to interrupt you every 30 seconds with follow-up questions related to your topic. This simulates real test pressure. Part 2 is not just a monologue, it's an opportunity for spontaneous interaction. By practicing being interrupted, you build resilience and learn to maintain coherence even when derailed. The rehearsal recording analysis. Record yourself delivering the speech twice, once naturally and once focusing purely on linking phrases. Compare the 2. Analyzing your own recordings is invaluable. Listen specifically for where you hesitated or when you failed to smoothly transition between ideas. This self-correction process accelerates improvement faster than any textbook study. The narrative webbing method. Draw a mind map connecting the main topic, all bullet points, and possible examples in a web format before practice. This visual approach helps you see how interconnected your ideas are. It moves beyond a simple list structure and allows you to build rich paragraphs that flow naturally from one thought to the next. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a large annual festival or celebration you attended. You should say what the festival was. Zek, when and where it took place. S, who usually attends this event? And explain why you found it so memorable. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structure, detail, and varied vocabulary. Ensure every single bullet point gets a dedicated paragraph or idea cluster. The key here is not just mentioning the festival, it's structuring the story of the festival. Dedicate specific time to describing activities and using sophisticated language to explain your feelings about them. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is using narrative tenses and vivid adjectives adverbs throughout. Since this is a descriptive topic, weave in dynamic descriptions. Use past continuous tense to set the scene. For example, people were laughing while street performers were juggling. This paints a much richer picture for your listener. When preparing for a timed talk, whether it's an impromptu speech or a structured presentation, planning is everything. You are not just speaking, you are building an argument piece by piece. A strong structure includes three main components: a clear introduction that captures attention and states your thesis, a body that logically develops 2 to 3 key points with evidence, and a conclusion that summarizes your stance without simply repeating yourself. Remember, the goal of planning is not to memorize every word, but to master the flow and transitions between distinct ideas. This systematic approach ensures you sound confident, cohesive, and highly organized, which are critical components of high-level English proficiency. Think of structuring your speech like an essay, but with more vocal variety. The key difference is that in speaking, you must use signposting language phrases like "firstly" or "to conclude" to guide the listener through your thought process. These phrases act as verbal road signs, keeping your audience engaged and making your structure crystal clear. Here are 4 examples. Many people believe that technology makes us less connected. However, when properly utilized, digital tools allow for global networking and maintain relationships across vast distances. This establishes a clear counter-argument, however, immediately after stating the common belief, creating instant tension and focus. Notice how this example doesn't waste time. It identifies a popular misconception right away, then pivots to its own structured argument. This ability to acknowledge an opposing viewpoint before refuting it shows advanced critical thinking. Furthermore, the early adoption of remote work has proven beneficial for employee mental health. It grants workers greater autonomy and reduces the daily stress associated with long commutes. The use of "furthermore" signals that this point is an addition to a previously established idea, building momentum smoothly. Effective speaking relies heavily on transitions. If you start every new point with a strong transitional phrase like "furthermore," "moreover," or "in addition," you signal to your listener that you are adding value and maintaining the logical thread of thought. To summarize my points, technology is not inherently bad. It simply requires mindful usage. By integrating digital tools responsibly, we can enhance our lives rather than letting them control us. This conclusion brings the argument full circle by restating the central thesis in a new, impactful way, leaving the audience with a memorable takeaway. A weak conclusion just repeats sentences. A strong conclusion synthesizes. By summarizing the implication of your points, the "so what" fact to you leave the listener thinking about your idea long after you stop speaking. In contrast to older educational models, modern learning environments emphasize practical skill development over rote memorization. This shift prepares students for a dynamic and rapidly changing job market. Using "in contrast to" immediately sets up a comparison, showing the breadth of your knowledge by contrasting 2 systems. When you compare 2 concepts like old versus new or pro versus con, your argument gains immediate depth and sophistication. This kind of structured comparison is one of the most powerful rhetorical tools available in public speaking. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think exercise is good because it makes you stronger and also helps your mood. Firstly, regular exercise significantly improves physical stamina. Moreover, studies show a direct correlation between activity levels and reduced symptoms of anxiety. The strong version uses clear signposting. Firstly, moreover, to separate distinct ideas, giving the talk rhythm. The difference here is organization. The weak statement feels like a list. The strong statement sounds like an academic presentation because it guides the listener through its points systematically. Climate change is bad and we need to do something about it, like using less plastic. Addressing climate change requires systemic changes. Critical actions include drastically reducing single-use plastics and investing heavily in renewable energy infrastructure. The strong version replaces vague feelings, bad, with specific, actionable demands, reducing, investing, making the argument robust. Avoid using emotionally charged but general words like bad or great. Instead, use precise nouns and verbs. This elevates your vocabulary and gives weight to every claim you make. Reading books is fun because they take you to different places in your mind. Through literature, we gain not only intellectual knowledge, but also profound empathy. Reading allows us to inhabit the perspectives of characters vastly different from ourselves. The strong version uses sophisticated vocabulary, profound empathy, inhabits, and focuses on the effect of reading, deepening the theme. Instead of simply stating an opinion, focus on explaining the mechanism or the consequence. Why is it fun? Because it fosters empathy. This moves you from surface-level description to deep analysis. Job growth is good for people in economies. A robust job market acts as a critical economic stabilizer. When employment opportunities increase, consumer confidence rises, fueling sustained commercial growth across multiple sectors. The strong version doesn't just say it's good, it explains the Poctian reaction, effect that makes it good, which is much more persuasive. When you can explain cause and effect, how one thing leads to another, you demonstrate comprehensive knowledge. This causality approach turns a simple statement into a compelling economic analysis. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, I'm talking about the problems with pollution and then I forget what I was saying halfway through. Strong, I've structured my talk around 3 pillars: sources of pollution, immediate effects, and actionable solutions. This framework keeps me focused and coherent. The biggest structural mistake is the lack of an internal map for yourself. When you plan a talk, mentally give yourself 3 main sections so that if you lose your place, you can always recall which point you are supposed to be on. Weak, my conclusion just repeats everything I said in my introduction. Strong, instead of repeating the intro, I will use the conclusion to challenge the initial premise slightly or offer a final, broader reflection on the topic's future importance. A strong conclusion should provide closure and breadth. It shouldn't just summarize, it should elevate the conversation by suggesting further thoughts or impact. Weak, I try to cover too many topics like global warming, plastic waste, and economic policy all in one talk. Strong, to maintain focus, I will narrow my scope. For example, I will concentrate exclusively on the intersection of single-use plastics and local community recycling initiatives. Scope creep is a killer of presentations. The best speakers are masters of narrow focus. By limiting your subject, you allow yourself to become an expert on that specific mini-topics and speak with absolute authority. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-point outline method. Force yourself to identify 3 non-negotiable main ideas for your talk. Everything you say must support one of these 3 points. This is the most reliable planning tool because it enforces boundaries. When you know you only have room for 3 major arguments, you become naturally selective and highly concise in your language. The why, what, how framework. For every point, structure your thoughts. Why is this important? What is the specific evidence? How can we solve it? This framework moves you immediately past mere description and into analysis. Addressing how forces you to think practically, which adds huge weight to your academic vocabulary. YOS, concept mapping. Before writing a single sentence, draw a visual map connecting your keywords. This helps reveal logical gaps or redundant ideas. Visually mapping your thoughts is crucial because it forces you to see relationships between concepts, not just list them sequentially. If 2 concepts overlap too much on the map, you know they need combining or separating. The elevator pitch drill. Practice summarizing your entire planned talk into 60 seconds. This tests whether your core message is clear and impactful. This final drill helps you identify filler language that doesn't contribute to the central argument. If you can only convey the essence in 1 minute, you know exactly what material to cut. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Task: discuss the necessity of prioritizing digital literacy in modern education. 12 to 15-minute talk. Instruction: structure your response to address 3 key areas: access, skills, and ethical considerations. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to structure a complex argument across specific themed pillars, access, skills, ethics, while maintaining a consistent flow throughout the whole talk. Notice that the prompt gives you 3 mandatory sections. Your job isn't just to speak well, it is to prove you can hit all 3 required talking points with equal depth and transition smoothly between them. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it must start with a clear, defined thesis statement that acknowledges the rapidly changing nature of technology and defines digital literacy beyond just knowing how to use a device. A high-scoring talk doesn't wait for the prompt, it expands upon it. By defining complex terms like literacies in your introduction, you claim authority over the subject matter from the very first minute. When you are discussing an event or describing a place in Part 2, examiners aren't just listening for facts, they are listening for vividness. You need to weave descriptive language, the colors, the sounds, the smells, into the chronological flow of your story. This linking technique shows fluency and sophistication. Think of it like painting a picture with words, rather than just listing items in a museum catalog. Your goal is to make the listener feel like they were right there with you. Remember that effective storytelling requires signposting. Don't let your description float randomly, always link it back to the main narrative point. Using phrases that indicate time, contrast, or focus helps guide the examiner through your experience smoothly. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, as I was doing X, suddenly. Say it again, as I was doing X, suddenly. This is perfect for creating drama or surprise within your story. Use it when the main action takes a sudden turn, which immediately grabs attention and keeps the listener engaged. The word is, what struck me most was. Say it again, what struck me most was. This phrase allows you to pause your story momentarily just to zoom in on one key descriptive element. Use it when the visual or emotional impact of something is overwhelming. The word is, it felt like we were. Say it again. It felt like we were. Don't just say it was fun, describe why it felt fun. Using figurative language here, like describing time slowing down, elevates your speaking significantly. The word is, initially, everything seemed. Say it again. Initially, everything seemed. This is a crucial phrase for establishing context. It helps you set the stage before the main action begins, giving your story a clear beginning and atmosphere. The word is, the lasting memory is, bus. Say it again. The lasting memory is, ball. Never just stop talking when time is up. Use this phrase to wrap up your narratives by reflecting on the emotional or descriptive takeaway, making your conclusion thoughtful. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was really pretty. The scenery was absolutely breathtaking. Vivid vocabulary. Replacing basic adjectives like pretty or nice with evocative, specific vocabulary immediately raises your score. Aim for words that appeal to the senses, not just general feeling. I laughed a lot. We couldn't stop giggling throughout the whole evening. Strong verbs. Using stronger phrasal verbs and more precise action words gives your speech energy. Instead of saying walked, try strolled or ambled to paint a clearer picture. It took forever. Time seemed to slow down dramatically as we watched the sunset. Figurative language. Academic speaking benefits from figurative language. Instead of stating a time duration, describe the experience of that time passing. The thing was big. It possessed a considerable magnitude and impressive scale. Formal structure. When describing objects or concepts, use more formal grammatical structures. This demonstrates control over complex sentence formation under pressure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Listing facts. I remember this day, and it was fun. We saw the park and ate lunch. Focusing on detail, the most striking thing about that day was the massive oak tree in the center of the park. Its branches seemed to reach for the sky. A major mistake is simply listing events chronologically without linking them. You must select one or two key descriptive moments and elaborate heavily on those instead. Weak transitions, and then later we went home. It was fine. Using temporal markers, as dusk started to fall, the transition from bright daylight to deep shadows created a very peaceful atmosphere as we finally left. You must guide your listener through time. Use phrases like "by the next morning" or "as evening approached" to maintain structural coherence. A vague summary. So, it was a good experience overall because we saw many things. Reflective conclusion. What made the trip so memorable wasn't just what we saw, but the vibrant energy and shared laughter of everyone there. Avoid vague summary statements. Instead, end by reflecting on the impact, the feeling, or the specific image that remains with you. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering a Part 2 prompt. Afterward, listen back specifically looking for moments where you described something using 5 senses. Don't just hear if you spoke well, actively analyze how you structured your descriptions. Did you use sound, sight, and smell? Aim to include a minimum of 3 distinct sensory details. The show, don't tell drill. Take simple statements like, "It was cold." Try rewriting them using descriptive imagery. "I could see my breath condensing in the frigid air." This exercise forces you to move away from generic adjectives and into concrete nouns and strong verbs. Every feeling or simple observation should be backed up by sensory evidence. Documentary shadowing. Watch nature documentaries or travel vlogs. Mimic the speaker's pacing, paying attention to how they pause when emphasizing a visual detail. Excellent speakers use strategic pauses to let the descriptive language sink in. Practice mimicking these natural breaks. It makes your speech sound more thoughtful and deliberate. The why expansion. When you mention an object or place, do not just say what it is. Immediately follow up by explaining why it looked that way or how it made you feel. This technique prevents topic drift and adds necessary depth. If you talk about a building, don't stop at "it was old." Say, "and its weathered stone suggested centuries of history." Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a particularly memorable event or celebration you attended. You should say, Question 1. What the event was. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is where and when it happened. As you plan, mentally map out your story's arc, setting, rising action, the core memory, climax description, reflection. This structure keeps your narrative cohesive. Question 2. What you did there. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is people involved and what made it unique. When speaking, make sure to pivot between the what happens, the action, and the how it looked, sounded, the description. Use your sophisticated linking phrases naturally throughout the talk. When describing people in writing, we must move beyond simple adjectives like tall or nice. High-level writing requires the reader to experience the see, hear, smell, and feel what you are describing. We achieve this through vivid adjectives and powerful figurative language, such as similes and metaphors. For IELTS, descriptive tasks test your ability to elaborate beyond basic vocabulary. Mastering these techniques shows complexity and fluency in your academic writing. Remember that vividness isn't just about using big words, it's about precision. Instead of saying she was sad, you might write her face held the muted gravity of a rainy afternoon. The goal is always to show, not merely to tell, which significantly boosts your score. Here are 4 examples. His laughter was a sudden burst of wind chimes, bright and unexpected. He had the watchful intensity of a seasoned traveler, framed by unruly dark hair. Uses similes, burst of wind chimes, and strong nouns adjectives to create immediate sensory impact. Notice how this example avoids simple emotional statements. The person's laughter is compared to something specific wind chimes, which allows the reader to visualize and hear the sound, immediately making it more engaging. She possessed a quiet elegance. Her movements were as fluid and graceful as spilled ink across parchment. Her eyes held a depth like pools reflecting an ancient forest. Uses figurative language, simile metaphor, to describe movement and emotional depth. Here, the writer uses spilled ink and pools reflecting an ancient forest. These comparisons transfer abstract concepts like grace or deep thought into physical, visual images that are much more impactful for the reader. His coat was a patchwork of faded memories, each thread telling a silent story. He carried himself with an air of weary resilience, like a ship weathering a long storm. Uses extended metaphor, patchwork of faded memories, to describe appearance and character. Metaphors are powerful because they create unexpected connections between two dissimilar ideas. By comparing his coat to faded memories, the description gains emotional weight, suggesting a deep, untold history. The woman's voice was low and velvety, wrapping around the room like warm smoke. You could tell she had seen much life. Her smile held both mischief and profound wisdom. Uses sensory details, touch, smell, and abstract metaphors to describe sound and character. This example successfully engages more than just sight. Describing the voice as velveties or comparing it to warm smoke gives the audience a tactile sense of the person, making the writing feel much richer and immersive. Let's compare 4 pairs. She had long hair and was very attractive. Her cascade of dark hair caught the light like polished obsidian, framing a face that demanded attention. Replaces simple adjectives with evocative imagery and strong verbs. The original sentence is functional but dull. The revision elevates this by using cascade and comparing her hair to polished obsidian. This single change adds texture, color, and implied value, making the description much more memorable. He walked slowly and looked tired. His gait was weighted with exhaustion, each step a weary commitment to gravity, suggesting sleepless nights. Replaces simple adverbs slowly with descriptive nouns and figurative language. Instead of just stating he walked slowly, the revision personifies his steps. Calling them a weary commitments makes the reader feel the effort, dramatically increasing the emotional weight of the description. The man was funny and seemed rich. He possessed a booming laughter sound, as robust as a cello, and wore his affluence with an almost casual, effortless swagger. Uses figurative language, simile, for sound and concrete nouns adverbs to describe mannerisms. This revision avoids the vague adjectives funny and rich by using booming laugh. Like a cello, we give the reader an immediate auditory reference. Describing his swagger grounds the abstract concept of wealth into observable behavior. Her clothes were pretty and she smiled nicely. She was adorned in garments that whispered tales of distant lands. Her smile, a genuinely radiant burst, illuminated everything around her. Elevates simple objects, clothes, through personification metaphor and replaces nicely with powerful verbs. The phrase whispered tales of distant lands is brilliant because it gives the clothes agency they are doing something. Similarly, replacing smiled nicely with illuminated everythings uses a more active and impactful verb. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, she had beautiful eyes and a nice smile. Strong! Her eyes captured the restless blue of the deep ocean, and her smile was as genuine as sunrise. The biggest mistake here is using generic adjectives like beautiful or nice. These words mean nothing to the reader. By comparing the eyes to the restless blue of the deep ocean, we provide a specific, memorable image. Weak, he was really smart and worked hard. Strong, his mind moved with the swift precision of a master clockmaker. His commitment was evident in every meticulously completed task. Instead of stating he was smart, which is subjective, we use an analogy, the master clockmaker. This provides a concrete professional image that demonstrates intellectual ability in action, making the description objective. Weak, she smelled good and looked healthy. Strong, a faint scent of sandalwood clung to her, hinting at exotic journeys. Her vitality radiated outward like fresh morning dew. This correction shows the value of integrating multiple senses. Using sandalwoods makes the scent specific rather than just good. and describing health as radiating outward gives it a visible, tangible quality. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 5 senses checklist. Don't just stick to sight. Incorporate sound, smell, touch, and taste details to make your description immersive. When you are planning, force yourself to think about all 5 senses. If the prompt only asks you to describe a person, ask, what does their presence smell like? How loud is their voice? Or how soft is their touch? This holistic approach boosts your descriptive range. Focus on action, not just traits. Instead of saying he was confident, describe the action that conveys confidence, such as a firm handshake or direct eye contact. High-level writing requires evidence. Don't tell us he is confident, show us how he acts when he is confident. By linking abstract personality traits to observable physical movements, your descriptions become much more persuasive and vivid. The show-tell reversal. Whenever you find yourself writing a simple adjective, telling, pause and ask, what action or comparison could I use instead, showing. This is the most crucial revision technique. If you write, she was angry, immediately challenge that word. How does anger manifest physically? Does she clench her fists? Does her jaw tighten? Focus on those physical manifestations. Use specific nouns and adjectives. Replace vague words like thing, nice, or big with highly specific vocabulary. Instead of pretty house, try Victorian cottage or manicured estate. Specificity is the hallmark of advanced writing. If you can narrow down a noun or an adjective to something unique, your writing instantly gains authority and detail. Always aim for the most precise word available. Descriptive writing isn't just listing features, it's painting a picture with words. The goal is to engage the listener's imagination so vividly that they feel like they're standing there or holding the object you describe. This requires moving beyond simple adjectives and employing complex sensory details. We must activate all 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. For IELTS speaking, mastering this technique dramatically boosts your lexical resource score. Remember that good description doesn't require flowery language, it requires specific evidence. Instead of saying it was pretty, tell me why it was pretty. Maybe the sunlight hit the crimson paint just right, or perhaps the air smelled faintly of salt and distant wood smoke. Use these sensory anchors to build a richer profile for your listener. Here are 4 examples. The old market square was a chaotic symphony, the scent of burnt sugar mingling with damp earth and spices. Vendors shouted calls over the rhythmic clanging of blacksmiths. Effective use of sensory blending, smell, sound, and figurative language, chaotic symphonies. Notice how the writer doesn't just list sounds, but compares them to a symphony, elevating simple noise into art. This technique immediately shows sophisticated control over vocabulary and metaphor. The antique clock stood silent, its brass casing tarnished green, covered in the fine dust of decades untold. Focuses on tactile detail, dust, and precise adjectives, tarnished, emerald. Here, the description is slow and deliberate. By mentioning decades untold, we give the object a sense of history or narrative weight. This makes the listener feel the passage of time through the item itself. The beach at dawn was breathtaking, soft sand muffled by the gentle wash of turquoise waves that whispered against the shore. Uses personification, whispered, and color vocabulary, turquoise for atmosphere. Personifying natural elements makes the writing feel far more alive. Instead of just saying the water sounded soft, describing it as whispering gives the reader a clear emotional connection to the setting. The coffee tasted intensely bitter, cut through by a sweet, almost floral note that clung pleasantly to the tongue. Utilizes taste description, bitter, sweet, and specific adverbs, intensely, pleasantly. When describing objects like food or drink, always tackle multiple dimensions. Describing a flavor as both bitter and floral shows advanced vocabulary range and deep observational skill. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, describing places and objects, creating imagery and detail in spoken English helps you communicate more effectively. When you master describing places and objects, creating imagery and detail in spoken English, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally, commonly used in daily life. You will encounter describing places and objects, creating imagery and detail in spoken English frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use describing places and objects, creating imagery and detail in spoken English. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. It was very beautiful. Strong. The scene unfolded with a breathtaking depth of color and soft light. Avoid vague intensifiers like very or really. Instead, replace them by using powerful adjectives that do the heavy lifting for you. Specific nouns and descriptive phrases are always more impactful than adverbs. Weak. The place had many things to see. Strong. From the bustling central square to the quiet, winding cobblestone side streets, there was a feast for the eyes. Don't use generalized phrases like many things. Instead, categorize and list specific elements. By contrasting bustling squares with quiet side streets, you provide structural depth to your description. Weak. The building was old and smelled bad. Strong. A pungent odor of mildew hung heavy in the air, clinging to the peeling paint that covered every ornate surface. When describing smells or sounds, use precise sensory vocabulary. Instead of smelled bad, specify what the smell was: a mildew, stale air, petrol. This adds credibility and realism to your speech. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 5 senses checklist. Force yourself to think of one detail related to sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste. Even if you can't use all 5, aiming for variety is key. This checklist is a powerful planning tool because it forces you out of your comfort zone. Most people default to visual descriptions. Actively forcing yourself to find the scent or the texture elevates your language immediately. Movement and action verbs. Instead of saying, "the water moved," use verbs like lapped, rippled, sloshed, or undulated. Always choose verbs that suggest action. Verbs are the engines of descriptive writing. Using a precise, dynamic verb immediately makes your description feel more active and cinematic. These strong verbs dramatically improve your fluency score. Figurative language techniques. Practice using similes, like as, and metaphors to make abstract ideas concrete. Example, the crowd was a river of humanity. This is where you transition from simply describing to truly analyzing. Figurative language demonstrates high-level linguistic ability, showing the examiner that you can manipulate language creatively. Structuring your description, zoom in out. Start with a wide shot, the overall atmosphere, then zoom in on a key detail and finish by zooming back out to summarize the feeling. Think of your description like filming a movie. Start with an establishing shot showing the whole scene. Then focus tightly on one object before concluding with your final emotional takeaway. When you are telling a story or recounting an event to an examiner, they are assessing more than just your vocabulary. They are listening for narrative control. Specifically, they want to hear how naturally and accurately you switch between past tenses to build scene, action, and reflection. Mastering the interplay between the simple past and the continuous past is key to sounding fluent and advanced in a speaking context. Remember that complex grammar isn't about hitting specific rules, it's about sounding effortless. Use your past tenses as tools to create atmosphere. The continuous tense paints the picture, while the simple past provides the dramatic action or sudden turn of events. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I was walking through the market when... Say it again. I was walking through the market when... This phrase is gold for setting the backdrop of any story. By starting with the continuous tense, you immediately immerse your listener in what was happening right before the main event occurred. The word is, suddenly, I noticed that. Say it again. Suddenly, I noticed that. This is the linguistic pivot point of any good story. Using suddenly signals a shift from the ongoing background action to a sharp, completed event. The word is, at that particular moment, everything seemed to be. Say it again. At that particular moment, everything seemed to be. This structure allows you to slow down your speech and build tension. It helps the listener visualize the environment without moving the plot forward. The word is, before that happened, we had already been. Say it again. Before that happened, we had already been. While we are focusing on simple versus continuous, remember to use the perfect continuous here to show duration leading up to your main story point. It demonstrates excellent tense range. The word is, by the time I got home, I realized. Say it again. By the time I got home, I realized. Use this phrase when wrapping up your tale. It transitions smoothly from the action of the past to your current understanding or realization about what happened. Let's compare 4 pairs. I was just walking around and then I saw it. While I was traversing the area, I noticed an object. Clarity of setting. Notice how the formal version uses more sophisticated verbs like traversing instead of simply saying walking. This elevates your language while keeping the core simple. Past continuous structure intact. We were leaving and then, bam, it started raining. As we were departing, abruptly the rain began to fall. Dramatic linking. In formal speech, avoid interjections like bam. Instead, use strong adverbs or precise conjunctions like abruptly to maintain a sophisticated narrative flow. It was super busy and people were doing everything. The area was bustling with activity, people were engaging in various tasks. Descriptive language. Replacing super busy with bustling with activities adds academic flair. You are using richer vocabulary to paint a clearer, more descriptive picture for your listener. And that's how it was. Ultimately, these combined factors led to the outcome we experienced. Strong conclusion. Never end a story with casual filler. Use strong transitional phrases like ultimately's or consequently's to give your narrative a conclusive, polished feel. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Tense shift error. I was going to the store and I saw a dog that is running. Correction. Matching tenses. I was going to the store when I saw a dog that was running. The biggest mistake is mixing your tenses. If you are describing an ongoing background action, keep it continuous. The second clause must also be in the past continuous to maintain parallel structure. Over-reliance on simple past. It was a nice day and then I went walking for 2 hours. Correction. Adding atmosphere. The weather was lovely that day. Consequently, I spent 2 hours walking. Listing actions with only the simple past makes your story sound like a bulleted report. By using was lovely and linking it with consequently, you build much more vivid atmosphere. Vague language hesitation. The dog. I think he was barking a lot because... Correction. Specific detail. The dog was barking incessantly, which suggested that... Never use filler words or vague adverbs like or a lot. Instead, replace them with specific vocabulary like incessantly, which conveys the detail while sounding highly fluent. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording narratives. Record yourself telling a story, specifically focusing on the transition points between simple and continuous past tenses. After recording, listen back and count how many times you switch tenses. If your transitions feel sudden or forced, it means you need more explicit linking phrases to smooth out the narrative. Targeted cue card practice. When simulating a Part 2 talk, force yourself to use at least 3 instances of the past continuous and 2 instances of simple past. Don't just speak, grade your own performance. If you can consciously hit these grammatical targets while speaking naturally, it proves strong control over complex structures under pressure. Storytelling, shadowing. Listen to podcasts or videos where people tell compelling stories and mimic their rhythm and tenses exactly. Shadowing is excellent because it models not just the words, but the natural pauses and intonation used when telling a story. Focus especially on how they build suspense before an action. The flashback drill. Give yourself a simple present tense statement, e.g., I am eating dinner, and immediately translate it into a specific past scenario, e.g., past continuous, I was eating dinner when. This drill forces rapid mental switching between tenses in a controlled way, improving your automaticity. The quicker you can switch, the more natural and fluent your spontaneous speaking will sound. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a specific moment in time when something unexpected happened to you. This could be getting lost, witnessing an accident, or having a surprising encounter with someone you knew. You should plan to speak for about 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, focus on creating a clear emotional arc, build tension using continuous tenses, and then release it with the unexpected event, simple past. The examiner isn't just grading grammar, they are listening for narrative impact. By focusing on building emotion, you naturally incorporate more complex language structures and linking phrases. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is fluency in transitioning between past continuous, setting the scene, and simple past, the pivotal action. When you finish, review your speech to ensure that every major shift in time or focus is grammatically justified by a clear tense change. This demonstrates masterful control over English narrative structures. When examiners assess your speaking, they are listening for much more than just correct grammar. They want to hear a cohesive story or narrative that moves smoothly from one point to the next. This is where time markers and sequence adverbs become vital tools. These linking words act like signposts in your speech, guiding the listener through your timeline or argument structure. Instead of simple transitions like "and then," you should use more sophisticated phrases that demonstrate complex temporal relationships. The goal here is to elevate your discourse from a list of events into a genuine story arc. Think of these adverbs not just as filler, but as structural pillars that give weight and detail to the passage of time. Practicing these will make you sound highly organized and fluent. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, initially, things started with thus. Say it again. Initially, things started with. Using initiales helps establish a clear starting moment in your story. It signals to the listener that you are beginning the sequence of events and setting the background context. Don't just list details, always preface them with this kind of marker. The word is, subsequently, I realized that. Say it again. Subsequently, I realized that by. Subsequently is excellent for showing a clear cause and effect progression over time. It implies that the next event was directly influenced by what happened before it. This adds depth to your telling. The word is, meanwhile, we were also discovering. Say it again. Meanwhile, we were also discovering. When 2 things happen at the exact same time, meanwhiles is perfect. It prevents you from having to stop and start your narrative. This shows the examiner that you can manage complex, layered timelines smoothly. The word is, eventually, the situation culminated in. Say it again. Eventually, the situation culminated in. Eventuallys is powerful because it promises a resolution after some build-up. It helps create narrative tension and provides a satisfying conclusion to your story segment. Use this when describing a long process. Word is, prior to that, I had already. Say it again. Prior to that, I had already. This structure is fantastic for correcting the timeline or adding necessary background information. It shows mastery of complex tenses and helps you smoothly jump back in time without losing your listener's focus. Let's compare 4 pairs. And then it happened. Subsequently, the situation unfolded when. Linking sequential events. The difference here is formality and precision. Subsequently acts as a clear academic transition, telling the listener that this event followed logically. It elevates your speech immediately. At first I thought, initially my assumption was that, starting a narrative. By using initially or my initial impression, you sound more measured and reflective. This phrasing is ideal for part 2 when introducing the setting or the first action. While that was happening, meanwhile, simultaneously, we observed, describing concurrent actions. Using meanwhile is much more descriptive than a simple clause. It allows you to paint a picture of simultaneous activity, making your story feel richer and more immersive for the listener. So, finally, it was finished. Eventually, the project culminated in concluding a long process. Avoid simple concluding words like finally. Phrases such as culminated or eventually provide a sophisticated sense of closure. They signal that you have successfully reached the end point. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak transition. We went to the market and then we saw a dog. Improved flow. While browsing the stalls, I encountered a very friendly puppy. Simply listing events with and then makes your speech sound like a basic report. Using phrases like while browsing immediately gives the listener a sense of movement and setting. Vague connection. The dog was big, it barked, and I laughed. Specific adverb use. As soon as the puppy loudly barked, I couldn't help but laugh. Instead of listing actions sequentially, use time markers like as soon as to show instant reaction. This links the cause, the bark, directly and vividly to the effect, your laughter. Simple description. I remember it was raining, then we left. It was bad. Causal language. The rain had been falling heavily, consequently, our plans were altered. Don't just state that something happened. Explain the effect it had. Using consequently or linking verbs like due to shows that you are thinking critically about cause and effect. Here are 4 ways to practice. Structured retelling. Take a story you already know and force yourself to use initially, meanwhile, and eventually at least once. This is low-stakes practice, which builds confidence. By focusing on the markers rather than the content, you train your brain to access these high-level connectors automatically when speaking. Time jump storytelling. Describe a process like making breakfast by jumping between times. Before I made the coffee, and meanwhile, the toast was burning. This exercise forces you to handle simultaneous and past perfect actions in one response. It simulates the complexity of real-life storytelling under pressure. Shadowing expert narratives. Find podcast segments like travel or history and shadow native speakers who are excellent storytellers. Listen specifically for how they transition between ideas. Notice where they place their pause and which linking word they choose to maintain momentum. Self-correction recording. Record yourself speaking, then listen back only to identify places where you could have used a stronger time marker. Critical self-listening is incredibly valuable. When you hear and then in your own voice, you will automatically know the more sophisticated alternatives next time. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a day you remember vividly. You should say, Squirr, what happened? Who you were with, where this took place. And explain why this particular day remains so memorable for you. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear chronological progression of events using at least 3 different time markers or sequence adverbs. Do not just describe, narrate. Remember that you are simulating a timeline for the examiner. By front-loading strong transition words, you immediately demonstrate your command over narrative flow and cohesion. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mastery of sequence adverbs, e.g., subsequently, meanwhile, combined with varied past tenses. When writing out your plan, map out where those time markers will fall. This pre-planning ensures that when the pressure is on, you can seamlessly insert advanced linking language to elevate your score. When we talk about memories or emotions, we often struggle to find precise language. These concepts are abstract. You can't point to sadness or nostalgia. Effective writing requires vivid vocabulary that allows the reader to feel what you felt. We need words that capture the subtle shades of human experience. Today, we are focusing on advanced descriptive language for these non-physical topics. Remember that precise verbs and adjectives are your best friends here. Instead of saying, "I remembered a good time," try describing how you remember it. Was it hazy, sudden, or deeply vivid? Using rich vocabulary elevates your writing from simply telling a story to making the reader live inside your memory. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is poignant. Say it again, poignant. Don't confuse poignant with just sad. A poignant moment is usually beautiful or deeply meaningful, but the feeling it evokes is bittersweet. Think less like crying and more like a gentle ache in your chest. The word is ephemeral. Say it again, ephemeral. This word is perfect for describing anything fleeting, a mood, a moment, or even a smell. If something exists only briefly and fades quickly, ephemerals is the academic choice over simply saying short-lived. This adds immediate sophistication to your writing. The word is nostalgia. Say it again, nostalgia. Nostalgia is often associated with fond memories, but it carries a tinge of melancholy. You are missing something that can never be precisely recovered. Use this word specifically when you feel sentimental longing rather than just happiness. The word is wistful. And say it again, wistful. While nostalgic describes the feeling for the past, wistful describes the look in your eyes or a tone of voice. It suggests hoping for something that might never happen, giving it an air of gentle yearning. The word is introspection. Say it again, introspection. This word is best used academically or when discussing psychology. It means looking inward at your own mind rather than just thinking about general life events. If you are writing an essay on personal growth, introspection is the key term. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. Dichotomy is excellent for analyzing complex ideas such as good versus bad or freedom versus responsibility. When you see 2 opposing forces that create tension in a memory or experience, this word provides the perfect structural framework. Here are 5 examples. The scent of rain always brings a poignant wave of memories from my childhood home. Poignant adjective. Notice how the smell acts as a trigger. It's not just that she remembers things. The quality of the memorizer emotional depth is what is poignant here. This shows the word in action, using a sensory detail to evoke an abstract feeling. The rainbow was a beautiful but ephemeral sign after the storm. Ephemeral, adjective. We often use ephemerals when we want to sound more poetic than just saying it was short-lived. It gives the object, like the rainbow, an almost mythical quality, emphasizing its brief perfection. She spent hours in introspection after that difficult conversation. Introspection, noun. This sentence clearly defines the action, going into your own head. If you are writing a narrative where a character confronts their internal conflicts, this vocabulary helps ground those psychological moments. There is a poignant dichotomy between my life now and my childhood dreams. Poignant dichotomy, adjective noun. Combining 2 advanced words like this makes your writing incredibly dense and academic. The contrast, the dichotomy, is what creates the emotional tension, making the overall feeling quite poignant for the reader. He looked at the old photograph with a wistful nostalgia. Wistful nostalgia, a jammin. This example neatly pairs 2 related words. The nostalgia is the deep feeling for the past, while the wistful look captures the subtle emotion associated with that longing. Using both adds layers of depth. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, poignant. Compare it with moving. Emotional depth versus general feeling. Both describe strong emotion, but moving is much broader and can apply to any tearjerker movie. Poignant, however, suggests that the sadness or beauty comes with a deep sense of bittersweet recognition. It's more intellectual in its ache. First, wistful. Compare it with nostalgic. Appearance versus feeling. This is one of the trickiest pairs. Remember, nostalgic describes the states or feeling. Wistful often describes a visible expression, a gaze, a smile suggesting that internal longing for something out of reach. First, reflection. Compare it with introspection, external versus internal focus. Think of reflecting on an event, external source, versus deep introspection, which is the act of examining your own inner consciousness. The former can be done through journaling, the latter requires active self-analysis. First, clarity. Compare it with lucidity, general understanding versus mental state. Clarity is a general term for simple, understandable thought. Lucidity, however, refers specifically to the state of being mentally clear or rational, especially after illness or confusion. It's a more technical word. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocations, pairing words. Practice pairing target words with common nouns and adjectives. For example, use poignant with memory, not just feeling. Don't write the word in isolation. Always practice it within a small phrase or collocation. If you pair wistful with gaze or smile, you immediately sound more natural and accurate than if you use it alone. Word mapping, semantic fields. Draw conceptual maps linking the words to themes like time's ephemeral or emotion, poignant. Mapping vocabulary helps your brain categorize concepts, making recall easier. If you see a prompt about fleeting beauty, your mind should immediately pull up both ephemeral and poignant, linking them by the theme of impermanence. Contextual substitution drill. Take 5 simple sentences from everyday writing and challenge yourself to replace one common word with a target vocabulary item. This is the most practical step. When you are reading or listening, pause and think, could this simpler word be replaced by something more advanced? This boosts your speaking fluency instantly. Sentence, expansion, show, don't tell. Instead of stating an emotion, I was sad, use descriptive language to show it using vocabulary like wistful or poignant. Effective writing relies on showing the reader the effect rather than labeling the feeling. Instead of saying, it brought me nostalgia, you might describe the ache in your chest that accompanies a wave of nostalgia. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The old photo album was filled with ephemeral moments, scenes that felt almost unreal. Looking at the pictures brought a wave of poignant nostalgia for my youth. I spent hours in quiet introspection, analyzing the dichotomy between who we were and who we are now. It was a wistful reflection on how quickly time passes. Question 1. Find a word that describes something beautiful but lasting only for a short time. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is ephemeral. The passage uses ephemeral to describe the moments in the photos. This immediately sets a tone of delicate, fragile beauty, emphasizing that these memories are not solid facts, but fleeting glimpses of the past. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a family memory. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the smell of my grandmother's cookies brings back such poignant memories of our holidays. When you answered using poignant, you successfully connected a sensory detail, the smell, to an abstract, deeply emotional experience. This shows that the word is powerful because it grounds emotion in real-life details. When you are self-assessing your Part 2 response, remember that examiners listen for much more than just grammar. They are evaluating your ability to structure an extended monologue and sustain a coherent narrative. Focus specifically on 3 areas: fluency, which means speaking smoothly without too many unnatural pauses; lexical resource, which refers to the range of vocabulary you deploy; and grammatical range and accuracy. The key skill here is self-monitoring, the ability to pause, identify where your language faltered, and then correct yourself naturally. Think of this process as a 3-stage performance: the recording, the listening, and the critique. When you listen back, don't just check for mistakes, actively map out your structure. Did you spend too much time on one bullet point? Was your conclusion strong enough to wrap up the idea effectively? This critical awareness is what separates good speakers from excellent ones. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, if I were to critique my answer, I would say. Say it again. If I were to critique my answer, I would say. This phrase immediately establishes a metacognitive layer. By using, if I were to, you signal that this is an analysis, not just casual conversation. Use it when you want permission to evaluate your own performance in a structured way. The word is, on reflection, I think I could have developed that point by. Say it again. On reflection, I think I could have developed that point by. This is useful for showing advanced thinking. It doesn't just identify a weakness, it provides a solution. This demonstrates not only self-awareness but also planning skills, which examiners love to hear. The word is, to ensure clarity, let me rephrase what I just said. Say it again. To ensure clarity, let me rephrase what I just said. When you feel yourself rambling or using unclear language, this phrase is a perfect linguistic safety net. It buys you time while also sounding highly articulate and controlled. Never be afraid to pause and clarify. It shows mastery. The word is, overall, my biggest weakness was. Say it again. Overall, my biggest weakness was. This is a strong concluding phrase for your self-critique. It forces you to be specific and decisive about your performance gaps. Instead of vaguely saying, I spoke badly, pinpoint the exact skill, like my use of conjunctions was weak. The word is, in terms of structure, I need to focus more on. Say it again. In terms of structure, I need to focus more on. This moves beyond just vocabulary and speaks directly to coherence. When you are evaluating your talk, always circle back to the prompt's bullet points. Saying you will improve your structure shows that you understand the task requirements deeply. Let's compare 4 pairs. It was kind of rambling. My response lacked cohesive structure. Focus on academic vocabulary. When speaking about your performance, shift from vague adjectives to precise nouns and verbs. Instead of saying something rambled, use terms like lacked cohesion or was discursive. This elevates the entire discussion. I totally forgot what I was going to say. I experienced a momentary lapse in fluency. Use formal terminology for errors. While admitting you paused is fine, using academic language helps frame that pause as an analytical point rather than a simple failure. Lapse in fluency sounds much more controlled and reflective. So, like, it started with, to begin with, I addressed the prompt by. Be precise when structuring your critique. The initial filler words like so's or like are common in casual speech but should be avoided in formal self-evaluation. Always use strong transition phrases to guide the listener through your analysis. I need to talk about this more. This point warrants further exploration. Use sophisticated intensifiers. Notice how warrants is used here. It suggests that the topic isn't just something you fong-tong to discuss. It genuinely needs deeper academic attention. This shows intellectual maturity in your speaking. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid vague statements, I spoke too fast and I couldn't keep up. Be specific and analytical. My pace was inconsistent. I need to regulate my speaking speed more evenly. The key here is replacing general emotion with measurable action. Instead of saying you couldn't keep up, identify the physical skill that needs work, like pace regulation or breath control. Avoid colloquial grammar. Me was talking about too many things. Use precise grammatical structures. I drifted from the core themes of the prompt. When you are analyzing your speech, your own grammar must be impeccable. Using formal subject-verb agreement and avoiding slang immediately raises the perceived quality of your English. Avoid simple omission. I didn't talk about the pictures enough. Analyze how you failed. While I mentioned the images, I neglected to fully integrate them into my narrative flow. Don't just state what was missing. Explain why it was ineffective. Saying you neglected to fully integrate is much stronger than saying you simply didn't talk about it enough. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and transcribe. After recording your response, transcribe key sections. This forces you to see the actual words that came out versus what you intended to say. Simply listening is insufficient. You must read your own failure aloud. The act of transcribing highlights structural weaknesses, the places where your grammar or vocabulary breaks down on paper. It makes abstract errors concrete. Targeted skill focus. Don't try to fix everything at once. Dedicate one practice session solely to improving conjunctions or another solely to using varied tenses. Self-assessment is a marathon, not a sprint. By isolating one specific linguistic feature's a perfect use of relative clauses, you can focus your entire critical energy on only that area for maximum improvement. The 3 passes review. Listen back 3 times, first time for fluency, second time for vocabulary gaps, third time for grammatical slips. This structured approach prevents you from becoming overwhelmed by too many corrections at once. By passing over the audio multiple times, you train your ear to detect specific errors quickly and efficiently. Simulate peer feedback. Record yourself as if an examiner is listening, then immediately record a second review segment where you critique that first recording using formal language. This simulates the real-world pressure of being evaluated. The 2 distinct recordings, the performance and the critique, help you separate the emotion of speaking from the cold analysis of evaluation. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You have just delivered a Part 2 monologue on the importance of developing self-discipline. Now, pretend you are watching this recording for the first time. You have 1 minute to write down your critique and speak it aloud. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear, structured self-critique that identifies a specific weakness, e.g., weak linking words, and suggests one tangible solution for improvement. The goal here isn't just to list errors, it is to provide actionable meta-feedback. You must sound like an analyst who has deeply considered the mechanics of speech, not just someone who stumbled over words. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is using advanced discourse markers and cohesive devices, e.g. consequently, moreover, having said that. By using sophisticated linking phrases during your critique, you are demonstrating that even when discussing flaws, your ability to organize complex thoughts remains high. This is the highest form of speaking proficiency. Writing depth means moving beyond simple statements of fact. Instead of just saying something is good or bad, you must explain why it has that impact, providing evidence or logical reasoning. Structurally, a strong essay requires clear signposting. Every paragraph should follow the previous one naturally, guiding your reader through your argument step by step. Remember to build complex ideas using sophisticated transitions and varied sentence structures. This systematic approach is vital for scoring highly in the IELTS academic writing task. When we talk about depth here, we are talking about analysis, not just description. Don't settle for it affects people. Instead, specify how it affects them. Does it create economic disparity? Does it erode cultural identity? Use strong verbs and precise nouns to make your arguments feel tangible and highly persuasive. Here are 4 examples. The proliferation of fast food chains has undeniably altered urban dietary habits, beyond mere convenience. These establishments often promote highly processed foods that lack essential nutrients, leading to a measurable increase in chronic health issues across younger demographics. Identifies the core issue and immediately transitions into specific consequences, health nutrition. Notice how this example doesn't just state a problem, it uses technical language like proliferation and chronic health issues. This shows academic control, which is key to achieving higher band scores. It moves from general observation to specific researched implication. While some advocate for strict government regulation of digital content, a more nuanced approach might involve promoting media literacy among the populace. Empowering citizens with critical thinking skills is arguably a more sustainable remedy. Uses complex concession, while some advocate to introduce a balanced and sophisticated counter-argument. The use of concessive clauses, like starting with while, immediately elevates your writing complexity. It demonstrates that you can acknowledge opposing viewpoints before presenting your own refined thesis. This shows mature critical thinking. Furthermore, the economic fallout from declining artisanal trades is twofold. It diminishes local cultural heritage and simultaneously impacts rural employment stability. The two factors are inextricably linked. Uses elevated linking devices, furthermore, inextricably linked, and establishes a clear cause and effect relationship. The key here is the cohesive flow. By explicitly stating that the two negative effects, cultural loss and economic instability, are inextricably linked, you create a deep, interconnected argument. Always look for ways to show how ideas relate to each other. To mitigate these risks, educational bodies must integrate practical skills, such as financial planning and digital citizenship, into core curricula from a young age. Provides a concrete, actionable solution that directly relates to the preceding argument's scope. A powerful conclusion often offers a tangible path forward. Instead of generalizing with vague suggestions like, we should help people, provide specific actions like integrating financial planning. This makes your ideas feel authoritative and well thought out. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding full simulation, Part 2. Practice with immediate feedback on structure and depth helps you communicate more effectively. When you master full simulation, Part 2. Practice with immediate feedback on structure and depth, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter full simulation, Part 2, practice with immediate feedback on structure and depth, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use full simulation, Part 2, practice with immediate feedback on structure and depth. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, vague, the government must do more to help the poor people in our country. Strong, academic-specific, government intervention is critically needed to address systemic poverty and ensure equitable resource distribution among all demographics. The initial phrase "do more" is meaningless. By substituting it with academic terminology like systemic poverties and equitable resource distribution, you instantly raise the register of your writing. Aim for abstract nouns over simple verbs. Weak, informal, simple. Climate change is bad because people use too much plastic, causing lots of garbage in the ocean. Strong, technical, precise, excessive single-use plastics contribute significantly to marine degradation, creating vast ecological sinkholes that threaten delicate biodiversity. We need to replace emotive language like lots of garbage with precise scientific terms such as single-use plastics or ecological sinkholes. Precision is non-negotiable when writing for an academic audience. Weak, simple causality. People should read more books because it makes them smarter. Strong, complex explanation. Engaging with diverse literature stimulates cognitive function, thereby enhancing critical thinking skills and expanding one's worldview significantly. The mistake here is using oversimplified cause and effect makes them smarter. The strong version explains the mechanism, it stimulates cognitive function and enhances critical thinking. Always explain the process, not just the result. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3-point thesis outline. Before writing a single word of the body paragraphs, list 3 distinct, fully developed arguments that support your main thesis. These become your structural pillars. Don't treat this as just listing ideas, treat them as mini arguments. Each point should be strong enough to carry an entire paragraph and require its own evidence or example. This ensures linear progression and prevents you from rambling. Anticipate the counter-argument. Force yourself to identify the single strongest argument against your position and then write a rebuttal that disarms it politely but firmly. The ability to acknowledge an opposing view is one of the hallmarks of high-level academic writing. By pre-writing this counter-argument and rebuttal, you automatically increase the depth and complexity of your entire essay structure. Evidence bank building. For every major point you plan to make, quickly jot down a required piece of evidence, a statistic, a historical example, or an expert quote. This grounds your argument. Academic writing requires support beyond mere assertion. When you have this evidence banks ready, you are much less likely to write vague generalizations. You move from opinion giving to knowledge, demonstrating. The topic sentence blueprint. For each body paragraph, draft the topic sentence first. This single sentence must contain your main argument and hint at the scope of the evidence that will follow. Think of the topic sentence as a contract with your reader. It promises exactly what the rest of the paragraph will deliver. If you nail this, you guarantee immediate structural clarity for both yourself and the examiner. In Part 3, examiners aren't just testing your vocabulary, they are assessing your ability to think critically and generalize. They want you to move beyond simply talking about yourself or your immediate community. A strong answer shows that you can analyze broader social trends, discuss historical context, or address global issues. The key strategy here is shifting the focus from "I feel" to society often considers, or from a macro perspective, it appears that. This demonstrates higher-level analytical skills and greatly improves your fluency score. Remember that generalization doesn't mean being vague. It means using precise academic language to frame a large concept. Instead of giving a simple opinion, try discussing the reasons why people hold different opinions. This complexity is what examiners are truly listening for. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, generally speaking, it seems that. Say it again, generally speaking, it seems that. This phrase is excellent because it allows you to step back and view the topic from a detached, objective standpoint. It signals to the examiner that your thoughts are comprehensive and not just based on personal experience. The word is, from a broader perspective, we must consider W. Say it again, from a broader perspective, we must consider. Use this when the question feels too narrow or specific. Broader perspective signals that you are thinking about the big picture, the whole world, humanity, or society as a whole. It instantly elevates your response level. The word is, this suggests a growing trend towards. Say it again, this suggests a growing trend towards. Whenever the question asks about future impacts or changes, this phrase is invaluable. It shows predictive ability and analytical depth, which are key components of strong academic discourse. The word is, in the context of modern life, one might argue that. Say it again. In the context of modern life, one might argue that. This phrase is perfect for anchoring your argument to current events or societal changes. It helps you weave in concrete examples while maintaining that abstract, analytical tone required for Part 3. The word is, while this may be true personally, academically speaking. Say it again. While this may be true personally, academically speaking, this is perhaps the most useful phrase in this lesson. It acts as a verbal bridge, allowing you to acknowledge your own view but immediately pivot to a more academic or objective discussion point. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think everyone knows that. It is widely acknowledged that using formal academic language. Notice how the replacement shifts from a conversational "I think" to a much more objective statement. Using phrases like "it is generally accepted" makes your argument sound authoritative and researched. It's kind of hard because the issue is complex due to several interconnected factors. Expanding vague ideas with sophisticated vocabulary. When you feel overwhelmed or unprepared, don't panic. Instead of saying "it's hard," describe why it's difficult using academic connectors and terminology. This buys you time while sounding fluent. But I disagree totally. While that point is valid, an alternative viewpoint suggests making polite yet firm disagreement gracefully. In a test setting, outright contradiction sounds confrontational. Always soften your counter-argument by acknowledging the other side's view first, which demonstrates excellent rhetorical balance. Like, people just do it. There appears to be a significant cultural tendency toward moving from anecdotal observation to sociological analysis. The biggest leap here is moving from people doing something to identifying that action as a cultural tendency. This shows you can categorize and analyze human behavior abstractly. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Too personal emotional. Personally speaking, I think this is just bad. Analytical and objective. From a global standpoint, the detrimental effects of this technology are becoming increasingly apparent. The initial response relied too much on emotion and personal judgment. The correction successfully shifts the focus to global standpoint and uses academic vocabulary like detrimental effects, giving weight to your argument. Vague and casual, most people just think that it's bad, you know? Precise and formal, it can be argued that public opinion tends to overlook the long-term economic ramifications. The original mistake was vague, relying on fillers like, you know. The improved version replaces this with precise phrases that frame a specific intellectual concept, in this case, economic ramifications. Non-committal and weak, I don't know. It depends on the person and where they live. Nuanced and structured, the impact is highly variable. Certain demographic groups may experience different levels of influence based on their socioeconomic background. Instead of just saying it depends, which is weak, you need to explain why it depends. By introducing terms like variables and socioeconomic background, you show deep understanding and structured thought. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording with structure. Record yourself answering part 3 questions and immediately listen back to check your generalization markers. Were you too personal? Did you use enough connecting phrases? Simply recording answers isn't enough. You must critically self-assess the S-structure of your argument. Actively hunt for moments where you defaulted into a casual "I feel" and force yourself to replace it with an academic connector. The why drill. Take any simple statement like, exercise is good. Force yourself to answer, why is this true? What are the societal implications of this? Who benefits and who loses? This drill forces you to move past obvious answers. When asked a basic question, always escalate your response by asking whys and then generalizing that reason out to society or history. Shadowing academic speakers. Listen to TED Talks or university lectures. Focus not on the content, but on how they transition between ideas, especially when summarizing or expanding a point. Mimicking advanced speakers is crucial for intonation and rhythm. Pay close attention to their signposting language. These are the verbal cues they use right before making a major shift in thought. The 3-layer answer. Structure every answer. 1. Direct personal response. 2. Generalization societal issue. 3. Conclusion future prediction. This 3-part model ensures you never just give a surface-level answer. By structuring your thoughts this way, you guarantee that even if the question is simple, your response demonstrates advanced complexity. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the role of technology in education. You are discussing whether technology enhances learning or merely provides distraction. Cover these points. The accessibility of knowledge, positive. The potential for deep concentration issues, negative. How educational institutions should adapt policy-wise. Aim to speak for 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced analysis that weighs benefits against systematic challenges using generalizations. The key here is balance. Don't pick a side, instead present both sides logically and then generalize a solution. This demonstrates intellectual maturity and critical thinking, which is what the examiner values most. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures. If X happened, Y would result, and abstract connectors, e.g., consequently, moreover. Using conditional grammar allows you to discuss hypothetical situations, what should happen, or what might be the consequence of a trend. This is a hallmark of advanced linguistic ability in an academic setting. When tackling abstract concepts like climate change or artificial intelligence, ethics examiners aren't just listening for facts. They are evaluating your ability to analyze, synthesize, and argue complex viewpoints. You must show nuance by acknowledging counterarguments before presenting your main thesis. Effective speaking involves structuring your thoughts clearly, moving from a general statement to specific examples, and maintaining a sophisticated academic register throughout the discussion. Remember that analysis is more than just listing pros and cons. It means exploring why those points are connected or why one point outweighs another. To impress an examiner, you need to demonstrate critical thinking by showing awareness of the issue from multiple perspectives. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, on the other hand. Say it again, on the one hand, on the other hand. This structure is invaluable when discussing societal dilemmas, as it proves you can see both sides of an issue. Use this phrase when the topic has inherent complexities. For example, balancing economic growth against environmental protection. The word is, it is evident that. Say it again, it is evident that. When you use this phrase, you are presenting an observation rather than just a mere opinion. It elevates your vocabulary and gives your argument the weight of undeniable evidence or consensus. The word is, from an ethical standpoint. Say it again, from an ethical standpoint. This is perfect for technology discussions, especially concerning AI or genetic modification. Using ethical immediately signals that you are approaching the topic with academic depth and consideration of human impact. The word is. This raises a complex question about W. Say it again. This raises a complex question about W. Instead of making a definitive statement, this phrase shows intellectual humility while keeping the discussion going. It's an excellent way to guide the conversation toward deeper philosophical implications. The word is, a potential solution would be to. Say it again. A potential solution would be to, Jen. When discussing global issues, always pivot towards solutions rather than just problems. Framing your answer this way makes you sound proactive and knowledgeable about actionable policy recommendations. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's bad for the planet. It has detrimental effects on planetary health. Elevated vocabulary. The shift here is moving from simple, everyday adjectives like bad to sophisticated academic vocabulary such as detrimental. This immediately raises your register and makes your speech sound more scholarly. People just gotta change. Individual behavioral shifts are necessary for progress. Formality and objectivity. Notice how the informal contraction gotta is replaced by formal nouns like shifts. This level of formality signals to the examiner that you are discussing a serious, intellectual topic. Tech is changing everything, right? The rapid advancement of technology fundamentally alters various aspects of life. Precision and structure. We replace the casual tag question right with a strong declarative statement. This change adds weight to your argument and makes your language more precise, eliminating conversational filler. I don't really think that way. I must respectfully disagree with that assessment. Polite disagreement. When you need to disagree in a formal setting, never be blunt. Using phrases like respectfully disagrees maintains rapport while still presenting a robust alternative viewpoint. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague language. The issue is big and complicated. Specific terminology. This represents a complex socio-economic challenge that demands multifaceted solutions. Instead of using vague intensifiers like bigs or complicated, you should use specific, high-level nouns and adjectives. This level of detail shows that you have genuinely studied the topic. Simple linking. Also, we need to recycle more. Advanced connectors. Furthermore, enhanced recycling infrastructure is crucial for mitigating waste accumulation. Don't rely solely on simple words like also. Use sophisticated transition phrases such as furthermore, consequently, or nevertheless to create a seamless academic flow between your points. Hesitation filler words. Maybe technology is good, but also bad. Signposting and clarity. To elaborate, while the benefits of technology are undeniable, we must concurrently consider its inherent risks. The goal is to replace filler sounds with structured signposts. Phrases like to elaborate or, on the other hand, sound much more controlled than simply pausing and saying, Here are 4 ways to practice. Paraphrase academic texts. Take a complex article abstract and try to explain its core ideas in your own words aloud. This technique forces you to move beyond rote memorization. When you can successfully paraphrase, it demonstrates that you truly understand the concept, not just the vocabulary. Shadowing expert speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm and tone. Shadowing is fantastic for improving fluency. You are practicing natural intonation patterns and linking sounds, which gives your speech a much more polished, effortless quality. The 3 parts answer rule. Structure every response. 1. Thesis statement, direct answer. 2. Expansion, example reasoning. 3. Conclusion, summary prediction. Never speak in a wall of text. Structure your thoughts. Always give a clear conclusion, even if it's just summarizing the main point you made. This makes your entire response sound cohesive and authoritative. Timed argument mapping. Set a timer for 2 minutes and try to argue one side of an abstract issue without stopping or repeating yourself. This is excellent timed pressure practice. The goal isn't perfection, but maintaining sustained speaking flow, which is what examiners are ultimately assessing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You have been asked to discuss the following prompt for 3 minutes. Remember to structure your response clearly. Prompt: how should global governments balance rapid technological development, such as AI and automation, with the urgent need to preserve natural environments? Discuss economic benefits versus environmental costs. Suggest policy changes, e.g., carbon taxes on tech. Outline a sustainable future model. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure that addresses both technological advancement and environmental responsibility equally. The key here is balance. Do not spend 90% of your time on technology or environment. You must constantly link them, showing how one impacts the other to keep the discussion cohesive. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hypothetical conditional structures, if, then, and complex linking phrases. To discuss future policy or potential outcomes, use conditionals like if nations fail to implement or should technology advance without regulation. This adds an academic layer of prediction and possibility. Academic vocabulary is the specialized language used in university-level writing and formal discourse. It moves beyond everyday speech to achieve maximum precision. When you incorporate these words, your writing gains authority and scholarly depth. This type of lexicon allows us to discuss complex systems and abstract concepts with nuance. Our goal today is not just memorization, but true linguistic integration. The key thing to remember about academic vocabulary is that it is a tool for precision. Instead of saying it got better, you might use a more appropriate verb like mitigate. Don't try to force these words into sentences. Instead, focus on understanding the specific context in which they naturally belong. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Think of mitigates as actively reducing a negative impact. It implies taking concrete steps toward lessening harm rather than just observing it. A common error is confusing it with alleviate. While similar, mitigation often refers to structural or systemic changes. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. If something is pervasive, it isn't just present, it feels inescapable, like background noise you can tune out. It suggests the concept has seeped into every corner of an environment or culture. The word is delineate. Say it again, delineate. This word is excellent for structuring arguments, especially when you are writing a formal comparison. When you delineate concepts, you aren't just listing them, you are drawing clear mental or literal boundaries between them. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. The key thing about inherence is that the quality exists within the object or system from its very start. It wasn't added later. It's part of its core nature, like gravity for large bodies of mass. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm is much bigger than just an idea. It represents the entire framework of thought that makes an idea possible. When academics talk about a paradigm shift, they mean the foundational rules have changed. The word is exacerbate. Say it again, exacerbate. Be careful not to confuse mitigate and exacerbate. If one word reduces the severity, this word actively increases it. It suggests an action that intensifies existing difficulties. Here are 5 examples. The committee worked to mitigate the financial risks associated with international trade expansion. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate is paired here with financial risks. It's not just a general improvement, it requires specific planning and action to lower the potential negative impact. Concerns about data privacy are becoming increasingly pervasive in the digital age. Pervasive, adjective. The word increasingly helps us understand the scope of the problem. It's not just that privacy concerns exist, but they are spreading and intensifying across all facets of life. The author carefully delineated the differences between classical philosophy and modern materialism. Delineate, verb. When you use delineates in academic writing, it signals to your reader that you are about to provide a highly detailed, almost drawn-out explanation of boundaries. It elevates the rigor of your text. The inherent complexity of quantum physics makes it difficult for laymen to grasp fully. Inherent, adjective. Using inherent here suggests that the difficulty isn't due to poor teaching or limited resources. Rather, the complexity is built into the subject itself. This adds a layer of objective seriousness. The invention of the internet created a paradigm shift in how information was accessed and distributed. Paradigm, noun. This example shows paradigm used as a noun representing an entire systemic change. It's not just a new technology, but a complete alteration of the established model for human interaction. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mitigate. Alleviate, synonym. Systemic action versus emotional relief. While both mean to ease something, mitigate often suggests a structural or policy change like changing regulations. Alleviate, however, is more commonly used for temporary personal comforts, such as relieving pain. First, pervasive. Ubiquitous, synonym. Spread feeling versus physical presence. Both mean everywhere, but ubiquitous often refers to something physical like Wi-Fi signals or advertising. Pervasive, on the other hand, can describe an abstract concept like a pervasive sense of anxiety. First, exacerbate. Aggravate, synonym. Intensity and severity. These two are near synonyms, but exacerbate tends to carry a stronger academic weight when discussing large-scale problems or conditions. They both mean to make worse, so context is everything. First, paradigm. Model, synonym. Conceptual framework versus physical example. A model can be a physical blueprint or a simple example. A paradigm, though, is the overarching, invisible structure of beliefs that allows certain models to even be conceived. Here are 4 ways to practice. Q-collocation mapping. Grouping words that naturally appear together. Example, inherent risk, pivotal role. Instead of learning the word in isolation, learn the chunks around it. Knowing you can use pervasive concern or inherent challenge immediately makes the vocabulary sound more natural and sophisticated. Sentence transformation. Rewriting simple sentences using advanced lexicon. Example, change, the problem made worse by, to failure to address the issue will exacerbate, moan. This technique is perfect for academic writing as it forces you to elevate your register. Focus on replacing common verbs and adjectives with these precise alternatives. a thematic web, mapping words related to a single topic, e.g. climate change. Words mitigate, exacerbate, inherent. When you study vocabulary thematically, your brain creates stronger neural links. By linking these advanced terms to a specific subject like environment or technology, they become much easier to recall when needed. Spaced repetition review. Reviewing words at increasing intervals, 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. Consistency is the single most critical factor for long-term retention. Don't wait until you are studying for a test. Integrate these advanced terms into your daily reading and writing routine. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The industry faces a challenge. The increasing data collection is creating a pervasive concern regarding personal privacy. While some argue that new technologies will inevitably exacerbate these risks, many scholars believe there are structural changes we can implement. We must delineate clear legal boundaries and adopt mechanisms to mitigate user vulnerability. This inherent tension represents a paradigm shift in governance. Question 1. Find the word in the passage that means making something worse or increasing severity. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is exacerbate. When you see a problem described as getting worse, think of exacerbate. It implies a definite worsening action. Remember to use this word when discussing negative feedback loops in systems. Question 2. Use the word delineates in your own sentence about a concept or field. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the final chapter will delineate the philosophical differences between these two schools of thought. When constructing your answer, try to make it sound like you are speaking to an academic panel. The power of delineate lies in its ability to signal organized, precise comparison. When examiners assess your speaking ability in Part 3, they are listening for structural complexity. They want evidence that you can link ideas beyond simple cause and effect statements. To achieve this, focusing on relative clauses and inversion is key. Relative clauses allow you to add dense, descriptive information about a noun without starting a new sentence. Inversion involves altering the standard word order for emphasis, which immediately elevates your register. Furthermore, combining these structures helps demonstrate fluency and mastery of advanced English grammar. Remember that complexity isn't just about using big words, it's about how you connect them logically. Think of relative clauses as mini-sentences that provide rich context for the main idea. By mastering inversion, you prove that you are comfortable manipulating sentence syntax for maximum rhetorical impact. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, which is perhaps the most crucial element I believe, is. Say it again, which is perhaps the most crucial element I believe is. This phrase allows you to organically introduce an elaboration by using a non-restrictive relative clause. It gives you a moment to pause and structure your thoughts before delivering the main argument. By practicing this, you sound analytical and highly considered. The word is, not only does this suggest improved outcomes for society, but it also. Say it again, not only does this suggest improved outcomes for society, but it also. This is an excellent example of inversion using the not only, but also structure. Remember that when you use this pattern, the helping verb must move before the subject. This technique immediately signals a high level of grammatical control. The word is, the more we consider sustainable practices, the clearer it becomes that. Say it again, the more we consider sustainable practices, the clearer it becomes that. The more structure is perfect for drawing complex conclusions in an academic setting. It shows a logical progression of thought, moving from premise to outcome. Focus on maintaining parallel grammatical structures throughout your response. The word is, an issue which demands immediate and thorough consideration involves. Say it again, an issue which demands immediate and thorough consideration involves. Using which followed by a complex verb phrase allows you to refer concisely to the previously mentioned topic. This is much more sophisticated than simply repeating the noun. It gives your speech an academic texture and flow. The word is, were we tasked with solving this problem, I would argue that. Say it again. Were we tasked with solving this problem, I would argue that. This structure, using were instead of if, is a formal way to introduce hypothetical conditions. It demonstrates your ability to discuss abstract scenarios in an academic manner. Use it when you need to speculate on future policy or change. Let's compare four pairs. It's a problem that really affects people. This is an issue which significantly impacts the populace. Clarity and precision. Notice how affects people becomes impacts the populace. Switching out common verbs for more precise academic vocabulary instantly raises your score. Furthermore, replacing simple pronouns with nominalizations adds scholarly weight to your discussion. If we did this, it would help. Were we to implement this, the outcomes would be significantly improved. Formal conditionals. The simple if is fine for conversation, but in IELTS using were we to sounds much more commanding. This formal inversion structure demonstrates advanced grammatical knowledge under pressure. It gives your argument a sense of inevitability and professionalism. It's something that always needs fixing. This is an area which consistently requires structural reform. Relative clauses for specificity. Instead of using the vague phrase, it's something, you specify the thing with a relative clause. This creates a more sophisticated link between your topic and your opinion. The goal here is always to make every word count toward clarity. We should think about it. There are several aspects that merit deeper consideration. Shifting focus. This transition shows how you can pivot the conversation without sounding lost. Instead of a simple suggestion, framing it as aspects that merit leads your listener through your thought process smoothly. This rhetorical skill is invaluable for high scores. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Comma error, non-restrictive, the technology which helps people. Use commas, the technology which helps people. Remember the difference between which and that. If the clause is extra information meaning you could remove it without changing the core, meaning you must use commas. This specific punctuation detail shows mastery of complex grammar rules. Inversion placement. Only after we examined this, the truth became visible. Auxiliary verb movement. Only after we examined this did the truth become visible. When you begin a sentence with only, you must invert your word order, placing the auxiliary verb like did or does before the subject. This is a very high-level grammatical feature that scores points when used correctly. Vague filler phrases. This topic, and it's complex, so we need to think about it. Concise restatement. Given its inherent complexity, this issue demands thorough scrutiny. Avoid filler phrases like, and it's complex. Instead, incorporate the idea into a single, dense clause. By restructuring your thoughts this way, you eliminate unnecessary speaking time and make your argument feel more authoritative. Here are 4 ways to practice. Targeted grammar drills. Don't just practice speaking. Drill converting simple sentences into complex ones. Take a list of basic statements and force yourself to integrate relative clauses. This active drilling method is far more effective than simply reading from prompts. By physically restructuring the grammar, you move the skill from your working memory into automatic, fluid speech patterns. Focus on variety in the connectors you use. Shadowing academic speech. Listen to high-level TED Talks or academic interviews and attempt to repeat complex segments immediately after the speaker. Pay attention to their structural bridges. Shadowing helps you internalize the rhythm of advanced discourse, making sophisticated structures feel natural when it's your turn to speak. Don't just focus on pronunciation, actively try to mimic the grammatical patterns they use. Self-correction recording. Record yourself answering a Part 3 question and then immediately listen back, specifically marking where you could have used an inversion or relative clause. The ability to self-critique is what separates high scorers from average ones. When reviewing your recording, don't judge the content, only focus on the structures. Mark specific spots where a complex clause would have improved flow. Bridging phrases practice. Prepare 5-6 powerful transitional phrases like moreover or to extrapolate from this and memorize how to use them naturally in conversation. These bridging phrases act as linguistic safety nets, giving you time to formulate a complex sentence while sounding fluent. They signal that your thoughts are deep and interconnected. Master these, and you will significantly improve your conversational flow. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the role of technology in modern education. You should discuss the accessibility it provides, potential negative impacts on student focus, whether physical interaction can be replaced by virtual learning. Speak for 1 to 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, ensure a balanced discussion using complex grammar when presenting both the benefits and the drawbacks of technology. Conclude with a strong, nuanced opinion that requires structural support. When answering this prompt, actively look for opportunities to use which clauses to add detail about technology, for example, describing devices that enhance learning. Furthermore, try starting at least one argument using an inverted structure like, never before have we witnessed. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to contrast ideas using complex subordination and advanced clause structures such as relative clauses and conditional inversion. By weaving together these grammatical features, you prove that your fluency is built on a solid foundation of academic English grammar. Don't just list the points. Build an argument where every sentence feels grammatically rich and purposefully structured. Simply stating your belief is only the first step. To truly convince an audience, you must build a solid argument around that initial opinion. This process requires supporting statements, facts, and concrete examples. When we move from merely expressing a feeling to justifying a view, we are engaging in critical discourse. Remember, strong communication always links what I think to why I believe it. Remember that the difference between stating an opinion and justifying it is the level of commitment you show to your argument. You aren't just sharing a personal preference, you are building a scaffolded case for why that preference should be considered valid. Think of yourself as a lawyer presenting evidence in court. Here are 5 examples. For instance, statistics show that introducing data. Using phrases like, for instance, immediately signals to the listener that you are about to back up a claim with objective information. These transition markers elevate your language from casual conversation to formal academic writing. This can be evidenced by reports indicating referencing external sources. When you use phrases that point toward external evidence like reports or studies, you are lending authority to your argument without needing to cite the source every time. It shows that your view is supported by broader research. A prime example of this is using concrete examples. After presenting a generalized point, follow up with a prime example. This technique helps the audience visualize your abstract idea. Concrete details make your argument much more memorable and persuasive. The data suggests that, which implies, interpreting evidence. It is not enough simply to present a fact. You must tell the audience what that fact means. By using phrases like which implies, you guide them through your complex thought process and demonstrate analytical depth. Consequently, it is clear that, stating the conclusion, these concluding phrases are essential for wrapping up a supporting paragraph. They don't just summarize, they force the audience to accept the final point you have constructed from your evidence. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishes credibility. It moves you from subjective feeling to objective argument. In any formal setting, credibility is currency. By providing evidence, you signal that your opinion is not based on emotion but on careful consideration. This immediately positions you as a knowledgeable and trustworthy source. Prevents dismissal. Unsupported opinions are easily dismissed or ignored. If you make a bold claim without backup, the audience's natural reaction will be skepticism. But when you follow that claim with verifiable details, you force them to engage with the quality of your evidence instead of dismissing the opinion outright. Demonstrates critical thinking. It shows the ability to synthesize multiple sources. Proficiency in justifying views is a hallmark of advanced academic discourse. It demonstrates that you can not only consume information, but also process, analyze, and structure it into a cohesive argument. The strongest arguments are not those that ignore opposition, but those that skillfully incorporate it. Acknowledging counterpoints shows sophistication and thorough understanding of the topic. Try structuring your argument by first presenting the opposing view fairly, then rebutting it with superior evidence. This strategy is often called concession and rebuttal. By conceding a point, meaning you agree that an opposition party has some truth, you gain massive trust with your audience. They feel respected, making them much more receptive to the main point you are trying to prove. Here are 4 ways to practice. Adopt the PEE structure. Point, evidence, explanation, link. When practicing, always think in terms of PEEL. State your point clearly, follow it with robust evidence, then spend equal time on the explanation. That's where you interpret meaning. And finally, link back to your main thesis. Vary your connectors. Don't overuse also or furthermore. Try alternatives like moreover, similarly, or conversely. The connectors are the glue of your argument. Using a diverse range of conjunctions and transition phrases makes your speech sound measured, sophisticated, and highly articulate. Prepare specific anecdotes. Instead of general statements, prepare one vivid personal story or real-world anecdote for each major point. Anecdotes are powerful because they tap into emotional connection. While statistics appeal to the mind, a well-placed short story makes your argument stick with people on an intuitive level. Practice timed summarizing. Take complex articles and practice summarizing their main points and give supporting evidence in under 90 seconds. This exercise forces you to be both concise and comprehensive. You must identify the core claim, its most vital piece of support, and the ultimate implicational using minimal words. When examiners listen for nuance, they aren't just checking if you agree or disagree, they are testing the sophistication of your discourse. They want to hear how smoothly you transition between ideas and how well you qualify your statements. These strategies involve using hedging language words like perhaps or might to soften absolute claims. You should also master transitional phrases that allow you to pivot gracefully, showing complexity in your thought process. Remember that sounding thoughtful is more important than being absolutely right. By employing these techniques, you signal to the examiner that your ideas are multi-layered and well-considered, which significantly boosts your score for coherence and fluency. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I see the merit in that argument, but... Say it again. I see the merit in that argument, but... This phrase is perfect because it validates the person speaking before introducing your caveat. Instead of just contradicting them, you show active listening by acknowledging their point first. It makes your disagreement feel like a collaborative refinement rather than a sharp rejection. The word is, while I concede that point, we must also consider. Say it again. While I concede that point, we must also consider. This is useful when you are strongly in disagreement but want to sound fair and balanced. Using concede elevates your vocabulary while simultaneously structuring your response into 2 clear parts, the acceptance and the counterpoint. The word is, if I could just elaborate on that aspect, why do I call? Say it again, if I could just elaborate on that aspect. Do not use this phrase simply because you want to talk more. Use it when your previous point was too general and needs a focused example or deep dive. It acts as an intellectual bridge, guiding the listener's attention precisely where you need it. The word is, it might be worth considering that. Say it again, it might be worth considering that. This is one of your most powerful hedging statements. It frames your idea as a suggestion for future thought rather than an established fact or definitive opinion. This helps maintain academic distance and sounds very measured. The word is, on balance, I believe the primary impact will be Say it again. On balance, I believe the primary impact will be. This phrase is excellent for summing up a complex discussion. It signals that you have weighed multiple viewpoints, perhaps agreeing with 2 points but identifying one as most critical overall. Use it when the speaker asks for your final take. Let's compare 4 pairs. I totally get it, but while I understand that view, however, polite disagreement? In a casual setting, totally get it is fine. But in an academic exam, you want language that maintains professional distance. The formal phrasing elevates your register and makes your objections sound more intellectually rigorous. I don't think so. I am somewhat skeptical about that premise. Expressing doubt caution. Directly saying no is jarring in a formal conversation. By using words like skeptical, you express your caution with sophisticated vocabulary, which demonstrates command over the English language. Like or maybe. Perhaps it could be argued that introducing an idea tentatively, the casual filler like should never make it into a formal speech. Replacing it with strong academic signposts like perhaps or it could be argued makes your speaker profile sound much more authoritative. That's kinda true, I guess. To a certain extent, that holds merit. Partial agreement. This comparison shows the shift from vagueness to precision. Instead of giving a vague feeling with, I guess, you use precise, high-level language, which is exactly what the examiner wants to hear. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak spoken response. I don't know, maybe it's bad. Better version. To elaborate on that point, my primary concern is the long-term financial impact. The biggest mistake here is filler language and vagueness. When you pause, do not use oohs or like. Instead, pause briefly and signal your thought process using a phrase like, if I could just elaborate on that point, to buy time smoothly. Grammar slip subject, verb agreement. The technology will help people live longer life. Better, this technology will enable people to live longer lives. Don't let minor grammatical slips derail your fluency. Focus on polishing complex structures, particularly subject-verb agreement and article usage. These small fixes show meticulous attention to detail. Topic drift. So, about environmental things, I think we should recycle more. Better, moving away from the initial topic of economics, let's return to the environment. Specifically, increased recycling rates are crucial. It is tempting to jump off topic when you feel confident. However, even if you want to discuss a related idea, you must use signposting language to guide the examiner back to the core question. Here are 4 ways to practice. Recorded self-correction. Record yourself debating a controversial topic and specifically marking where you could have used hedging language. The act of recording forces you to listen critically to your own performance. Don't just focus on the content, focus on the delivery. Where did you sound too definitive, or where were your transitions weak? Structured role play. Have a partner present 3 strong arguments and argue against them using only nuanced phrases. Role-playing provides necessary resistance. It forces you to react spontaneously, which is the true measure of speaking fluency. Make sure your partner acts as an examiner who challenges your assumptions. Shadowing complex speeches. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and repeat phrases mimicking the speaker's natural intonation for nuanced disagreement. Shadowing is fantastic because it trains your mouth muscles for specific, sophisticated patterns of speech. Pay close attention to how native speakers pause before delivering a complex counterpoint. The pivot drill. Practice starting an answer with 1 strong viewpoint and then pivoting halfway through using 3 different nuanced transition phrases. This drill builds structural agility. It helps you move from point A to a qualified view like B while acknowledging C, all within 1 continuous speech segment without sounding disconnected. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a significant change in the way people communicate today, for example, social media or remote work. In your response, you must 1. Acknowledge 1 major benefit. Express caution about its negative side effects, e.g., privacy. Offer a qualified counter-argument to current trends. Aim for 40 to 60 seconds. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure that moves from agreement to caution and finally to a balanced conclusion. Do not jump straight into criticism. Structure is key. Start positively, introduce complexity with caution, and end by synthesizing all parts. This shows comprehensive thinking and mastery over the topic. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is advanced hedging, e.g., it might be argued that and multiple discourse markers. Focus on using high-level linking words, not just but or so. Incorporate phrases like on the one hand, conversely, and while it is true that to demonstrate masterful control over complex English grammar, when we discuss future trends or possibilities, certainty is rare. We often need ways to talk about things that are not guaranteed. That's where modal verbs like might, may, and could come into play. These three words all signal a low degree of probability. They suggest something is possible, but not certain. They allow us to speculate intelligently rather than stating predictions as absolute facts. Using them adds crucial nuance to your advanced discourse. Remember that these modals are about possibility, not certainty. Unlike will, which implies high confidence or a strong plan, using might, may, or could immediately signals to the listener that you are presenting an educated guess. This is key for academic debate and nuanced discussions. Here are 5 examples. Artificial intelligence might change the job market dramatically over the next decade. Possibility uncertainty. Notice how might softens the statement. It suggests this is a major potential shift, but it isn't inevitable. This structure is much more sophisticated than simply saying AI will change jobs. Economists suggest that carbon taxes may become mandatory in key markets. Suggestion, potential, likelihood. Here, the use of may suggests a strong possibility often backed by expert opinion. It indicates that while it hasn't happened yet, there is significant institutional momentum toward this change. Renewable energy sources could offset fossil fuel dependency faster than anticipated. Capability, potential, outcome. Using could here focuses on the inherent capability or capacity of renewable sources. It suggests that the technology has the powers to achieve this, making it a very strong option for analysis. The developing world might adopt entirely decentralized financial systems soon. Hypothetical scenario. This example uses the modals to paint a picture of a hypothetical future state. It encourages listeners to think critically about alternative outcomes. Global supply chains may face disruptions due to unpredictable political instability. Warning, cautionary prediction. When used in a cautionary context like this, the modals serve as a warning flag. You are alerting your audience that they should consider this risk factor. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Might, general possibility. This is often the most neutral and common option for expressing a general low chance. When you use might, you are simply presenting one of several possible scenarios. It's your go-to choice when you lack specific information but want to sound thoughtful. May, formal possibility, permission. While it means possibility, it often carries a slightly more formal or suggested tone. In academic speaking, mays can sometimes sound marginally stronger than might, but use caution. If you are debating policy, using may suggests that the possibility is tied to official discussion or suggestion. Could, potential capacity, alternative. This modal emphasizes ability, potential outcome, or an alternative path. Think of could as having a wider scope. It doesn't just suggest possibility, it suggests that the means to achieve something exist. This is excellent for discussing technological breakthroughs. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the economy might recover next year. Say, the economy might recover next year. Never stack 2 modal verbs together, such as will might. Modals are already auxiliary verbs and they cannot be combined this way. You must choose one single modal to convey the degree of uncertainty. Don't say, if we invest early, we will, could save a lot of money. Say, if we invest early, we could save a lot of money. This error involves combining will and could, which is grammatically redundant. When the conditional clause uses if, you usually want to keep the main result using only one modal, like could. Don't say, the data suggests that pollution might be a problem. Say, the data suggests that pollution is a growing problem. Be careful not to overuse modals when you are presenting established facts. If the evidence is strongly presented, it may be better to simply state it as a fact rather than hedging with might. Here are 4 ways to practice. Link to evidence. Use phrases like, given that X, it might. Always ground your speculation in preceding facts or data points. The strongest predictions are those that connect directly back to evidence. Instead of floating a guess, frame it by citing the source material first. This makes your language sound authoritative and well-researched. Use "it is likely that" for stronger suggestions. When you need to elevate the certainty level slightly above mere speculation, use this phrasing instead of just a modal. If your evidence is strong enough, don't settle for might. Phrases like, it is highly probable that, or all signs point towards allow you to maintain sophisticated language while increasing perceived certainty. Employ conjunctions. Introduce speculation with although. Using concessive conjunctions adds complexity and shows your ability to consider counter-arguments. A high-level speaker doesn't just predict, they anticipate obstacles. Starting a sentence with, although X is true, Y might still happen, demonstrates comprehensive critical thinking. Vary your modals, don't rely on one word. Mix might, may, and could throughout your discussion to keep the tone natural and varied. Variety is key to sounding like a native speaker. By intentionally rotating between might, may, and could, you demonstrate mastery over subtle shades of meaning, which is what assessors are really listening for. When engaging in a high-level discussion, it is crucial to show that you are considering the full scope of an issue. This means moving beyond simply stating your own perspective and instead acknowledging other potential viewpoints. Starting by framing the debate shows critical thinking depth. Instead of arguing one side or the other immediately, begin by presenting the spectrum of ideas available. This technique signals to your listener or examiner that you are a thoughtful participant who weighs multiple sides before concluding. Remember that listing differing views is not the same as agreeing with them. The goal here is purely academic. It demonstrates intellectual fairness and rhetorical balance. By structuring your answer this way, you elevate your discourse from simple opinion sharing to comprehensive analysis. Here are 5 examples. While some argue that technology is purely beneficial, others believe it creates social isolation. Concession contrast starter. Notice how the word while instantly sets up a contrast. This structure allows you to concede an opposing point before pivoting back to your own analysis. It's a smooth way to acknowledge complexity without losing momentum. On one hand, the economic benefits are clear. On the other, sustainability concerns remain paramount. Balanced comparison. On one hand, on the other structure is incredibly versatile for multifaceted arguments. It provides immediate symmetry to your language and helps you keep your points organized across different domains. It can be argued that this policy will solve X problem, although critics point out its long-term financial risks. On acknowledging counter-arguments. This phrasing is excellent for embedding a counter-argument smoothly within your own thesis. It shows you are aware of the limitations inherent in any proposed solution. Admittedly, there are valid points regarding cost, but we must also consider the human impact. Partial agreement, pivot. The word admittedly is your friend here. It signals partial agreement. You aren't dismissing the other side entirely, but you are redirecting focus to a more important factor. Though many people view it as inevitable, this trend could be mitigated with careful regulation. Challenging assumptions. This structure is perfect for challenging a widely held but potentially inaccurate assumption. You are using, though, to introduce a counter-narrative that you intend to disprove or refine. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Academic sophistication. moving beyond simple statements to complex discourse. Adopting this strategy immediately raises the perceived complexity of your language use. It proves you can handle intricate, multi-layered topics, which is what examiners are looking for. Establishing credibility, showing that you have researched and considered all angles. By treating the topic like a debate with multiple sides, you position yourself as an objective analyst rather than just an emotional participant. This objectivity is highly valued in academic settings. Synthesizing complex ideas, connecting contrasting ideas into a cohesive conclusion. The ultimate goal isn't merely listing viewpoints, it's synthesizing them. You must show how the different perspectives interact, leading to a more robust and nuanced final position. Let's explore the topic of discussion strategies, comparing perspectives, and considering multiple viewpoints. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding discussion strategies, comparing perspectives, and considering multiple viewpoints deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The preemptive disclaimer. Start your answer by saying something like, "While this topic is complex," or "There are many angles to view this." Don't wait for the examiner to prompt you. Opening with a statement acknowledging complexity shows that you have already thought deeply about the task before you even begin speaking. The concluding synthesis. End by proposing a balanced solution or synthesis, rather than just restating your own view. Your conclusion should be the highest level of thought. Don't simply summarize, synthesize. Show how viewpoint A and viewpoint B can actually work together to create a unique path forward. Structured comparison mapping. Before speaking, mentally map out 3 areas: point 1, agree, point 2, contrast, and synthesis solution. This mental framework ensures you hit all required argumentative beats. Always plan for the compromise point to make your argument feel complete and scholarly. Integrating previous skills. Combine these strategies with careful use of academic vocabulary and conditional structures. Remember that this skill works best when combined with other techniques we've discussed. Use your knowledge of expressing opinions within the framework of comparing multiple views for maximum impact. Structuring an argument is more than just giving your opinion. It's about building a cohesive case that supports your thesis. For IELTS Task 2, this means moving beyond simple agreement or disagreement to developing nuanced support for your viewpoint. A robust structure typically follows the point, explanation, example, and link formatter peel. This ensures every paragraph advances the overall argument logically and academically. Focusing on structure proves that you can think analytically under timed conditions. Remember that a well-structured essay with moderate vocabulary will score higher than an essay full of complex words but lacking logical flow. Always use signal phrases to guide your reader through your thought process. Here are 4 examples. While it is true that modern connectivity offers convenience, the constant barrage of digital notifications fundamentally erodes deep focus and attention spans. Academic studies have shown a direct correlation between excessive screen time and reduced capacity for sustained concentration. Effective use of concession, while it is true, followed by a clear, evidence-backed rebuttal. Notice how the writer acknowledges an opposing view first, which immediately boosts credibility. Never ignore one side of an argument just because you disagree. Instead, incorporate that opposition into your thesis statement. Furthermore, investment in public transit systems drastically improves urban sustainability metrics. By offering viable alternatives to private vehicles, cities can mitigate carbon emissions and alleviate severe traffic congestion. Using strong transitional phrases, furthermore, and focusing on measurable outcomes, metrics. Strong academic writing constantly connects cause and effect. When you discuss a solution, always explain the mechanism. How does it achieve its goal? This depth elevates your analysis. The primary responsibility for mitigating climate change must therefore fall upon industrialized nations. Given their historical contributions to atmospheric carbon levels, Developed economies have the financial capacity and technological infrastructure necessary to lead this transition. Clear identification of primary responsibility followed by justification based on history or capacity. When determining who is responsible for a large-scale issue, always narrow down the blame or solution space. Using terms like historical contributions shows advanced critical thinking. Consequently, policymakers should prioritize educational curricula that foster critical digital literacy alongside traditional subjects. Equipping students to evaluate online sources is paramount in today's information-saturated environment. Strong concluding thought for a body paragraph linking the general problem back to a specific policy solution. This final sentence acts as a link back to the essay's main premise. It doesn't just end the paragraph, it directs the reader to what should happen next or what is most important. Let's compare 4 pairs. Technology requires regulation because people misuse it and sometimes it is bad for them. To prevent societal detriment, the rapid integration of technology necessitates robust regulatory oversight to manage data privacy and ethical usage. Shifting from vague claims, bad for them, to precise academic terminology, data privacy. The key difference here is specificity. Vague generalizations like bad are unconvincing. Instead, name the specific risk, be it data privacy or algorithmic bias. Learning outdoors is good because kids get fresh air and they play more. Incorporating outdoor learning environments provides invaluable benefits. Enhancing physical health while simultaneously fostering creative problem-solving skills that cannot be replicated indoors. Combining multiple separate ideas, playing into one cohesive academic benefit, physical cognitive development. Strong arguments rarely focus on just one point. They synthesize several related benefits to create a powerful, multifaceted claim. Governments must spend money on green energy because the planet is getting hot and we need clean power. To combat accelerating climate change, governmental investment in renewable energy sources like solar and wind power represents an essential economic and ecological imperative. Upgrading simple verbs, getting hot into sophisticated academic concepts, accelerating climate change, ecological imperative. Notice how the tone shifts from a plea to a declarative, authoritative statement. Academic writing treats its topic as a major issue requiring professional analysis. People should use public transport because it is better than driving. Prioritizing investment in robust public transportation networks offers multiple advantages over private vehicle reliance, notably reducing carbon emissions and optimizing urban traffic flow for all citizens. Moving beyond the simple comparison, better to list specific, measurable benefits, emissions, flow. A Band 7 response doesn't just say it is better, it explains how it is better by listing quantifiable or theoretically demonstrable advantages. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, vague transition. Also, many people think that money is the main solution to poverty because rich countries are successful. Strong, advanced concession transition. Furthermore, while economic development is often cited as a primary solution to global poverty, this viewpoint overlooks critical systemic issues related to equitable resource distribution. The mistake here was using also, which is too simplistic for an academic essay. Stronger transitions signal complex relationships like concession or causality, immediately setting a high tone. Weak, casual tone-it grammar. It's really important that schools teach skills like coding because jobs are changing fast. Strong, formal register precision given the rapid pace of technological evolution in the global job market. It is imperative that educational institutions integrate specialized skills such as coding into their core curricula. Academic writing demands a formal register. We eliminate contractions, replace informal phrases like fast, and use precise verbs to maintain an objective distance from the topic. Weak, understated conclusion. This shows that global warming is bad for farming because of rain patterns. Strong, impactful high-level vocabulary. The observed shifts in regional precipitation patterns provide compelling evidence that climate change severely compromises agricultural sustainability, thereby threatening food security worldwide. Don't just state a problem, analyze its profound impact. By connecting rain patterns to compromises agricultural sustainability, you demonstrate mastery of cause and effect reasoning. Here are 4 ways to practice. The hypothesis statement, thesis. Before writing a single sentence, draft 3 potential arguments that counter or support the prompt. This ensures depth and resilience in your structuring. Thinking of multiple hypotheses is crucial for developing nuance. It allows you to write an essay that isn't just one-sided, but effectively navigates complexity. Topic sentence mapping. For each body paragraph, draft only the topic sentence and 2 supporting keywords. Do not write the whole paragraph. This maintains momentum and focus during timed writing. This strategy keeps your arguments tight and prevents you from drifting off topic because of boredom or time pressure. The goal is structural completeness, not exhaustive detail. The counter-argument sandwich. When addressing an opposing view, structure the paragraph as concession, acknowledge, or knowledge refutation challenge, reiteration, state your dominant point. This is an advanced technique that immediately elevates your score because it proves you can see both sides of a complex issue. It signals maturity in thought. The structural outline test. After completing the draft, read only your topic sentences and transition words. If they flow logically, your essay structure is sound. This final review step helps you bypass word count anxiety. By confirming the structural integrity first, you can then focus on polishing vocabulary and grammar with confidence. Listening for key concepts isn't about catching every single word. It requires you to listen with a specific purpose in mind, to understand the core message. Think of yourself as an information filter, letting the minor details pass while immediately flagging the main points. Successful listeners identify the speaker's central thesis and supporting arguments. This skill moves beyond mere comprehension. It is about synthesis. When you hear a passage, don't get bogged down in vocabulary gaps or specific grammar structures. Instead, try to answer this question for yourself. What was the single most important takeaway from what they just said? Focusing on that core idea will dramatically improve your ability to grasp the main concept. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good morning. Today, we are discussing effective public speaking in professional settings. Many people feel anxious when they have to present ideas in front of colleagues or clients. The key, I've found, is preparation but not just reading notes. You need to structure your message around 3 core pillars: a compelling hook, clear evidence, and a strong call to action. Remember, the audience retention drops sharply if you wander off topic. Therefore, it's vital to anticipate potential questions and prepare brief answers for them beforehand. Furthermore, pacing is crucial. Don't rush through your most important points. Take deliberate pauses to let key ideas sink in. When you manage these elements, structure, evidence, and timing, you transition from simply speaking to truly conveying expertise. This shifts the focus from your nervousness to the value of your message. Question 1. What are the 3 core pillars for structuring a professional presentation? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a compelling hook, clear evidence, and a strong call to action. This question tests if you can identify listed information. When listening, always listen for enumerations phrases like 3 points or firstly, secondly. These signals tell your brain exactly what key concepts the speaker is building upon. Question 2. According to the speaker, why is pacing important? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to take deliberate pauses and allow key ideas time to sink in. This requires understanding implication rather than direct recall. The speaker stated that pausing helps the audience process information. This signals that impacts or retention was the core idea being conveyed. Question 3. What does the speaker advise doing besides just reading notes? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is anticipating potential questions and preparing brief answers for them. This question focuses on actionable advice. By recognizing that preparation involves anticipating problems, you are actively listening for strategic tips rather than just descriptive facts. Here are 5 examples. Core pillars. The foundational or most important supporting ideas. When a speaker uses pillars or cornerstones, they are signaling that you should treat these concepts as foundational. They are the non-negotiable main points of the entire discussion. Audience retention drops sharply. The listener's focus or memory fades quickly. Notice this idiomatic phrasing. Drops sharply is a strong way to say the attention declines rapidly. Understanding these natural collocations helps you grasp the tone and the severity of the problem being described. Compelling hook. An engaging opening designed to capture immediate interest. A hook is a classic rhetorical device. If you hear this phrase, understand that the speaker believes the beginning of their talk needs to be dramatic or highly interesting to keep your attention immediately. Conveying expertise. Successfully showing or communicating deep knowledge. This phrase is about skill mastery. It suggests that the goal of speaking isn't just to talk, but to demonstrate competence and authority on a subject. To liberate pauses. Intentional moments of silence used for emphasis or breath. These are not just rests, they are strategic tools. A speaker using deliberate pauses is telling you, the listener, to pay extra attention because something important is coming next. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The student must first blank their goals to ensure alignment with the course curriculum. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is align. Remember that alignment means bringing things into agreement. In an academic context, this suggests checking if your personal aims match what is actually taught. She diligently blanked the research materials to find supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is scanned. The verb scan here means quickly reviewing a lot of information. This highlights that effective learning involves rapid searching and filtering, not just slow reading. They decided to blank the presentation structure for better flow. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is restructure. If you hear restructure, think of physical building blocks being rearranged. It implies taking apart an existing framework and rebuilding it logically. The feedback advised her to blank more primary sources in her paper. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is incorporate. Incorporate means integrating something new into a larger whole. This is often used when discussing how to weave evidence seamlessly into your own writing or speech. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening techniques. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Mentally summarize what the speaker has said every few sentences. This is the most powerful shift you can make. Instead of passively receiving words, treat listening like puzzle solving by constantly summarizing and checking your understanding against the main idea. Dictogloss practice. Listen to a short passage and write down key phrases, then reconstruct the original meaning. Unlike standard dictation where you capture every word, dictogloss forces you to focus on grammar and core vocabulary. You are reconstructing meaning, which mimics real-life listening. Shadowing. Immediately repeat what a native speaker says after them, mimicking intonation and pace. While shadowing helps pronunciation, it also forces your brain to process the language at high speed. This rapid processing is excellent training for identifying key concepts instantly. Pre-listening prediction. Before listening, read the topic and formulate 2 to 3 questions you expect the speaker to address. Setting expectations gives your brain a mental framework. When you know what information you are looking for, say, causes or solutions, you filter out noise and zero in on the relevant material. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Effective communication always depends heavily on context. We often assume that if we speak clearly, others will understand us perfectly. However, tone, body language, and the shared background knowledge are equally critical components. For instance, explaining complex financial terms to a child requires a vastly different approach than presenting them to a peer economist. If you neglect adjusting your message based on who is listening, even the most accurate data can be misinterpreted or simply ignored. Always pause and assess your audience's existing knowledge base before launching into your main points. This careful adjustment ensures that your powerful core ideas land with maximum impact. Question 1. What does the passage suggest is equally critical to clear speaking? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is tone, body language, and shared background knowledge. This question tests whether you understand that communication is multi-layered. The speaker emphasizes these non-verbal elements because they often carry more weight than just the spoken words themselves. Question 2. What is the main takeaway regarding tailoring a message? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must adjust your method based on the audience's existing knowledge base. The key concept here is adaptation. The speaker provides the example of financial terms for a child versus an economist to illustrate that adaptation is necessary for maximum. When you need to summarize information quickly and speak about it, you cannot afford to read every single word. This process requires 3 coordinated skills: skimming, scanning, and synthesizing. Skimming means reading rapidly to grasp the main idea or the general gist of a text without focusing on details. Scanning is when your eyes move over the material, specifically looking for isolated pieces of information like names, dates, or statistics. The final step, summarizing, is taking all those quick insights and weaving them into a coherent narrative that sounds natural when spoken. Think of these skills as setting up a rapid-fire research process. You use skimming to establish the overall context, which helps you prioritize what details are important enough to even look for. Scanning is your tactical tool for finding proof points, and summarizing is your creative ability to package those findings into fluent spoken English. Here are 4 examples. The primary shift in consumer behavior began after the introduction of mobile internet access. Skimming identifies the core topic sentence, main trend. By reading this first sentence quickly, you immediately grasp the central argument. You don't need to read the surrounding paragraphs. That single line tells you what the entire section is about. A 2008 study published in Nature reported a 12% increase globally. Scanning locates specific numerical data and dates. Here, your eyes are trained to hunt for markers like numbers, years, or percentages. This allows you to pull out crucial evidence points without being distracted by the surrounding descriptive language. Experts suggest that infrastructure development must prioritize sustainable materials. Skimming synthesizing captures the author's overall recommendation or conclusion. The concluding sentences often contain the most important takeaway. When skimming toward the end, look for modal verbs like must, should, or suggest. These signal the main actionable advice. These trends suggest a necessary shift towards decentralized energy grids. Synthesizing, combining multiple points into one summary concept. This final sentence doesn't give new facts. It combines the ideas from the previous 3: the behavioral change, the data increase, and the need for sustainability into a single. Powerful conclusion for your speech. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a newspaper article, informal. Reviewing an academic journal, abstract, formal. Focus, goal difference. Newspapers are designed for rapid consumption, so you skim for immediate impact and headlines. Abstracts, however, are highly condensed summaries themselves. You must scan very precisely to extract the methodology or the core hypothesis. Skimming, just reading. Detailed reading, close reading. Depth of understanding. If your goal is just a general overview for speaking, skimming is fast and sufficient. But if you need to challenge the author's premises or understand complex nuance, only close reading will give you that deep level of understanding. Identifying key concepts, skimming. Finding specific data points, scanning. The information type. Key concepts are broad ideas like global warming or economic volatility. Data points are concrete facts like 2050, 3 million, or 78% efficiency. Always check if the question requires a general idea versus a specific number. Summarizing for speech, fluency. Writing an essay summary, structure. Output, medium. When speaking, your summary must flow smoothly. Use transition words like furthermores and consequently. When writing, you need strong topic sentences and clear paragraph breaks to meet structural requirements. Complete this summary of renewable energy trends using words from the passage. While fossil fuels have historically dominated power generation, there is a growing global shift towards the forces. Answer: sustainable. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is sustainable. Notice how we changed renewable to sustainable. This forces you to paraphrase and capture the concept rather than just copying single words, which significantly improves your spoken fluency. The primary barrier remains the initial high cost of installation for technologies like emissive geothermal. Answer: geothermal. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is geothermal. This blank required targeted scanning. You were looking for a specific example that the original text listed, testing your ability to pinpoint detail under pressure. However, advancements in battery storage are rapidly improving efficiency and reducing overall BR. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is barriers. The word reducing suggests a problem that was previously large. By understanding the function of the word, you correctly identified the abstract concept, the barrier itself, rather than just looking for a synonym. Ultimately, experts predict that solar and wind will become the most contiguous sources by the end of the century. Answer: viable. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is viable. Lastly, focus on tone. The word viable suggests not just that they will work, but that they will be practical and economically sound, a critical layer of meaning to include in a strong summary. Here are 4 ways to practice. Are you reading skim? Look at subheadings and bolded text first. Before you even start reading, spend 30 seconds surveying the material. This builds a mental framework, allowing your brain to process incoming information against an already established topic map. Chunking information. Group related ideas into mini points. Instead of trying to memorize paragraphs, mentally group the facts. For example, cause 1, solution A, and result B. This organizational structure makes recalling information much easier when speaking. Paraphrasing practice. Never use direct quotes in your summary. When we speak, direct copying sounds robotic. Always rephrase the idea using different sentence structures and synonyms. This proves deeper comprehension and enhances your natural speaking rhythm. Time management. Allocate time for each step. Read 30%, note 40%, summarize, speak, prep 30%. Treat this like a timed exam. Don't spend too much time on any one section. A good summary relies more on efficient note-taking and structuring the talk than on perfect recall. In the speaking exam, examiners aren't just looking for correct grammar or unique vocabulary. They are specifically evaluating your ability to sustain a coherent and developed discussion even when prompted by simple questions. When answering a Part 1 question about something straightforward like your favorite type of weather, you must demonstrate that you can pivot from a personal anecdote into a wider social or systemic discussion. This skill is all about integration, taking a small topic and using it as a springboard to discuss related, more abstract themes. This shows fluency and intellectual depth beyond simple conversational reply structures. Think of your initial Part 1 answers not as endpoints, but as stepping stones. If you're asked about reading books, don't just talk about the book itself. Expand into discussing literacy rates, cultural habits, or the impact of technology on publishing. This immediate pivot is what impresses the examiner. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is to draw a parallel with that. Say it again, to draw a parallel with that. Use this phrase when you want your personal experience to represent something larger. Instead of just saying, my hometown is small, try to draw a parallel with that. Many rural communities globally face similar challenges regarding infrastructure. It immediately elevates the discussion. The word is. This ties into the wider concept of. Say it again. This ties into the wider concept of. When you feel your answer is getting too anecdotal, use this phrase. It signals that you are moving from personal feeling to general academic observation. You can link personal habits like exercising to broader public health policy or governmental spending. The word is, on a macro level, we must consider. Say it again. On a macro level, we must consider. This is your go-to phrase for any moment you need to signal that the conversation needs to become less personal and more academic. It forces yourself to think about societal systems, economics, or climate change in relation to the prompt. The word is, consequently, it raises questions about. Be. Say it again. Consequently, it raises questions about. Don't just state a problem, predict its impact. By using consequently, you are showing analytical chaining. You identify A, then the logic dictates B. This is much stronger than simply stating 2 facts back to back. The word is, if we consider this trend generally. Say it again. If we consider this trend generally. This phrase helps you move smoothly from the very specific details of your life to universal observations. For instance, if they ask about your car, don't just describe it, generalize by saying how this trend in personal vehicle ownership reflects broader economic shifts. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's just like that. This exemplifies a larger global trend regarding moving from simple description to analysis. Notice how the casual phrase is immediately limited. By replacing it with academic linking language, you signal that your response isn't just an observation, it's part of an analytical discussion which greatly boosts cohesion. I think I like it because my preference stems from the fact that it aligns with structuring justification formally. This comparison shows a shift in grammatical complexity. Moving to stems from and aligns with adds sophistication, giving your opinion weight by suggesting deeper reasoning rather than simple feeling. It's a big deal for sure. Consequently, this has significant implications concerning upgrading intensity and scope. Informal English often uses strong intensifiers. However, academic language replaces these with precise connectors like consequently's or implications, which are far more powerful for building a structured argument. You know, people do that. It appears that certain demographics tend to engage in this pattern, suggesting generalizing from observed behavior. When you generalize, don't just say people. Use demographic phrasing to sound objective. This moves your speech away from mere personal commentary and toward a sociological discussion. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Lack of cohesion. I like coffee. It's good for me. Also, I go to the cafe every day. Improved flow and linking devices. Coffee is beneficial. Furthermore, my routine includes visiting a local cafe regularly because the first example uses simple conjunctions like also. The correction elevates this by using sophisticated linking adverbs, which show the examiner that your thoughts are logically connected in a structured way. Topic shift choppy transitions. When I was little, I liked space, and now I work with computers. Smooth contrastive transition. While my childhood interests leaned toward astronomy, my professional focus has since shifted to computational fields because avoid abrupt topic changes signaled by simple and. Use contrastive conjunctions or phrases like while to acknowledge the past point but pivot logically into the new, more complex area. Vagueness and overgeneralization. It's important for society. We need good education. It helps people precision with impact statements. Education is fundamental to societal progress. Consequently, it empowers individuals by developing critical skills necessary for self-sufficiency. Simply stating something is good or helps peoples is weak. The correction uses strong active verbs and specific nouns like empowers, critical skills, and self-sufficiency to give your argument undeniable force. Here are 4 ways to practice. The why, how, impact method. For any simple answer, force yourself to structure your response using these 3 elements. Why is it important? How does it work in practice? What is the broader impact? This method forces you out of descriptive language and into analytical discourse. If asked about transportation, don't just list modes, discuss why they're essential, social inclusion, how they operate, infrastructure, and their impact, emissions or economic growth. The expand, connect, conclude, drill. Practice taking a simple sentence, expanding it with detail, connecting it to a related topic, and then summarizing your main argument. This is excellent for mimicking the flow of advanced discussion. It builds rhetorical muscle memory, ensuring you don't just answer questions but deliver mini speeches that sound highly cohesive. The impromptu bridge exercise. When given 2 unrelated words, e.g. gardening and AIs, speak for 2 minutes, finding 3 ways they connect conceptually. This highly demanding exercise trains your ability to make abstract connections under pressure. You move beyond literal meanings and start thinking about underlying systems or principles that link seemingly disparate ideas. Model mimicry, shadowing. Listen to high-level academic talks, podcasts, or TED Talks. Don't just repeat the words, mimic the speaker's linking phrases and rhetorical rhythm. Focus on how native speakers transition between points of view. Pay special attention to their use of hedging language and transitional signposts. These are the key ingredients for sounding highly articulate. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card topic. Discuss the importance of hobbies. Already 60 words. You should speak for 2 minutes. Why are personal activities important in a modern, busy life? How do these hobbies connect to our mental or physical well-being? S. Suggest 1 way society could better support people's leisure time. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, do not simply list hobbies. You must use each bullet point as a scaffold to build an argument about human necessity, thereby connecting personal interest to public policy and societal health. The goal here is to move from "I like hiking" to "hiking provides crucial physical activity that combats the sedentary lifestyle resulting from modern urbanization." This transformation of scope is what earns you high marks. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must consistently use expansive, linking phrases like those in the drill and employ sophisticated grammatical structures to maintain flow when shifting perspectives. Specifically focus on using causal link swords like consequently, due to, or as a result of, to show that your discussion is not just descriptive but highly analytical. When examiners listen for advanced discourse skills, they aren't just checking if you have an opinion, they are assessing your ability to weigh multiple viewpoints. This means structuring a nuanced argument that acknowledges complexity. You must demonstrate that you can see the merits of opposing sides before stating your own conclusion. The key is not just disagreeing, but conceding a point while maintaining your overall thesis. These connecting phrases act as signposts for the listener, showing them exactly where you are pivoting or shifting your focus within a complex discussion. Remember that these advanced connectors signal intellectual maturity in your speech. Instead of just listing pros and cons, try to create a narrative flow like guiding the listener through a decision process. This structural complexity is what elevates your score beyond simple fluency. Let's go through 5 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, it is true that. Say it again. On the one hand, it is true that. Using this phrase immediately shows you are considering the counter-argument seriously. Don't just state the fact, elaborate briefly on why it is true before pivoting to your main idea. The word is, having said that, we must also consider. Say it again, having said that, we must also consider. This phrase is perfect for making a strategic pivot. It signals to the listener, I just mentioned X, but I want us to shift our attention to Y. This structure adds significant rhetorical weight. The word is, nevertheless, my primary concern remains. Say it again, nevertheless, my primary concern remains. When you use nevertheless, you are making a strong claim that overrides previous points. Use this when the opposing side's argument is valid, but ultimately insufficient to change your core view. The word is, to temper this view, let me suggest. Say it again, to temper this view, let me suggest. This is a highly academic way of saying, but be careful. It shows that you are not just arguing hard, but that you are critically thinking about the implications of your own argument. Word is, all things considered, I believe. Say it again, all things considered, I believe. This is a powerful closing phrase. It tells the listener that you have successfully weighed all sides and are now offering your final, reasoned judgment. Never end an answer without synthesizing the points. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's true, but while it is undeniable that signaling concession gently. The shift from it's true to while it is undeniable adds immediate gravitas. The more academic structure forces you to slow down and think about the exact meaning of your words. But then, however, we must also factor in introducing a new consideration. The phrase "but then" is extremely common in speech, but sounds too conversational for high-stakes exams. Using formal conjunctions like however makes your argument sound more deliberate and measured. Yes, maybe. It might be argued that expressing caution possibility. When you use language that sounds too hesitant, like I guess, it undermines your authority. Replacing it with formal phrasing shows sophisticated rhetorical control. So basically, what I mean is, in essence, the crux of the matter is clarifying a complex point. If you use so to start a sentence in an academic context, it often sounds like filler. Using more formal adverbs and nouns elevates your clarity while maintaining a highly educated tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak signposting, it's a good point, so I think maybe that means strong transition, that is a valid consideration, nevertheless, my primary concern remains. The biggest mistake when using these phrases is weak signposting. You must clearly tell the examiner what function your phrase serves. Are you conceding? Are you arguing against it? Be explicit with your structure. Topic drift darts. Lack of specificity. On the one hand, good things happen, having said that we need to be careful. Focused contrast. On the one hand, economic growth is promising. Having said that, we must also consider the environmental cost. When you use a complex connector like having said that, do not just trail off. The second half of your thought must be specific and substantive, directly contrasting the first part. Basic conjunction use. I agree with X, but also I think Y. Sophisticated contrast clause. While I fully acknowledge point X, I would argue that Y presents a more compelling case because relying only on buts is too basic for high scores. By embedding the contrast within a complex subordinate clause, you demonstrate mastery over grammar and discourse structure simultaneously. Here are 4 ways to practice. Structured debate simulation. Find a partner and debate complex topics using only the phrases we learned. Force yourself to pivot back and forth. When doing this, don't worry about being right or wrong. Focus entirely on demonstrating the structure. Count how many times you successfully use having said that in one 5-minute session. Timed counter-argument drill. Read a simple statement, e.g., online learning is better than face-to-face. You must respond with at least 3 different structural connectors. This exercise builds fluency under pressure, which is crucial for the exam environment. Always aim to use one concession phrase followed by one contrast phrase and ending with a conclusion. Shadowing. Watch TED Talks or academic interviews. Pause frequently and repeat phrases, paying particular attention to intonation shifts at the pivot points. Pronunciation matters just as much as vocabulary. When you transition using nevertheless, your tone should subtly shift. It needs a slight lift or pause that signals importance. Viewpoint synthesis summary. Listen to two opposing speakers on the same topic, then summarize both sides and give your view in one continuous structured response. This is the ultimate test of coherence. You are forcing yourself to juggle multiple ideas while maintaining a formal, academic tone throughout the entire summary. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card. Discuss whether governments should spend more money on space exploration or focus those resources solely on solving immediate global problems like poverty and hunger. 40-60 words. Advantages of space exploration, urgent need for global aid, conclusion synthesis. Time limit 3 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced structure that treats both sides with equal academic weight before providing a synthesized conclusion. Do not take a side too early. You must demonstrate balance first by using phrases like "on the one hand" and "having said that." This signals sophisticated critical thinking to the examiner. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a high range of discourse markers, e.g., nevertheless, all things considered, used accurately to manage your argument flow. When planning your response, highlight specific spots where you will intentionally place a complex connector. This helps you mentally rehearse the rhythm and transition points for maximum impact. Today, we are reviewing two critical aspects of high-level English writing: maintaining parallelism and ensuring consistent agreement across clauses. Parallelism means that when you list items or compare ideas, the grammatical structure for every element must match perfectly. For example, if you start with a gerund form like running, all subsequent items should also use running. Furthermore, when switching between different tenses or connecting independent clauses, pay close attention to your subject-verb agreement within each clause. The primary rule is that the tense and structure established early in the sentence must be logically maintained throughout. Think of these rules as architectural guidelines for your sentences. If one piece doesn't fit the structural blueprint, the entire meaning can become unstable or confusing to the reader. Parallelism isn't just about matching ing forms, it's about matching concepts. Nouns must list nouns, verbs must list verbs. Here are 5 examples. She enjoys hiking, reading historical novels, and painting vibrant landscapes. Parallel structure, gerunds. The key takeaway here is the matching form. Since we began with the gerund hiking, we must continue using reading and painting. Mixing a verb like to read or a noun would break the flow and weaken the sentence. The team was praised for its dedication, creativity, and collaborative spirit. Parallel structure, nouns. Notice that all 3 items dedication, creativity, and spirit are abstract nouns. This structural consistency makes the list feel balanced and authoritative. If we had changed creativities to be creative, the sentence would sound awkward. If I were rich enough, I would travel, purchase a large library, and learn 3 new languages. Consistent conditional tense, would plus base verb. We have established the structure of the second conditional here. Because the initial condition sets up a hypothetical situation using would, all resulting actions must maintain that consistent pattern with base verbs. This maintains the logical flow across the clause. Before she moved to London, she worked as an intern, taught basic English, and managed social media accounts. Parallel structure, past tense verbs. This sentence requires the simple past tense because we are listing completed actions in a specific time frame before the move. All 3 verbs worked, taught, managed must stay consistently in the past tense to maintain structural agreement. The report indicated that sales were declining, Profits were dropping and consumer confidence was falling. Tense consistency, past continuous. We are describing a continuous state of affairs in the past. By using the was plus ing structure for all three elements, we create a strong sense of simultaneous action or conditionality across the entire list. Let's compare 4 pairs. Error, listing noun phrases, e.g., writing, to write. Correct, listing only gerunds, writing, reading, singing. Parallelism in lists. The biggest trap here is mixing forms. If the first item starts with a gerund, it sets the pattern for everything that follows. Remember that lists must be structurally uniform to be grammatically sound. Error, mixing tenses, e.g., when I arrived, he leaves. Correct, maintaining sequence, when I arrived, he left. Tense consistency in narrative time. A narrative usually requires the simple past tense for sequential events. If you jump back to present tense, it confuses the reader about whether the action is habitual or completed in the past. Error, subject, verb agreement with either. Correct, proximity rule, neither dogs nor a cat is friendly. Agreement focus, closer to the verb. When using correlative conjunctions like neither nor, the verb must agree with the noun closest to it. This proximity rule often trips up even advanced learners, so always check the subject near the predicate. Error, faulty parallel structure, she enjoys swimming, playing guitar, and to sing. Correct, uniform gerunds, she enjoys swimming, playing guitar, and singing. Consistency in verbs of enjoyment. The verb enjoys dictates the pattern. Since swimming and playing are gerunds, the third item must also be a gerund form like singing. The infinitive to sing is incorrect here. Fill in the blank with the correct form. The committee members, along with the chairman, ready for the vote yesterday. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is were. Remember that phrases beginning with along with are parenthetical and do not change the subject. Our true subject is committee members, which is plural, requiring the plural verb were. This keeps our agreement correct. By the time we reach the theater, the performance already started. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. This requires the past perfect tense. We are describing an action that was completed before another past action reaching the theater. Using had establishes this clear timeline difference. Our plan involves networking, analyzing data, and new markets. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is entering. This is a parallelism check within a list following the verb involves. Since networking and analyzing are gerunds, we must finish the list with another matching gerund form to maintain structural balance. Neither the students nor the professor organizing this event. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is. We are back to the proximity rule. Since professor is singular and is closest to the blank, the verb must agree with that singular noun, making is the correct choice over er. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, mixed structure. The speaker was loud, articulate, and he had great ideas. Correct, parallel adjectives, phrases. The speaker was loud, articulate, and gifted with great ideas. The error here is mixing adjectives with a full clause. To fix this, we need to keep the elements modifying speaker structurally consistent to all descriptive phrases or all adjective forms. Incorrect, faulty parallelism. After hiking for hours and eats dinner, they finally rested. Correct, consistent gerund form. After hiking for hours and eating dinner, they finally rested. When listing actions that occurred in the past, all verbs must use the same form. Since hiking is a gerund, we need to change eats to the matching gerund form, eating, for perfect parallelism. Incorrect, lack of parallelism, tense shift. The survey suggests that global warming affects crops, lowering yields and impacts local economies. Correct, consistent simple present verbs. The survey suggests that global warming affects crops, lowers yields, and impacts local economies. This sentence lists 3 effects. All verbs must share the same tense, the simple present, agreeing with warming as the subject. The structure requires lowers and impacts, not an incorrect noun phrase. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Students must read the following paragraph and identify any structural or tense errors. Then, rewrite it correctly. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. His job requires managing teams, writing reports, and to present ideas confidently. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, his job requires managing teams, writing reports, and presenting ideas confidently. This is a perfect test of parallelism. The verb requires demands that all listed activities maintain the same grammatical form. Since we started with 2 gerunds, the final item must also be a gerund to achieve balance. Question 2. Write your own sentence using parallel structure and consistent past tense. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, during our trip, we visited historical sites, ate local cuisine, and learned about ancient traditions. When constructing a practice sentence, always articulate the rule out loud for yourself. Identifying the initial structural element in this case, visited, simple past, helps you ensure all subsequent verbs match that tense. Speaking for an extended period requires more than just knowing your material. It demands mental stamina. The difficulty in a fluency drill is not the topic itself, but maintaining that consistent level of effort and coherence over time. Good listening skills are crucial here because they allow you to internalize complex structures and varied vocabulary naturally. By actively listening to expert speakers, you train your ear to recognize these patterns under pressure. This preparation helps build confidence so that when you stand up to speak, the flow feels effortless. Remember that maintaining efforts is about pacing as much as content. When we listen intently, we aren't just absorbing words, we are noticing the speaker's natural pauses, their transitions between ideas, and how they vary their intonation to keep the listener engaged. This observation is key for your own delivery. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. When preparing an extended monologue on a familiar topic, structure is everything. Don't just list facts, weave them into a compelling narrative arc. Begin by stating your central thesis clearly, drawing the audience in immediately. Next, dedicate distinct sections to exploring supporting evidence. For instance, you might discuss historical precedents before moving to modern applications. A powerful technique is using transitional phrases words like furthermore or conversely speaking to guide your listener seamlessly from one point to the next. Finally, always conclude by summarizing your main points and offering a strong concluding thought that leaves a lasting impression. This clear structure prevents rambling and keeps your audience engaged through the entire speech. Question 1. According to the speaker, what should be the first step in structuring the monologue? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is stating the central thesis clearly and drawing the audience in immediately. This question tests your ability to identify the primary organizational rule. Notice how the speaker uses first and begin by listening for these temporal markers helps pinpoint the sequence of advice. Question 2. What is the function of transitional phrases like conversely speaking? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to guide the listener seamlessly from one point to the next. We are focusing on this function here, not just defining the words. When you hear a phrase, try to understand what purpose it serves in linking 2 separate ideas together. Question 3. What element should conclude a successful extended monologue? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a summary of main points and a strong concluding thought. This requires you to listen for the final, overarching advice. Pay attention to concluding phrases like finallys or always as they signal the end of the speaker's key takeaways. Here are 5 examples. Compelling narrative arc. Used when describing how ideas should flow, suggests a journey from beginning to end. This phrase elevates your discussion beyond mere listing. Instead of saying, I will talk about X, then Y, you frame it as part of a story or development. Historical precedents. Referring to past events that serve as examples for current discussions. When speaking academically, using precedents is much stronger than simply saying before. It implies a pattern or established example that you are referencing. Transitional phrases. Words and clauses used to link ideas smoothly, e.g., furthermore. These are the glue of fluency. When you learn a new transition word like consequently, or on the other hand, practice inserting it into your own familiar topic immediately. Central thesis. The main argument or controlling idea of your entire speech. Every good monologue must have one core message. Framing it as a thesis gives your point structure and makes you sound highly organized and authoritative. Lasting impression. The memory or perception the audience takes away after you finish speaking. Think about that final sentence. It shouldn't just wrap up, it should resonate. Aim for a conclusion that makes the audience think, wow, I never thought of it that way. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To begin your speech, you must state your central thesis clearly to draw the audience in immediately. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is central. A good structure involves using transitional phrases like furthermore to guide listeners seamlessly. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is furthermore. When discussing ideas, you can reference historical precedents that support your modern argument. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is precedents. Always conclude by offering a strong summarizing thought that leaves a lasting impression. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is impression. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active comprehension, mapping. Don't just listen for words, listen for the relationships between ideas, cause and effect, comparison, contrast. When you are listening to a monologue, mentally map out where the speaker transitions from one point to the next. This trains your brain to anticipate structure, which is exactly what you need when organizing your own speech. Shadowing technique. Repeat what you hear immediately after the speaker in real time, focusing on rhythm and intonation. Shadowing forces you to process language speed and sound flow simultaneously. It's one of the most effective ways to move from understanding English to sounding like a native fluent speaker. Locus dictation. Transcribe short passages while paying special attention to connected speech, e.g., going to sounding like gonna. Connected speech is what trip up even advanced learners. Practice dictating difficult phrases, and you will naturally start hearing the subtle reductions that native speakers use in rapid conversation. Predictive listening. Before the speaker finishes a thought, pause and try to predict the next key concept they might introduce. This is advanced listening. It requires you to listen for signposts, the linguistic clues like however or in addition that tell you exactly what direction the argument is about to take. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When we speak extensively on a familiar topic, the temptation is often to get lost in too much detail. The key here is selective focus. Instead of trying to cover every angle, select 3 or 4 main pillars that strongly support your central argument. For example, if you were discussing fitness, don't talk about every single exercise. Instead, group them into categories like cardio, strength, and flexibility. This grouping strategy, what we call thematic clustering, makes the monologue digestible. You establish a framework for your audience to follow, allowing them to absorb complex information without feeling overwhelmed by sheer volume of data. Keep it focused and keep it contained. Question 1. What is the main mistake the speaker warns against when giving an extended monologue? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is getting lost in too much detail. The core message here is about efficiency. When you hear a warning, listen closely for strong negative phrasing like don't or the temptation is. These signal a crucial point to remember. Question 2. What technique does the speaker recommend using to organize diverse examples? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is thematic clustering, grouping ideas into categories. This question tests your ability to identify specific, actionable advice. Thematic clustering is a highly practical concept that you can immediately apply when structuring your own speaking material. Natural speaking rhythm is less about perfectly articulating every single sound and more about creating smooth transitions between them. When we speak quickly, our mouth muscles learn to link the final sound of one word directly to the initial sound of the next word. This process eliminates abrupt stops, making your speech flow much more naturally. Think of linking sounds like a conveyor belt. Instead of stopping at each item, the items keep moving together seamlessly. The goal isn't just clarity on individual words, but maintaining momentum across phrases. Practicing this connection helps you sound less robotic and significantly increases your natural pace. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is get it. Say it again, get it. The key here is that we don't pause between the 2 words. The final from get immediately blends into the vowel of it. Practice this rapid connectional, most as if you are saying one long word. The word is would you. Say it again, would you? Notice how the D in would often reduces or links with the following vowel. Instead of saying would, your breath should guide it smoothly from one syllable to the next. This reduction makes the phrase quicker and more casual. The word is what are. Say it again, what are. The T in what and the following vowel must link together. The transition should incorporate a soft, audible flow of air. Don't let your mouth completely reset between those 2 words. Maintain that connection. The word is can understand. Say it again, can understand. When linking multiple sounds, especially consonants like N to ed, focus on keeping your tongue active and moving. It's a continuous muscular action that moves from one point in your mouth to another without interruption. The word is had enough. Say it again, had enough. The ed ending on had often reduces to a weak syllable that links directly into enough. Think of it as almost disappearing, but providing just enough air pressure to signal the connection. This is highly natural speech. The word is go along. Say it again, go along. This link is very common and involves letting a slight glide of air connect the 2 words. It's not just saying the sounds separately, it's linking them as if they were part of one continuous thought or phrase. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, nice. Pair it with niece. Focus on the vowel I sound versus long E. This pair demonstrates how a subtle shift in vowel length can change meaning entirely. Remember that the first word uses a short, quick vowel sound, while the second requires you to hold that E sound longer and spread your lips more widely. Compare it with far away. Separate words versus single compound word. The difference here is subtle but critical for rhythm. When you say far aways in a linked manner, it maintains the distinct pacing of 2 separate words. If you treat it as one unit, your natural stress pattern changes completely. I am going. I'm going. Contraction versus full articulation. In fast speech, the auxiliary verb am almost always reduces to a quick sound and merges with the following word. Practicing this contraction makes your spoken English sound much more authentic and fluent. Would like, will like. The difference between future intention and conditional agreement. These two phrases have completely different implications, but they can be confused by mispronouncing the helping verb. Focus on the exact sound of with that slight breathy quality to ensure you convey the correct tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. Did you see it? Natural linkage. Did you see it? A common error is pausing too much after the dead sound. In rapid conversation, the "did you" almost always links together into a single breathy unit. Try to pull those 2 words into one continuous motion. Separated words, could not believe. Contraction, link, couldn't believe. We often over-articulate auxiliary verbs like could or should. The correct natural rhythm requires these words to contract and link immediately. This smooth reduction is a key marker of advanced fluency. Separate words, outcome quickly. Single word flow, outcome. When out and come combine to mean a result, they stop functioning as 2 separate items. You must pronounce them as one concept, maintaining the flow of air throughout the merged word. Think about it like spelling. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Focus on rapid, alternating sounds that force linking. These drills are excellent because they force your mouth muscles to work at maximum speed. Don't worry about accuracy initially. Focus purely on the speed and the smooth transition between sounds, treating them like one long chant. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs of words that only differ by a linking element. When reading these pairs aloud, exaggerate the difference in rhythm. For instance, take a noticeable breath pause when you say the 2 separate words versus gliding smoothly when they link naturally. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers and repeat immediately after them. This is probably the most effective tool for rhythm. You are essentially mimicking the speaker's natural speed, breath placement, and linking tendencies without thinking too much about the rules. Just absorb the flow. Self-recording. Record yourself reading a paragraph and listen back critically. The most shocking realization often comes when you hear your own speech recorded. You will quickly spot those awkward pauses or moments where the words sound too disconnected, guiding you exactly on what needs improvement. Cohesion refers to the physical links in a text, the pronouns, transition words, and repeated keywords that glue sentences together. However, true coherence is about the underlying logic. It's how well those ideas make sense as a unified whole. Think of a passage not just as a sequence of sentences, but as a single argument, building momentum across multiple stages. To achieve this seamless flow, we must proactively identify the logical relationship between each paragraph and the one before it. We are looking for the thread that guides the reader from point A to point B without any sudden jumps in logic. Remember that identifying coherence is a structural task, not just a vocabulary one. When you read actively, don't stop after understanding a sentence. Instead, pause and ask yourself, how does this specific idea advance the overall argument? This trains your brain to map the writer's journey, which is essential for advanced comprehension. Here are 4 examples. The initial findings suggest a strong correlation between screen time and sleep cycles. Establishes the primary premise, cause, screen time. This first sentence sets the stage by introducing the core subject. By noting this as the primary premise, we anchor our understanding, knowing that every subsequent idea must either support or challenge this initial finding. Consequently, many educators are recommending structured digital detox periods. Uses a result marker, consequently, to show the direct effect of the premise. The word consequently is your biggest clue here. It signals that everything in this sentence is a direct result or solution stemming from the problem identified in the first point, strengthening the cause and effect chain. Furthermore, research on adolescent cognitive development suggests limitations during these periods. Introduces a second, supporting area of evidence, furthermores. Notice the shift using furthermore. This tells you that the writer is not contradicting the previous idea. Rather, they are adding another layer of evidence to build an even stronger case. Therefore, policy recommendations must address both usage limits and educational support structures. Uses a concluding marker, therefore, to synthesize all preceding points into a solution. This final statement acts as the ultimate synthesis. It doesn't introduce new information. It bundles together the cause, the effect, and the supporting evidence from the previous 3 parts into one logical conclusion. Let's compare 4 pairs. Argumentative essay, thesis-driven. Explanatory report, process-driven. Focus on establishing a debatable point versus demonstrating how things work. In an argumentative essay, the coherence must always funnel back to proving your thesis statement. Conversely, in a report, coherence is maintained by following a logical sequence of steps or categories, keeping the process clear for the reader. Topic sentence, paragraph opener. Thesis statement essay opening. Controls the paragraph's focus versus controls the entire essay's direction. While both statements are controlling, the thesis makes a grand claim the whole paper must support. The topic sentence is much more localized. Its job is simply to make sure all sentences within that single paragraph stay focused on one small idea. Causal connectors, because, since. Additive connectors, moreover, in addition. Explaining why something happens versus adding more supporting facts. Knowing the difference between these connectors is vital for your comprehension. If you see a causal connector, stop and ask yourself what the writer believes was the root problem or reason. This changes your reading focus entirely. Chronological order, time sequence. Conceptual hierarchy, importance order. Following events as they happened versus building ideas from simple to complex. Some texts follow time, like historical narratives. Others build concepts by importance, moving from the easiest to understand point to the most critical conclusion. Recognizing which structure is at play helps you anticipate where the writer is taking your attention. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The first phase of sustainable development requires a thorough assessment of local resources, noting potential environmental impacts on the entire community. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is initial. Here, initial doesn't just mean first in time, it sets up a procedural sequence for the reader. It signals that subsequent actions must build upon this foundational assessment. Following this audit, stakeholders must collaborate to develop actionable plans, creating buy-in from all affected parties. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is subsequently. The word subsequently is a powerful structural signal. It tells you that the next step of action will only happen after ask the previous requirement. The audit has been successfully completed. Furthermore, long-term success depends on incorporating educational programs to ensure community knowledge retention and widespread adoption. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is furthermore. This marker shows that the writer is adding a new but equally important dimension of action. The connection here is additive. It expands the scope without changing the core goal. Ultimately, these overlapping efforts ensure that development outcomes are not only sustainable, but also equitable for all citizens. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ultimately. The word ultimately acts like a curtain call. It signals to the reader that this statement is the grand conclusion that synthesizes everything discussed in the previous 3 parts, the audit, the plans, and education. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading mapping. Before reading a complex text, quickly generate a mental outline of the expected structure, problem, Morse cause, solution. Don't just skim for keywords, predict the logical trajectory. By setting up this structural framework beforehand, you give your brain a roadmap and make it much easier to spot where the author deviates or strengthens their argument. The pivot points technique. When reading long passages, pause every time a key word or phrase seems to change direction. These are your pivot points. A pivot point is where the writer shifts from describing what something is to explaining why it matters. Identifying these critical turns allows you to summarize not just the facts, but the underlying implications of those facts. Questioning transitions. When a conjunction like however or therefore appears, physically stop and ask, is this agreement or disagreement? Do not take transitional words at face value. A transition can signal strong contrast, but sometimes it merely signals addition. Always verify the logical relationship. Is it contrasting, supporting, or simply listing items? Paraphrase, testing. After reading a difficult paragraph, try to summarize its main point in 3 different ways: simple, academic, and spoken. If you can successfully paraphrase the core message while maintaining the logical flow across those 3 styles, it confirms that you haven't just memorized words. You have truly understood the structural relationship between the ideas presented. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The early adoption of remote work was initially seen as a novelty. However, the sustained shift proved that many tasks could be completed with equal or superior output from non-traditional settings. This transition necessitated new infrastructural investments and also altered corporate culture profoundly. Therefore, businesses must now design hybrid models focusing on trust rather than mere physical presence to retain talent effectively. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the shift to remote work requires companies to adapt their culture and infrastructure fundamentally. To answer this, you must look for the ultimate conclusion signaled by therefore. The core argument is not just that people can work remotely, but that this capability forces a structural change in how businesses operate. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means consequently or as a result of. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is therefore. The signal word therefore guides you straight to the main takeaway. When faced with complex arguments, always hunt for these logical markers. They are the writer's explicit breadcrumbs showing where one idea leads directly to another. When telling a story or describing a sequence of events, maintaining consistent verb tense is crucial. If you start in the past, you generally want to stay in the past. We use the simple past for actions completed at specific times in the past, like yesterday's or last week. Conversely, if you are describing habits or general truths, the simple present tense is appropriate. Remember subject-verb agreement. A singular subject needs a singular verb form and a plural subject needs a plural verb form. For example, she walks, not she walk. These 2 rules tense consistency and agreement prevent your narrative from sounding choppy or incorrect. Think of tense as the camera setting for your story. Once you set it to past, you need to keep the scene bathed in that light unless a time jump is necessary. The biggest tip here is noticing these structural shifts. They are often what separates native-like speech from proficient speech. Here are 5 examples. The company announces its results yesterday. Simple past tense announced. Notice the signal word yesterday because this specifies a finished time in the past. We must use the simple past tense for the verb announce, making it announced. This ensures our timeline is clear to the listener. The committee agrees on the new policy. Subject, verb agreement, agrees. Since committee acts as a single unit making one decision, it takes a singular verb form. If we were treating the members individually, we might use a different structure, but here, agrees keeps the subject and verb unified. I have lived in this city since college. Present perfect continuous, have lived. The phrase since college tells us that an action started in the past and continues up to the present moment. The present perfect tense is perfect for showing continuous duration like this. Many students enjoys reading science fiction. Subject, verb agreement, enjoy. The subject students is plural, so the verb must also be in its base form. Many learners incorrectly default to adding ands even when the subject is plural. When I was young, I walked miles every day. Consistent past tense walked. The phrase, when I was young, establishes the entire setting in the past. Therefore, all surrounding actions, like walking, must stay consistently in the simple past tense. Let's compare 4 pairs. Simple past, I saw the film. Present perfect, I have seen that film. Finished time versus experience. The key difference here is time specificity. I saw means it happened and finished at an unstated past point. I have seen, however, focuses on the experience itself up to now without specifying when. Subject, the team, singular unit. Verb, agrees. Collective nouns, singular view. When a group of people acts together as one single entity, treat it as singular. If the members are acting independently, you might shift to plural verbs, but usually, treating them as one unit is safest. Tail, he was running when he fell. Error, he ran when he fell. Past continuous versus simple past. Use the continuous form was running to set the background action, and then use the simple past fell for the sudden interrupting event. This structure creates narrative drama and clarity. A habit, she always drinks coffee. Error, she was always drinking coffee. General truth versus temporary action. If the action is a routine or habit, stick to simple present tense. Switching to continuous tenses suggests that this was only happening for a specific period in the past. Fill in the blanks. She usually is to the gym after work. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is goes. Since usually signals a routine or habit, we must use the simple present tense. Remember that for third-person singular subjects like she, we add an S to the verb. They eat their luggage at the train station last month. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is left. The phrase last month's is a clear indicator of a specific, completed time in the past. Therefore, we need to use the simple past form of the verb leave. If he had more free time. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is would study. This is a conditional sentence structure using the second conditional. When discussing hypothetical situations in the present, we use simple past in the if clause and would plus base verb in the main clause. We supporting English since 2008. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is have been learning. The word since marks a starting point that continues up to now. This ongoing action requires the present perfect continuous tense, which emphasizes duration. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect, last year I visited Paris. Correct, last year I visited Paris. The biggest mistake here is forgetting the tense marker. Last year anchors the action in a finished time, requiring the simple past form, visited. Always check for these explicit past time markers. Incorrect, my family are going on vacation. Correct, my family is going on vacation. Although family consists of multiple people, when speaking about the family unit as a whole, like its intention to travel, we treat it conceptually as one single group. This demonstrates proper collective noun agreement. Incorrect, I am knowing the answer. Correct, I know the answer. Verbs like know, believe, and own are stative verbs, meaning they describe a state rather than an action. Stative verbs are rarely used in continuous tenses. You simply use the simple present form. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Instructions. Read this short paragraph and answer the questions to solidify your understanding of tense shifts and agreement. Question 1. Find and correct the grammar error in this sentence. The team were discussing the budget when the CEO enters the room. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the team was discussing the budget when the CEO entered the room. This error required fixing two things. First, we needed to make the subject-verb agreement consistent, team was. Second, because was discussing status in the past. The interrupting action, enters, must also be shifted into the simple past tense, entered. Always maintain that temporal setting. Question 2. Write your own sentence using a narrative shift, e.g., starting in the past and referencing something currently true. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, when we lived in London, we rarely used public transport, but now we rely on it constantly. A great way to practice is by creating a contrast. Use the simple past for the historical habit, lived, rarely used, and. Then immediately switch to the present tense for the current reality, now. This demonstrates fluid control over your timeline. Today we are tackling a crucial aspect of advanced fluency, eliminating filler words and hesitation markers. These small verbal slips like or repeating phrases are a common, but they can undermine your authority when you speak. The goal isn't silence, it's sounding deliberate and confident. We will learn specific strategies to replace these unconscious pauses with purposeful language that keeps the listener engaged. Think of speaking like building a bridge. Filler words are structural weaknesses. They look harmless, but threaten the overall integrity of your message. By mastering these techniques, you aren't just sounding smoother, you are communicating increased credibility and expertise to your audience. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is disfluency. Say it again, disfluency. When we talk about disfluency, we are referring to those actual moments where your flow breaks down, like stutters or excessive pauses. It's a neutral term used by linguists, so understanding it helps you identify the problem without self-criticism. Instead of focusing on the slip, focus on the recovery. The word is cohesion. Say it again, cohesion. If coherence is about ideas making sense, cohesion is about the linguistic glue that connects those ideas. Think of it as the grammar and transitional phrases you use to ensure one sentence flows seamlessly into the next. Strong cohesion makes your argument feel inevitable. Word is articulate. Say it again, articulate. When we say someone is articulate, it means they have control over their language, not just that they use big words. It suggests clarity of thought matched with precision in delivery. Practicing sentence structure helps you become more articulate over time. The word is elucidate. Say it again, elucidate. This is a powerful verb to use when you need clarification, or even when you are asked to elaborate on a complex topic. It shows intellectual confidence by suggesting deep knowledge and the ability to simplify it. Remember, it's formal to use it in academic settings. The word is circumlocution. Say it again, circumlocution. This term describes the filler behavior we want to avoid when speaking on cue cards. Instead of pausing and rambling around a topic which is circumlocution, it's better to pause briefly, take a breath, and find the word. The word is fluent. Say it again, fluent. While fluent is a common word, understanding it in this context means achieving natural rhythm and consistency, not just knowing many words. True fluency minimizes the audible pauses that interrupt the listener's flow. Here are 5 examples. To improve her presentation, she needed to eliminate unnecessary filler words and reduce signs of disfluency. Disfluency, N. Notice how the speaker frames disfluencies as something that can be reduced, making it actionable. It shifts the focus from a personal failing to a measurable speaking skill. The report lacks structural cohesion, jumping wildly between economic data and social trends. Cohesion, NN. If you are giving an oral presentation, think about using signposting language phrases like moving on to or furthermore to build explicit cohesion between your main points. The speaker was highly articulate, even when discussing complex philosophical concepts. Articulate, AJ. This example shows that articulation is linked not just to vocabulary size, but to clarity. It means the speaker structures their thoughts so that they are inherently easy for the audience to follow. The professor asked us to elucidate the core tenets of behavioral economics in simple terms. Elucidate, VVE. When you use elucidate, you are accepting the task of simplification. This demonstrates mastery and confidence because you know enough about a topic to break it down for others. He struggled with circumlocution when asked directly about his career gap in the assume. Circumlocution, in. This is the perfect example of word avoidance speaking. Instead of giving a direct answer, using circumlocution makes the speaker seem evasive and less trustworthy. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, articulate. Compare it with fluent. Clarity versus rhythm. Fluency refers to the natural, uninterrupted rhythm of your speech. Articulation refers more specifically to the precision and clarity with which you form complex ideas. You can be fluent but lack articulation if you rush through precise details. First, cohesion. Compare it with coherence. The how versus the what. Coherence is about whether the ideas make sense logically, the message itself. Cohesion is about the language, connecting those ideas, like using transition words to guide the listener through the argument. First, disfluency. Compare it with hesitation. The symptom versus the action. A hesitation is the act of pausing because you are thinking. Disfluencies is the technical term for the audible markers, like repeated sounds or fillers, that reveal your momentary lack of flow. First, circumlocution. Compare it with evasion. Word avoidance versus topic avoidance. While often used interchangeably, evasion is a deliberate act of avoiding an entire topic or question. Circumlocution is the failure to find the precise word, leading you to talk around the issue instead. Here are 4 ways to practice. The pause technique, self-correction. When you feel the urge to say or replace it with a deliberate silent pause. A trained silence is infinitely more powerful than any filler word. It gives your brain time to retrieve the correct vocabulary and makes you sound thoughtful rather than lost. Pre-planning signposting. Before speaking, outline 3 transition phrases you will use naturally. Knowing that you must signpost such as saying first, secondly, and to conclude forces your brain to maintain structural cohesion throughout the talk. This trains you to think linearly. The 1-minute monologue drill. Pick a random object and speak about it for 60 seconds without stopping, forcing immediate articulation. This is excellent practice because it simulates real-time pressure under which most disfluencies occur. The goal here is not perfection, but maintaining continuous speech flow. Vocabulary mapping. Map out synonyms and connecting phrases for key concepts to reduce circumlocution. If you know 3 different ways to say importance, crucial, pivotal, paramount, you are less likely to stumble or use vague language when speaking. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Presenting complex data requires more than just knowledge. It demands careful articulation. If your argument lacks cohesion, the audience will struggle to follow. Sometimes speakers fall into disfluency, using excessive circumlocution instead of a direct answer. To guide the listener, you must always find ways to elucidate tricky points and ensure overall coherence. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to make clear or explain. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is elucidate. The text uses elucidates as a key action. It suggests that when explaining complex data, you can't just state facts, you must actively make them understandable. Remember this verb for high-level academic speaking. Question 2. Use one of the target words to describe how someone might improve their public speaking. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she needs to practice pausing instead of filling with disfluency markers. When forming your own sentence, try to place the vocabulary word in a context that describes action or improvement. This helps move the word from passive knowledge into active, usable language. The IELTS speaking test is a timed event that assesses your ability to communicate fluently and naturally across 3 distinct parts. While the total time is generally around 11 to 15 minutes, managing this duration effectively is crucial for maximizing your score potential. This isn't just about speaking long enough, it's about pacing your answers so they are both detailed and efficient. You need strategies that allow you to fill appropriate gaps without sounding rushed or repetitive. Mastering the clock helps ensure examiners see a balanced range of your skills. Think of time management here as resource allocation. It's not enough to speak well if you spend 5 minutes on part 1 when you needed those seconds for the deeper discussion in part 3. The goal is smooth, consistent output that demonstrates control over language and thought. Here are 5 examples. The 2-sentence bridge, using a short transition phrase to buy time when thinking of your answer. Example, that's an interesting question. To give you a thorough response, I would say, this technique is highly effective because it sounds natural and academic. Instead of pausing in silence, you are giving yourself conversational space to organize your thoughts while appearing thoughtful and engaged. The detail drill, when asked a general question, immediately provide one specific supporting example. Instead of just saying, I like reading, say, I really enjoy reading because I found a book last month that transported me. Specificity is your best friend for pacing. By diving into details or anecdotes early in your answer, you immediately increase the length and depth without needing filler words, making your response sound much more robust. The expansion technique, when you finish a point, don't stop, expand on why that point is true. After stating an idea, follow up with "Pie, and I think this is because." This method prevents dead air and helps maintain momentum. You are essentially taking a concise thought and building a mini argument around it, demonstrating complex thinking and sustaining your flow. Pre-planned opening lines, having 3 general opening frameworks ready for any topic. Frameworks like, overall I feel, or it depends on the context, but generally speaking, BC. These structures act as conversational scaffolding. They provide immediate linguistic material to start with and signal to the examiner that you are about to give a fully structured answer, saving critical seconds. The concluding summary, ending your response with a brief summary sentence. After giving all your points, wrap up by saying something like, so, to summarize my view, Ma. This technique makes you sound organized and complete. It gives the impression that you have fully structured your thoughts from beginning to end, even if you had to pause slightly before delivering that final summary. Let's compare 4 pairs. Stopping after a short answer, leaving long silences. Using bridging phrases to cushion pauses and maintain speech continuity. The key mindset shift, viewing silence as wasted time. High-scoring candidates understand that even planned pauses should be filled with language. They use discourse markers or brief clarifications, which keeps the conversation moving smoothly for both them and the examiner. Rushing through answers in part 3 out of anxiety. Taking a deliberate breath before answering deeper questions to structure complex ideas. Insight, treating difficulty as an opportunity for depth, not panic. When the questions get harder and faster, it's easy to scramble. The strong candidate understands that slowing down slightly demonstrates careful thought, which is a key component of fluency. Attempting to speak too long in part 2 because they ran out of things to say. Adhering closely to the allotted time by structuring content into distinct points. Intro, body 1, body 2, conclusion. Insight, quality, and structure beat sheer quantity every time. We often think we need to speak constantly. Instead, focus on making every sentence count by ensuring there is a clear point or example connected to your main topic. Skipping elaboration when the examiner gives a vague prompt. Interpreting the prompt broadly and offering multiple angles of discussion, social, personal, global impact. Insight, expanding scope equals expanding time. Don't take prompts too literally. If they ask about technology, don't just talk about phones. Discuss its societal impact, economic changes, and environmental costs to fill your necessary speaking time. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. It boosts the fluency score. Consistent pacing shows you can speak without noticeable hesitation or gaps of silence. Fluency is not just about speed, it's about rhythmic consistency. By mastering your timing, you eliminate awkward pauses that break the rhythm and make your speech sound more natural. It supports coherence through structure. Knowing how much time you have forces you to organize ideas logically from start to finish. Good pacing requires good flow. When you plan your answer, you are inherently creating signposts like firstly, or moving on to the second point, which greatly improves your overall logical structure. It manages speaking anxiety. Having a time strategy gives you a predictable framework to rely on when under pressure. Often, the biggest barrier in IELTS is performance anxiety. By having these physical strategies ready, you replace unpredictable worry with a reliable routine, which boosts your confidence significantly. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time shadowing, listening to native speakers and repeating their pacing exactly. Focus on mimicking the rhythm, not just the words. Pay attention to where they naturally pause or speed up. Shadowing is excellent for internalization. When you reproduce speech after listening, your brain automatically adjusts its natural speaking pace to match the model's flow, improving your own conversational timing. The 5-minute monologue drill, picking a random topic and forcing yourself to speak non-stop for 5 minutes. This simulates sustained pressure and helps you fill unavoidable gaps with descriptive language or examples. The goal here is endurance. You are training your mind to pull vocabulary and ideas from diverse areas quickly, ensuring that when the examiner asks a question, you have enough material ready. Mock test time boxing, using actual stopwatches during practice sessions. Assign specific time limits for each part, e.g. 1 minute max for part 1, 5 minutes total for the mock test. You must simulate exam conditions entirely. By enforcing strict time boxes, you train yourself to be ruthless with your language, cutting out unnecessary words and getting straight to the point. Recording and reviewing, recording all practice sessions and listening back immediately. Critically listen for dead air or long, uncomfortable silences. Identify where you slowed down too much. Self-correction is key to improvement. When you hear a gap in your own voice on the recording, that becomes your target area. You can then practice filling that specific weakness with one of our learned bridging techniques. In a full mock test simulation, examiners are listening for much more than just correct grammar. They are evaluating your ability to sustain sophisticated discourse and adapt your register seamlessly across parts 1, 2, and 3. Pay special attention to using complex sentence structures and varied vocabulary naturally throughout the conversation. The goal is to demonstrate fluency that sounds effortless, making your speech flow like native academic discussion. Remember that sounding fluent isn't just about speaking fast, it's about sounding smooth. A natural pause for thought is better than scrambling through filler words. Focus on connecting your ideas logically, using discourse markers to guide the listener from one point to the next. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is to illustrate this point, I believe. Say it again, to illustrate this point, I believe. Don't just say you agree. Use phrases like this to anchor your opinion with a specific scenario. This shows the examiner that you can think critically and apply abstract ideas to real-world contexts, which is highly valuable. The word is. While that holds true, we must also consider. Say it again. While that holds true, we must also consider. This is a sophisticated way of disagreement. Instead of simply saying, "No, you're wrong," this phrase acknowledges the other person's point first. It demonstrates balance and critical thinking, which elevates your speaking ability significantly. The word is. To elaborate on that idea, I would suggest. Say it again. To elaborate on that idea, I would suggest. When you've made an initial point and the examiner prompts you for more detail, this phrase keeps your response focused. It tells the listener you are about to deepen the analysis rather than just giving a casual follow-up. The word is. In the grand scheme of things, I think. Say it again. In the grand scheme of things, I think. Ha! Use this phrase towards the end of a Part 3 discussion. It signals that you are moving towards a conclusion or overall synthesis of the conversation. This shows excellent command over maintaining thematic focus. The word is. I am inclined to think that. Say again. I am inclined to think that. This is a perfect formal alternative to saying I think. It implies thoughtfulness and careful consideration, making your response sound more academic and less impulsive. It is excellent for maintaining a thoughtful register. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really good. It is impressively beneficial. Elevating adjectives and adverbs. Notice how we move from simple, common words to more academic synonyms. The goal isn't just to use big words, but to choose precise vocabulary that fits the formal tone of an interview. I don't know what to say. That is a challenging question, and I need a moment to consider it. Mastering polite hesitation. Even when you are unsure of an answer, practice using formal filler phrases. This buys you valuable thinking time while maintaining the image of confidence and composure. We gotta change this. It would be prudent to modify this aspect. Shifting modal verbs. Informal speech often uses contractions like gotta or simple directives. In formal settings, using full phrases and sophisticated modals like it would be prudent raises your entire register. That's enough. I believe that point has been sufficiently covered. Concluding gracefully. Knowing how to politely wrap up a thought or transition is key. Instead of abrupt endings, use phrases that signal completion while maintaining flow and politeness. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vague, simple grammar. I was thinking about the environment because it is bad. Precise and academic. I have been concerned about environmental sustainability due to its current trajectory. The correction improves the structure by using a more complex grammatical pattern and substituting vague language. We replaced bad with specific academic vocabulary like unsustainabilities or trajectory. Filler reliance. Also, I think maybe that's hard to say. Smooth transitioning. Furthermore, while it is difficult to quantify, my perspective suggests the biggest mistake here is relying on fillers like you knows or maybe. We replace those with strong discourse markers like furthermore, which instantly boosts your perceived fluency and control. Unnatural basic phrasing. In my country, people don't use cars much. Idiomatic and formal. In my home country, public transportation is highly utilized. Instead of translating directly from a basic concept, think about the natural way an academic might describe it. Using public transportation instead of cars demonstrates broader vocabulary knowledge. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and analyze. Record yourself answering a prompt, then listen specifically for the moments where you pause or stumble. Identifying these weak spots is crucial for targeted practice. Don't just record your answers, actively grade them as if you were the examiner. When you find a weakness in coherence, dedicate an entire session just to linking phrases. The topic bridge drill. Practice connecting unrelated topics smoothly. For instance, how does climate change relate to education? This forces flexible thinking. A high-level candidate doesn't just answer the question, they draw connections between it and other subjects. These bridge techniques are what separate good speakers from excellent ones. Structured paraphrasing. Take 10 simple statements about global issues and practice paraphrasing them using 3 different grammatical structures, e.g., passive voice, gerunds. This technique prevents you from getting stuck in repetitive language patterns. It forces your brain to access vocabulary and grammar rules systematically, which is excellent exam preparation. Timed response simulation. Set a timer for 40 seconds per response, regardless of the prompt difficulty. This trains you to speak continuously under pressure. The biggest challenge in the real test is managing time and anxiety simultaneously. Practicing with strict time limits builds stamina and forces you to maintain your speaking pace consistently. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of technology. It could be anything from public transport systems to a smart home device. You should say what the device is, or how it works generally. Why you think it has become so popular, and explain whether its benefits outweigh its drawbacks. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced discussion showing both positive and negative aspects of technology's integration into daily life. Don't just list facts, analyze them. Notice that this prompt requires you to move beyond simple description and enter true analysis, which is the hallmark of part 3. By structuring your answer around benefits versus drawbacks, you immediately demonstrate advanced critical thinking. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional structures, if, then, and complex linking phrases to show cause and effect. To score highly, don't just state facts, discuss possibilities. Using conditional statements like, if this technology were restricted, society would face, shows advanced grammatical command while keeping the discussion dynamic. Your score report is a blueprint for improvement, not just a final grade. It breaks down your performance across specific criteria, fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammar range, and pronunciation. Don't focus only on the overall band. You must analyze the component scores individually. Each section tells you precisely what skill needs attention. For instance, did you struggle with linking ideas, or was it simply vocabulary depth? A thorough analysis requires treating the report like a technical diagnostic tool. When we look at these specific criteria like lexical resource, remember that vocabularies isn't just about knowing big words, it's also about using them naturally and accurately. If your score is low here, it suggests you might be overusing complex vocabulary incorrectly, or perhaps simply relying on repetitive phrases throughout the test. Here are 5 examples. Transcribe every mistake, record your speaking test, and transcribe every single error. Don't just read the report, listen back to your own recording, write down exactly where you stumbled or paused unusually. The act of transcribing forces you to hear not just what you said, but how you said it. Pay special attention to moments of hesitation. These pauses are often indicators of a structural gap in your language use that needs targeted practice. The gold standard review. Identify 3 specific sentences you wish you could rewrite. For each sentence, write down 2 alternative ways to phrase the idea using different grammar or vocabulary structures. This exercise moves beyond simple correction. By generating multiple alternatives, you are actively expanding your linguistic toolkit and training yourself to deploy varied structures spontaneously under pressure. Targeted grammar pairing cross-reference common errors with specific grammar rules. If the report flags tense shifts, dedicate a practice session solely to mastering conditional clauses or perfect tenses. Never let an error remain generalized. If you consistently misuse prepositions or confuse count-non-count nouns, treat that single grammatical point as your primary focus until it becomes automatic. Peer review with focus. Have a study partner. Analyze your test using only one criterion, e.g., linking. Ask them to ignore content and simply listen for transitions, cohesion markers, and flow. Having a third party evaluate you is invaluable because they hear patterns that your own brain filters out. Specifically asking them to focus on coherence trains both you and the listener to notice subtle organizational flaws. Vocabulary mining. Create flashcards not just for words, but for full phrases or collocations. Instead of significant, learn highly significant impact or a significant shift in policy. High-scoring candidates rarely use single, perfect vocabulary words. They string together accurate word combinations or collocations, which makes their speech sound native and highly sophisticated. Let's compare 4 pairs. Focusing only on the final band score, e.g., I got a band 6. Analyzing component scores and finding specific weakness areas, e.g., my lexical resource was weak in part 3s. Shifting from outcome to process. A low overall score is discouraging, but pinpointing the exact area like coherence or grammar range gives you a clear, actionable study plan. This shift moves you from feeling frustrated to being strategic. Blaming difficulty or lack of time, the test was too hard. Identifying specific moments where fluency dropped, e.g., I hesitated when asked about technologies. Developing self-accountability through evidence. Instead of external excuses, pinpointing the exact conversational trigger that derailed you is crucial. This helps you anticipate those specific question types and prepare your responses preemptively. Rereading only what went wrong, I use simple words. Actively generating sophisticated alternatives for every weak phrase. How can I say this 3 other ways? Active reconstruction rather than passive identification. It is not enough to recognize a mistake. You must practice replacing it immediately. This constant mental rehearsal forces the correct structure into your short-term memory, preparing it for spontaneous use. Comparing yourself only to others' scores. Tracking your own progress over time and measuring small improvements. I improved my article usage by 10% this week. Focusing on incremental personal growth. The IELTS journey is a marathon of microscopic improvements. By setting micro goals based on past performance, you maintain motivation and build confidence through measurable achievements. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Precision targeting of weaknesses. It ensures your study time is spent where it will yield the highest return on investment. Without detailed analysis, you risk studying general English when all you need is specialized practice in complex conjunctions. This targeted approach maximizes efficiency and prevents burnout. Building self-correction mechanisms. It teaches you to become your own best examiner, allowing you to catch errors before they happen. The ultimate goal of test preparation is not passing a single mock test, it's developing the internal awareness that allows you to self-correct in any real-life conversation. This metacognitive skill is what defines fluency, shifting from knowledge to performance. It forces you to bridge the gap between knowing a rule and actually using it spontaneously under pressure. Many students know the rules for parallelism, but when they are rushed, they break them. Analysis helps simulate that pressure point so you can practice stabilizing those complex structures until they become muscle memory. Here are 4 ways to practice. The Error Dictionary. Maintain a dedicated notebook for your repeating mistakes. List the error, e.g., incorrect usage of past perfect, and write 3 correct examples immediately. This isn't just a list, it's a highly active study guide. By writing out multiple correct contexts, you are building neural pathways that automatically recall the proper structure when speaking. The topic deep dive. Choose one part 3 topic, e.g., urbanization, and brainstorm arguments for all levels. Prepare structured responses incorporating advanced linking phrases, counter-arguments, and complex vocabulary related to the theme. This exercise simulates the sustained depth required in IELTS speaking. You move past simple list answers and practice maintaining a sophisticated academic tone over an extended period. The timed rehearsal. Repeat a difficult section of your test 3 times, timing yourself each time. Focus on reducing the pause count and increasing the pace while maintaining clarity. Record all 3 attempts. Timing isn't just about speed, it's about maximizing communicative effectiveness per second. By repeating the same content under pressure, you build stamina and consistency in your delivery. The explanation script. Choose a complex process, e.g., how solar energy works, and explain it to an imaginary child. This forces you to use varying registers of language from simple foundational vocabulary to precise technical terms. Mastering different registers shows linguistic versatility, which is highly rewarded in the lexical resource score. You prove that you can simplify complex ideas without sacrificing accuracy. Test anxiety is a very common experience. It's not necessarily a sign that you aren't prepared. It's often your body reacting to perceived pressure. When we feel immense stress, our brains can enter a state of fight or flight, which ironically makes complex tasks much harder. Our focus shifts from retrieval and communication to pure survival mode. The key to managing this is learning to consciously interrupt that physical panic cycle. Remember, anxiety is an alarm system, not a predictor of failure. It's simply telling you that something important is happening. By understanding the physiological reaction, the racing heart, the shallow breath, you can start to separate the feeling from the actual performance. This separation is where all effective technique begins. Here are 5 examples. Box breathing. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, exhale for 4, pause for 4. Physical anchor. This technique is extremely powerful because it directly engages the parasympathetic nervous system. By slowing your breath, you signal to your brain that you are safe and do not need to panic. It gives your mind a momentary distraction while physically regulating your heart rate. Positive self-talk, replacing "I must perform perfectly" with "I am doing my best right now." Cognitive reframing. The language we use internally has a massive impact on our emotional state. Instead of setting impossible standards for yourself, focus on effort and process. This shifts the goal from achieving perfection to simply showing up and completing the task. Visualization, mentally walking through successful moments before the test. Pre-test rehearsal. Don't just visualize getting a good score, visualize yourself performing calmly. See yourself reading a tricky question and taking a deliberate pause before answering. This builds neural pathways for calm performance, making the actual test feel more familiar. Grounding techniques, naming 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear. Immediate focus shift. When anxiety hits during the test itself, this technique pulls your scattered focus back into your immediate physical environment. It's a quick reset button that forces your brain out of abstract worry and back into acute reality. The next question only's rule, focusing solely on the current item. Micro-focus strategy. A common trap is worrying about the remaining questions. When you feel that overwhelming pressure, consciously tell yourself to ignore everything after your cursor. Treat every single question as a brand new, isolated task. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Interrupting the panic cycle. Physical techniques immediately activate your calming response. When we feel panic, our body releases cortisol and adrenaline. Breathing exercises are counter-agents to this chemical rush. They physically slow down the heart rate and interrupt the negative thought loop, giving you the mental space to think clearly. Shifting focus from outcome to process. Success is defined by effort, not just grades. When we focus on the outcome, the grade, the score, we put all our emotional weight onto an external result. By focusing purely on the process, reading carefully, structuring an answer, speaking clearly, you take back control into something you actually manage. Cognitive load management. Reducing worry frees up your working memory capacity. Anxiety consumes valuable working memory's resources. Instead of using that mental energy to repeat, "Did I miss anything?" What if they ask about X? You free it up to recall facts and structure complex arguments effectively. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Catastrophizing. If I struggle with this one question, the whole test is ruined. Reality check. This difficulty only affects this one item. I will move on and return later. Catastrophizing is when we blow a small setback into an absolute disaster. It's the all-or-nothing thinking pattern that paralyzes us. Learning to reframe a small mistake as merely an isolated data point is essential for maintaining momentum. External locus of control. I have to be perfect, or I will disappoint everyone. Internal validation. My value isn't tied to this single performance. I am doing my best with the tools I have today. This trap makes your self-worth dependent on external judgment. We need to remind ourselves that our worth is intrinsic, not attached to a score or praise from others. Focus on the effort you invested, which was entirely within your control. Amnesic panic. I've forgotten everything I studied. Trusting retrieval. My knowledge is accessible. I just need to take a deep breath and focus on retrieval now. This feeling of brain fogs can feel overwhelming, but it is rarely true forgetting. It is more often the result of acute stress interfering with quick retrieval. A conscious deep breath reminds your brain that the information is still stored. You just need to find the entry point. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-game rituals. Establish a consistent routine the day before and morning of. Include light exercise, reviewing positive notes, and ensuring good sleep hygiene. Consistency is your best friend when managing stress. By creating predictable rituals like listening to specific music or doing gentle stretching, you signal calmness to your body. These routines act as anchors that ground you before the high-stakes moment. During test breaks, utilize micro breaks for physical movement. Stand up, stretch your neck and shoulders, or walk around briefly if permitted. Our bodies hold tension in specific places when we are anxious. These simple movements help physically release that built-up adrenaline. Don't just sit there waiting. Actively reset your posture and circulation. Post-test self-compassion, forgiving yourself regardless of the result. Acknowledge the effort you gave, not the grade you received. The most important skill to practice is self-compassion. After the test, resist the urge to immediately judge yourself harshly. Acknowledging that you did your best under pressure is a sign of maturity and resilience. Long-term practice, integrating mindfulness into daily life. Practice awareness during routine activities like eating or walking. True stress management isn't just for test day, it's a skill you build throughout your entire life. By practicing mindful attention on mundane tasks, you increase your general capacity to stay present and regulated when pressure inevitably rises. Preparation isn't just about studying grammar or vocabulary, it's fundamentally about psychological readiness. Building a pre-test routine helps transition your mind from panic mode to performance mode. This structured approach reduces the inherent anxiety that many test takers experience. A good routine establishes predictability, which is incredibly comforting when faced with an unpredictable exam environment. Focus on these mental anchors before you even walk into the testing center. Think of your pre-test routine like a warm-up stretch for your brain. By doing the same calming actions like deep breaths or journaling, you signal to your nervous system that everything is under control. This sense of routine helps minimize that initial burst of performance anxiety, allowing you to access your knowledge more freely. Here are 5 examples. Deep breathing exercise. Before the test starts, take 5 slow, deep breaths. Inhale slowly through the nose, hold briefly, and exhale completely through pursed lips. Focus on rhythmic control. This technique is an immediate biological reset switch. Slowing your breath directly lowers your heart rate, which physically counteracts the fight or flight stress response. It grounds you in the present moment rather than letting you spiral into worrying about what might happen. Positive visualization. Spend 3 minutes imagining yourself succeeding in answering questions confidently and speaking fluently. Mental rehearsal. Visualization isn't just wishful thinking, it actually helps solidify neural pathways. By mentally walking through success, you are priming your brain for those actions, making the real thing feel less daunting. Quick vocabulary review. Skim through a list of high-level academic words or linking phrases, e.g., consequently, furthermore. Activate memory recall. This keeps your linguistic muscles active without the stress of having to write full sentences. It's just enough stimulation to remind you that those complex structures are still fresh in your mind. Time management walkthrough. Practice allocating specific time blocks for each section before the test begins. Strategic pacing. Knowing how much time you can afford to spend on a difficult question is incredibly valuable. This pre-planning prevents you from getting bogged down by one challenging item, allowing you to move on strategically. Mini mindfulness break. When waiting for the test to begin, observe 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, and 3 things you can feel. This is grounding. Sensory awareness. This exercise pulls your focus entirely off the stressful outcome of the test and anchors it firmly in your physical surroundings. It forces a return to objective reality, which is exactly what anxiety tries to pull you away from. Let's compare 4 pairs. What a weak candidate does, panics when they see an unfamiliar question type and rushes the answers. What a strong candidate does, pauses, identifies the core skill required by the task, and adjusts their strategy accordingly. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate sees the unexpected as a failure. A strong candidate sees it as new data or a clue that requires adaptation. The difference is moving from emotional reaction to analytical problem solving. Weak approach 2 gets stuck on one difficult question, spending too much time and losing momentum. Strong approach 2 skips the challenging item immediately, marks it for review, and maximizes score potential elsewhere. High scorers understand that test taking is about maximizing points efficiently. They recognize the sunk cost fallacy. Spending all your time on one question rarely pays off. Weak approach 3 reads instructions vaguely and assumes what they should be doing. Strong approach 3 rereads all instructions twice, underlining key verbs, e.g., discuss, evaluate, to clarify the exact task. Never assume. Being precise about what the prompt is asking for, whether it wants an example or a detailed discussion, is critical for hitting the band score criteria. Weak approach 4 blames lack of knowledge on the test difficulty or bad luck. Strong approach 4 focuses only on the next question, treating every item as a fresh, isolated task. They maintain self-talk of competence. The most powerful tool you have is your ability to reset internally. By refusing to let one bad answer dictate the outcome of the whole test, you regain control and focus. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reduces cognitive load. A solid routine automates basic tasks, freeing up mental energy for complex thinking. When you don't have to spend mental effort figuring out what to do next, your available cognitive resources are free. You can dedicate all that power to generating sophisticated language and deep ideas. Improves retrieval speed. Practice helps solidify vocabulary and grammatical structures so they come quickly under pressure. Fluency isn't just about knowing the words, it's about accessing them instantly. Consistent practice makes those complex grammar points and high-level phrases automatic, like breathing. Self-efficacy. Success in preparation builds genuine belief that you can perform well when stakes are high. Self-efficacy is the belief in your own capability. By proving to yourself repeatedly that you can handle the pressure, you build a robust inner confidence that shines through in your performance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Full simulation tests schedule full practice tests under strict, timed conditions. This is the only way to build stamina and get used to the specific pressure of the exam environment. Don't just do a test, mimic the real day. Dress in your usual clothes, find a quiet space, and treat it like the actual event. This helps remove any unfamiliar variables. Mindfulness journaling. Dedicate 10 minutes daily to writing about stressful or uncertain topics without editing yourself. This practice allows you to process emotions and thoughts outside of a formal academic structure. Writing about stress helps externalize it. By articulating your fears on paper, they become less abstract and therefore feel much more manageable. Speaking partner drills. Practice speaking with a friend or tutor who gives immediate, constructive feedback on your flow. Focus not only on accuracy, but also on maintaining momentum and natural conversational rhythm. The goal here is sustained fluency. Don't just talk about grammar. Try to keep the conversation moving smoothly from one point to the next without awkward pauses. Reviewing anchor phrases. Create a cheat sheet of strong introductory or concluding phrases for speaking or writing. Examples include, to elaborate on this point, or, in conclusion, it is clear that. These anchor phrases are linguistic safety nets. They allow you to buy yourself precious seconds while your brain catches up, giving you time to structure a complete and complex thought. When examiners listen for high performance, they are assessing more than just accurate vocabulary or perfect grammar. They are listening for rhetorical sophistication, how you connect ideas, and how deeply you analyze a topic. This means developing a clear narrative flow and mastering advanced cohesive devices. Specifically, think about using academic signposting language to guide your listener through complex thoughts. A C1 speaker doesn't just list points, they build an argument piece by piece, showing the relationship between those ideas. Remember, fluency at this level isn't about speaking fast, it's about sounding structured and controlled. If you use strong transition phrases like furthermore or conversely, you immediately elevate your perceived skill level. Focus on delivering these markers with appropriate pauses to ensure the listener follows your sophisticated thought process. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is. It's worth noting that. Say it again. It's worth noting that. This phrase signals to your listener that you're about to introduce an important but perhaps less obvious point. Use it when you want to pivot slightly or add depth without changing the main topic entirely. It shows thoughtfulness and careful consideration of alternatives. The word is, on the other hand, one might argue, barred. Say it again. On the other hand, one might argue, this is excellent for showing critical thinking skills, which examiners love. When you use this, make sure to fully explore the opposing view before refuting it or moving on. It demonstrates balanced thinking and metacognitive awareness. The word is. The primary implication of this is. Say it again. The primary implication of this is. This phrase allows you to move from simply stating a fact to analyzing its real-world impact. Instead of saying, "This causes X," try using this structure to link cause and effect academically. It shows analytical depth. The word is to extrapolate this idea. Say it again, to extrapolate this idea. The I. When you need to speculate or discuss future trends, don't just guess, use extrapolate. This makes your prediction sound highly researched and logical. Always follow up such a statement with the conditions that would make it true. The word is, having said that. Say it again, having said that. This is a very advanced conversational tool. It means you are temporarily admitting weakness in your own argument only to immediately strengthen it with a larger, more encompassing idea. Use this sparingly for maximum dramatic effect. Let's compare four pairs. A lot of people think, many scholars argue that. Shift from general opinion to scholarly debate. Notice the difference between a lot of, which is conversational, and many scholars, or the majority consensus. Using academic nouns makes your argument sound grounded in research rather than mere personal belief. This immediately boosts credibility. It's really important to, crucially, it is vital that we consider, increase urgency and formality. The revision here takes a casual warning into a formal thesis statement. By using it as vital, you are making a strong claim that requires evidence. Remember to follow up this forceful assertion with detailed support, like when we talk about, for instance, in the context of improved transitional linking for examples. Instead of using like, which is very casual filler, use precise framing phrases like for instance or to illustrate. This shows that your examples are deliberate and support a structured point. So, I guess we can say, therefore, it would be reasonable to conclude. Formalize conclusory language. Ending your argument with "I guess" undermines everything you just said. Always use formal conclusion markers like therefore or it is reasonable to conclude. This gives the impression of a definitive, well-researched final thought. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Avoid vague filler, like, "This thing is really complicated to understand." Better, precise and formal, the complexity of the issue suggests that deeper research is necessary. A common error is relying on vague filler words or simplifying concepts. The correction replaces unstructured speech with precise academic vocabulary and nouns. Always aim to name the concept instead of describing its feeling. Avoid weak diminished. I think maybe we should try to change this rule a little bit. Better, confident and formal. Perhaps an amendment to the current policy would prove beneficial. Do not use tentative language like maybe or a little bit when making a serious suggestion. Use strong, formal verbs and nouns instead to convey confidence in your proposal. This sounds authoritative. Avoid apologetic. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that." Better, engaged and clear. "Could you perhaps elaborate on the second point? I want to ensure I fully grasp it." Never apologize for not understanding. Instead, ask a sophisticated clarifying question. By framing your request as wanting to fully grasp the point, you sound engaged and highly intellectual rather than simply confused. Here are 4 ways to practice. Thematic expansion recording. Take a simple sentence and expand it into a 3-paragraph mini-essay, introduction, body, conclusion. This exercise forces you to maintain coherence over time. Don't just add words, structure your thoughts using all the advanced connectors we practiced today. This simulates real academic speaking requirements. Advanced shadowing. Listen to a TED Talk and repeat not only the words, but the rhythm, pausing, and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is crucial for flow. By mimicking native speakers' natural rhythm, you reduce unnatural pauses and filler sounds. Focus especially on where they pause. These are often where transition phrases belong. The why, how, what if method. When practicing a topic, force yourself to address 3 angles: the cause, why, the mechanism, how, and the future impact, what if. This is how you move beyond description into genuine critical analysis. Each of these W questions requires a different type of complex grammatical structure, ensuring you use your full linguistic toolkit. Self-correction with Polish. Instead of saying, wait, say, to rephrase my previous point, or let me clarify that. When you make a mistake, frame the correction strategically. Using these polished phrases turns an error into a demonstration of high-level self-monitoring and rhetorical control. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card prompt. Discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on traditional job markets. You should cover 1. Automation displacing blue-collar jobs. The need for reskilling and new education models. Ethical dilemmas regarding data privacy. Speak for 3 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important structural element to include? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear comparative structure that moves from problem identification to potential solutions. Don't just list your 3 bullet points one after the other. Group them logically. Start with the current state, the problem, then transition using a strong contrast marker like however to discuss the required actions, solutions. This creates a compelling narrative arc. Question 2. What sophisticated language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses and advanced passive voice. To elevate your grammar, utilize conditional structures like if governments were to invest or this could potentially lead to. Mastering the passive voice allows you to focus on the action itself rather than who performed it, which is ideal for academic discussion. This final review isn't just about memorizing new words, it's about mastering lexical precision. We are moving beyond simple comprehension and aiming for true linguistic fluency. These go-to phrases and idioms are designed to be immediately deployable in high-stakes academic or professional settings. We will focus on the subtle differences between synonyms, understanding when one word conveys a necessary nuance that another misses. The goal is to sound not just highly fluent, but exceptionally precise. Remember that advanced vocabulary is less about quantity and more about quality. Don't try to use every single sophisticated phrase you learned. Instead, identify the 3 or 4 structures that fit your specific speaking profile best. When you practice these words, always record yourself using them in context so you can tune into how they actually sound when spoken aloud. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is articulate. Say it again, articulate. When you say someone is articulate, it implies more than just speaking clearly. It suggests that their thoughts are organized, structured, and easily understood by others. A common mistake is confusing this with merely being eloquent, which refers more to style. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Think of mitigate in terms of reduction. You are actively lessening the impact of a negative force. It is highly favored in academic writing when discussing problems, risks, or adverse effects. The word is propensity. Say it again, propensity. Unlike simple tendency, which can be situational, propensity suggests something almost innate or habitual about a person's nature. It gives your observation a much more analytical and academic tone. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. If something is inherent, it was there from the start. It's built into the core nature of the subject. If you can remove it and the thing still functions, it probably isn't inherent. The word is pivot. Say it again, pivot. When you use pivot, you are suggesting a strategic, decisive shift. It's not just changing your mind. It's fundamentally altering your approach because of external pressure or this is perfect for business discussions. The word is nuanced. Say it again, nuanced. If something is nuanced, it means you can't describe it with one simple word. There are many shades of gray. Use this when discussing complex human emotions, philosophical concepts, or detailed cultural differences. Here are 5 examples. The committee recommended changes to mitigate the financial impact of the recession. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate is used here with a noun like impact. This structure helps make your academic phrasing sound very natural and authoritative. You are controlling the severity of the outcome. She was praised for her ability to articulate abstract principles into actionable steps. Articulate, verb. By pairing articulates with phrases like actionable steps, you are showing that your communication skills lead directly to practical results, which is a very high-level compliment in any forum. The inherent biases within the testing structure required careful examination. Inherent adjage. Using inherent here suggests that the bias was built into the system itself, making it unavoidable without deep structural review. This is a powerful way to critique an established process. The political climate demanded that we pivot our focus from protest to negotiation. Pivot, verb. This example shows pivots being used in a formal, socio-political context. It implies a quick but calculated change of strategy under pressure. A nuanced understanding of global economics requires considering cultural propensity. Nuanced adjective, propensity, noun. By combining nuanced and propensity, you demonstrate that your knowledge isn't superficial. You are discussing the subtle, ingrained behavioral patterns across different cultures. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, articulate. Compare it with eloquent. Clarity versus style. While both are positive, articulate focuses strictly on the ability to convey complex thoughts clearly, the structure itself. Eloquent, however, describes the beauty and persuasive quality of the speech, suggesting flair in addition to clarity. First, propensity. Compare it with tendency. Innate nature versus observed pattern. If you say someone has a propensity, it feels almost inevitable, like it's part of their character makeup. If you use tendency, it can feel more observational behavior that shows up frequently, but isn't necessarily permanent. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Reducing severity versus easing discomfort. This is a common confusion point. Mitigate usually refers to lessening the severity of a large problem, like mitigating risk. Alleviate, on the other hand, often relates to making physical or emotional pain easier to bear. First, nuanced. Compare it with subtle. Complexity in meaning versus faintness of sensory detail. Subtle often describes something barely perceptible, like a subtle scent or a subtle color change. Nuanced, however, always refers to depth and complexity within an idea, concept, or argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The collocation map. Group words that naturally appear together. Example, inherent risk, mitigate damage. Do not learn these vocabulary items in isolation. Instead, build small mental maps of common pairings or collocations. Knowing that propensity frequently pairs with nouns like bias or risk makes the word stick much faster and sound more natural. The delayed recall method. Schedule reviews for 1 day, 3 days, and 7 days later. This forces deep memory encoding. This is the core of spaced repetition. When you encounter a word again after an interval, your brain treats it like a high-value piece of information, dramatically improving retention. Physical flashcards or digital apps are perfect for this. Sentence transformation. Take simple sentences and rewrite them using the new vocabulary, e.g., the problem was smalls becomes we must mitigate the minor issue. This exercise forces you to manipulate the grammar while upgrading the lexicon. It trains your brain not just on what the word means, but exactly where it can fit into a sentence structure. The discussion prompt method. Prepare arguments for common topics, e.g., climate change, AI ethics, using 3-4 target words. The best way to solidify these high-level phrases is through speaking practice that simulates real pressure. By preparing structured arguments, you force the natural integration of sophisticated vocabulary into your flow. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The study revealed that humanity has an inherent propensity for risk-taking. To combat this, researchers sought to mitigate the negative impacts by developing nuanced economic models. However, the global market continues to pivot quickly, demanding a deeper understanding of cultural factors and their subtle influence. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means an essential or natural quality. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is inherent. The context here, inherent propensity for risk-taking, tells you that this tendency isn't learned, it exists within us from nature. Remember, inherent refers to the source of the characteristic itself. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the board must articulate its concerns about the new policy before announcing a pivot. When crafting your answer, try to use collocations you found earlier. Notice how articulate is paired with concerns, making the statement sound more professional and authoritative. In advanced English exams like IELTS, vocabulary isn't just about knowing definitions, it's about understanding register and collocation. We are revisiting these top words to move beyond simple recognition and achieve genuine fluency. Think of these terms as tools that allow you to express complex ideas with precision. Mastering them means knowing when and why they sound natural in an academic essay or speaking response. Remember that the goal here is not just sounding fancy, but sounding precise. When you use a high-level word correctly, it shows the examiner that you have deep control over English, which is far more valuable than knowing hundreds of words superficially. We are focusing on context and appropriate usage. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, always think about lessening an effect it's never used for solving the problem entirely. It implies reduction. Good collocations include mitigate risk or mitigate effects. Saying reduce the danger is often less precise than saying mitigate the severity. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. This word is perfect for describing trends or technologies that have become completely normal, making them seem impossible to avoid. If something is common and you see it in every part of the world, ubiquitous is your best choice. It sounds much more academic than simply saying everywhere. The word is detrimental. Say it again, detrimental. If you want to say something is bad for you, detrimental sounds much stronger than just saying bad. Remember that it must be followed by a unit that describes the effect. Be careful not to confuse it with merely difficult. Detrimental implies actual harm. The word is pervade. Say it again, pervade. Unlike spread, which is general, pervade suggests that something intangible like an emotion, scent, or influence has seeped into every corner of a space or discussion. It's excellent for describing atmosphere in essays. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. This word is high level and usually relates to systems or ways of thinking. When you use paradigm, you are discussing a fundamental shift in thought or change in the established model. It's often used alongside phrases like shift in paradigm. The word is corroborate. Say it again, corroborate. This is crucial for academic writing because it forces you to discuss evidence. If someone gives you a claim and another source confirms that claim, you are corroborating the information. It always implies supporting factual data. Here are 5 examples. The government implemented new policies to mitigate the worst effects of climate change. Mitigate, verb. Notice how mitigate works with effects. We aren't trying to eliminate climate change overnight. We are managing and reducing its negative impact, which is exactly what this verb implies in policy discussions. The influence of social media has become ubiquitous across all age groups. Ubiquitous, Ajay. This sentence shows that ubiquitous describes an influence or presence and not just a physical object. It tells us that the nature of social media is found everywhere in modern life. Ignoring sustainable practices can be detrimental to future economic growth. Detrimental AJ. Here, detrimental links directly to the abstract concept of growth. It shows that failing in sustainability doesn't just cause problems. It actively damages a foundational process. A sense of anxiety pervaded the crowd before the final exam results were posted. Pervade, verb. We are using pervade to describe an emotional atmosphere. The feeling of anxiety hasn't just been felt sometimes, it has seeped into the entire environment, making it palpable for everyone present. The discovery marked a paradigm shift from traditional medicine toward genetic research. The paradigm, noun. This is one of the strongest academic phrases. Instead of saying a big change, using paradigm shifts communicates that an entire model or way of thinking has been overturned and replaced by something new. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mitigate. Compare it with alleviate. Scope of action. Mitigation is for external threats, alleviation is often internal or emotional. While both words mean to lessen, mitigates usually suggests reducing a physical risk or large-scale impact like climate change. Meanwhile, alleviate tends to be used when talking about easing pain, discomfort, or distress, such as alleviating stress. First, detrimental. Compare it with adverse. General tone. Adverse is often used in formal reports regarding conditions. Detrimental focuses on negative impact. These are very close synonyms, but consider the context. If you are writing a medical report about poor working conditions, adverse effects sounds highly professional. If you are arguing why a habit is bad for your life, detrimental might fit better. First, paradigm. Compare it with model. Scale of change. Paradigm implies a fundamental, sweeping shift in thought or understanding. If you simply say concept, it might mean an idea that hasn't been tested. But when we discuss a paradigm shift, we are talking about the collapse and replacement of the entire accepted framework. It's much bigger than just a new concept. First, corroborate. Compare it with support. Evidence requirement. Corroborate specifically requires external, verifiable evidence to back up a claim. If you just say someone supports your idea, that's a personal agreement. But when an investigation needs to confirm facts, they must corroborate them with physical proof or multiple testimonies. This precision is key in academic writing. Here are 4 ways to practice. Building word maps. Don't just list definitions, graph relationships. When you create a word map for mitigate, don't stop at the definition. Draw arrows connecting it to synonyms, antonyms, and even common collocations like mitigate risk. This forces your brain to see it as a network of ideas. Spaced repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals. This is scientifically proven and incredibly effective. Instead of cramming all 6 words today, review them briefly an hour from now, then the next day, and then 3 days later. This method ensures long-term memory retention. Collocation drilling. Practicing which words naturally go together. Knowing that ubiquitous pairs with presence or technology, but rarely just stands alone, is crucial. We are moving from remembering isolated words to mastering linguistic pairings. This is the hallmark of fluency. Speaking out loud. Using new words in full sentences during speaking practice. Reading definitions is passive learning. The absolute best way to internalize these high-level terms is by forcing yourself to use them aloud, even if you are just talking to yourself. This builds the muscle memory needed for real exam performance. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The increasing reliance on digital technology has made its presence ubiquitous in daily life. However, this growth is not without risk. Some experts warn that the constant data stream can be detrimental to mental health. To mitigate these effects, new regulatory paradigms are being proposed globally. Furthermore, environmental activists argue that anecdotal evidence alone cannot corroborate the severity of pollution. Comprehensive studies must show how much worse things are. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means spread throughout. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is ubiquitous. The passage talks about technology being everywhere, which led you to use ubiquitous, the adjective form. If it were an action and something was spreading, we would have used a verb like pervade, but here the focus is on its constant presence. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., paradigm, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the discovery of vaccines marked a massive paradigm shift in public healthcare. Remember to think about context when building your answer. When you use paradigm, try to make sure the change is significant. It needs to be an entire model that has been overthrown or replaced by something completely new. Complex sentences are crucial for academic writing because they allow you to show relationships between ideas. Instead of listing facts one after another, you can link causes, effects, and conditions within a single structure. This moves your writing from simple description to sophisticated analysis. For IELTS, demonstrating this structural variety helps prove fluency and grammatical range. Remember that complexity isn't just about using big words, it's about mastering the mechanics of linking clauses correctly. We are aiming for natural flow, not academic overkill. Think of these structures as literary bridges connecting distinct ideas into one cohesive thought. Here are 4 examples. Although fossil fuel consumption has decreased in some regions, the reliance on it still poses significant geopolitical risks that must be addressed. Effective use of although to introduce a concessionary clause. The word although immediately sets up a contrast, forcing the reader to consider 2 opposing points simultaneously. This structure is much stronger than simply using but, because it establishes a deeper, more intellectual relationship between those ideas. Having implemented nationwide recycling programs, many communities have witnessed marked improvements in waste management efficiency. Using an introductory participial phrase, having implemented, to show cause action. Starting a sentence with a participle like having immediately tightens the focus and makes the writing feel highly polished. It shows that one action directly led to a subsequent result, giving your argument momentum. The government should allocate more funding to public transportation, since it is a necessary step toward reducing urban carbon emissions. Using since as a causal conjunction rather than just because. While because is correct, using alternatives like since, as, or due to the fact that adds variety and sophistication. When you have multiple options for linking cause, try alternating them throughout your essay. Experts predict that climate change will continue escalating, thereby necessitating immediate global policy shifts. Using a conjunctive adverb, thereby, to show consequence. Conjunctive adverbs are powerful tools for signaling logical transitions. They don't just connect sentences, they explain how the second idea relates logically to the first, making your argument crystal clear and highly structured. Let's compare 4 pairs. The economy is struggling. Inflation is high. Because inflation remains persistently high, the local economy is currently struggling significantly. Combining short sentences with a clear causal link, because. Notice how combining these 2 simple statements into one fluent thought gives the writing authority. The goal here is to move away from choppy sentence fragments and create smooth, cohesive transitions. People recycle waste. They help save resources. Recycling waste helps conserve valuable natural resources for future generations. Using nominalization, turning action into a noun to improve formality. Turning the verb recycles into the concept recycling and structuring it around a central subject makes your writing sound much more academic. It elevates the tone from simple conversation to formal essay style. The policy was bad. Critics complained about it. Critics strongly criticized the new policy, citing its potential negative impact on small businesses. Using an embedded clause, e.g., citing, to include supporting evidence smoothly. Rather than creating a separate sentence for the criticism, embedding it with phrases like citing or arguing that makes your writing feel denser and more professional. It signals that you are providing detailed support. It is bad for health, but people still smoke. Despite the overwhelming evidence detailing its health risks, many individuals continue to smoke. Using strong prepositional phrases, despite, for contrast. The phrase despite immediately establishes a tension between two facts. This structure is excellent because it shows that you acknowledge one fact while simultaneously arguing against it, which demonstrates nuanced thinking. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Comma splice, two independent clauses joined only by a comma. The pollution is bad. The city needs action. Subordination conjunction. Because pollution levels are so high, the city urgently requires immediate governmental action. A comma splice is one of the most common writing errors. You must either use a stronger punctuation mark, like a semicolon, or, ideally, rewrite the sentence using a subordinating conjunction to show the relationship. Dangling modifier. Modifier placed in a way that makes it seem like it describes the wrong subject. Running quickly through the park, the bus was missed by John. Clear subject action link, John, running quickly through the park, missed the bus. The modifier running quickly must describe the noun immediately following the comma. In the original, it incorrectly suggests the bus was running. We corrected this by placing the action directly next to the correct actor, John. Run-on sentence. Two complete thoughts jammed together. Students were advised to read about global warming. They should learn more. Parallelism. Coordination. Students were advised to read about global warming and to learn more regarding its causes. When you list actions or advice, always maintain grammatical parallelism. Notice how we started the second action with and to keep the structure balanced and perfectly clear. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline with clause mapping. Before writing, map out your central argument and identify at least 3 key relationships: cause-effect, contrast, and example. This forces you to plan complex structures. Do not start drafting until you have this structural map in place. By pre-planning the links to the causes and the all those, you ensure your argument flows logically from the outset. Focus on transition vocabulary. Keep a dedicated list of sophisticated transition words, consequently, furthermore, conversely, and similarly. Practice using them in context. These advanced linking phrases are the glue that holds complex writing together. Simply memorizing them is not enough. You must practice integrating them naturally so they don't sound forced or repetitive. The why-how revision check. After drafting, review every paragraph and ask, how does this sentence connect to the previous one? If the link isn't clear, you need a stronger transition. This is your final self-correction mechanism. Don't just check for grammar, check for logical flow. If you can point to exactly how idea B logically follows from idea A, your structure is solid. Vary sentence beginnings. Avoid starting too many sentences with the subject, the government, or students. Start some with adverbs, dependent clauses, or prepositional phrases. This is key to sounding like a native speaker. A monotonous rhythm bores the reader and makes your writing sound simplistic. By varying your beginning structures, you create a much more engaging and fluid reading experience. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that universities should focus primarily on vocational training to meet job market demands. Others argue that the liberal arts remain essential for developing critical thinking skills. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, you must balance discussing 2 opposing viewpoints before presenting a clear, supported thesis statement. The core difficulty here isn't just writing about jobs or arts, it's managing the tension between those 2 ideas within your structure. You need to show you understand both sides before arguing which side is superior. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is using complex structures, e.g., while vocational training offers immediate job security, it often overlooks the necessity of to show nuanced understanding and comparison. A higher band score requires you to avoid taking an extreme stance immediately. Instead, use concessive clauses like although or while to build a sophisticated argument that acknowledges complexity. Examiners aren't just listening for correct answers, they are assessing your ability to maintain a consistent rhythm. Fluency is less about the speed of speech and more about the smoothness of thought transitions. They listen for coherence, meaning how logically one idea flows into the next. These strategies involve using signposting language and managing those natural pauses effectively. Remember that fluency doesn't mean speaking without a single pause. It means that your pauses are deliberate, they signal thought processing, not panic. Using transitional phrases helps bridge these gaps so the listener never feels lost. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to give you an example of that. Say it again. To give you an example of that. This phrase immediately signals to the listener that you are about to provide concrete support for your initial claim. It buys you a crucial few seconds, allowing your brain to organize your thoughts while sounding exceptionally prepared. The word is, if I had to choose only one. Say it again. If I had to choose only one. When asked for an opinion among several options, this structure helps you narrow your focus quickly. It gives the impression of careful deliberation and decisiveness, even if you are just speaking off the cuff. The word is, that's a complex question, but. Say it again. That's a complex question, but. This is a fantastic thinking filler. Instead of pausing with an you acknowledge the difficulty of the prompt. This buys you necessary time while sounding thoughtful and reflective rather than stuck. The word is, what strikes me immediately is. Say it again. What strikes me immediately is. This phrase is perfect for jumping into an unfamiliar topic. It gives your answer an immediate, strong hook and suggests that the concept is highly relevant or impactful to you. The word is, let me think about that for just a moment. Say it again. Let me think about that for just a moment. Sometimes you just need a simple, neutral pause. Using this phrase is perfectly acceptable because it manages the listener's expectation. After saying this, take a visible breath and organize your first sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kinda hard to say. It is somewhat difficult to determine the definitive answer. Avoiding contractions and slang. In formal settings, expanding contractions like it's into it is immediately elevates your register. Similarly, replacing slang terms keeps your tone measured and academic. Like, I guess maybe, I would argue that, giving reasoned opinions. Instead of using vague fillers like, or I guess, use strong academic phrases. These structures give your opinion weight and make it sound much more authoritative. The thing is, the main issue here pertains to introducing a core point. When you need to pivot or introduce the central topic of your answer, avoid vague connectors. Direct academic language helps guide both you and the listener through your argument. I mean, it's pretty important. It is crucially important that we consider emphasizing importance. Using intensifiers like quite, very, or pretty weakens your statement. Replace these with strong adjectives and adverbs to make your points sound more convincing. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation markers. I think that the economy is going up. Strategic pausing. I believe that the economy has been trending upward lately. The biggest mistake is substituting actual content with filler sounds. Instead of using pause and take a visible breath. This silence allows you to gather your thoughts without losing credibility. Simplistic vocabulary and run-on sentences. Speaking about the environment, we need less plastic because it's bad for fish. Academic precision and varied structure. Considering environmental impact, reducing plastic consumption is vital due to its detrimental effect on marine life. Don't just list facts. Group them using sophisticated linking phrases like consequently or as a result. This makes your speech sound cohesive, not just a series of bullet points. Topic drift and disorganization. So I was talking about technology and then it changed to food, which is weird. Bridging topics logically while discussing technology, it's also worth noting the parallel importance of sustainable food sources. If you shift topics, don't just jump. Use a transition phrase that creates a conceptual link between the two subjects. This shows the examiner that your knowledge is interconnected. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed monologues. Record yourself speaking for 2 continuous minutes on a random topic. Focus purely on maintaining momentum. The goal here is endurance. Don't worry about perfect grammar. Focus only on keeping the sound flowing until time runs out. This builds stamina and reduces panic when you feel pressure. Structured topic swaps. Take 3 unrelated words, e.g., kite, democracy, chocolate. Speak for 1 minute linking all 3 concepts together. This exercise forces your brain to create novel connections quickly. You are practicing associative thinking, the ability to link disparate ideas fluently. Shadowing experts. Listen to advanced speakers, like TED Talk presenters, and repeat their speech immediately after they finish, mimicking pace and intonation. Shadowing is phenomenal for rhythm. You are physically training your mouth muscles and vocal delivery to match a native speaker's natural flow, which dramatically improves perceived fluency. The why-hows drill. After stating an opinion, I think X, immediately follow up with justifying the whys and explaining the how. This triples your speaking time. Never leave a statement unsupported. The 3-part structure statement, reason why, example mechanism, how is foolproof for keeping your momentum steady. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a skill or hobby you would like to learn in the future. You should mention why it is important and how difficult it might be to master. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a strong opening hook, followed by a detailed explanation that uses at least 2 different cohesive devices, e.g., furthermore, consequently. When you are given a prompt, do not wait for it to finish before speaking. Start immediately with your best opening line. This establishes confidence and sets an authoritative tone from the very first sentence. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the use of conditional clauses. If I were able to, or modal verbs, I would need to. Since this is a future-focused topic, utilizing conditionality naturally boosts your linguistic range. It shows the examiner that you can discuss possibilities and hypotheticals with ease. Topic expansion is the strategic process of developing a single subject into multiple dimensions. Instead of merely describing a topic, you are exploring its implications across various fields. This means moving beyond simple facts and delving into the how and the why. Effective expansion requires identifying all related angles, the historical context, the ethical dilemmas, and the potential future impacts. It is about building an intricate web of thought around one central theme. When we talk about depth in academic writing, we are talking about complexity. The goal isn't to list more facts, it's to demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of how those facts intersect. Think of the topic as a core jewel, and your expansion is the elaborate setting that shows all its facets. Here are 4 examples. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI, angle, economic viability. Focus on macroeconomics. By focusing solely on economics, you're addressing how UBI might affect employment rates or inflation. This is a necessary first layer of analysis. However, remember that the economic model rarely exists in a vacuum. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI. Angle: Social impact. Focus on societal change. Shifting to the social angle allows you to discuss human capital, things like mental health or educational attainment. This moves beyond just money and into the fabric of community life. Topic: Universal Basic Income, UBI. Angle: Ethical considerations. Focus on philosophy ethics. This ethical lens forces you to confront deeply held values. Questions of work ethic or individual responsibility are key here. They add necessary moral tension to the discussion. Topic: Climate change policy. Angle: Global governance. Focus on international law. When discussing climate change, you must look at who enforces the rules. This requires analyzing international treaties and the political will of sovereign nations to agree on shared goals. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Establishes credibility, ethos. A multifaceted discussion shows mastery. In academic settings, depth is synonymous with authority. When you address the topic from economics, ethics, and history, you signal to your reader that you have conducted thorough research in multiple disciplines. Anticipates counterarguments. Addressing opposition proactively strengthens your thesis. The best academic arguments don't ignore opposing viewpoints, they incorporate them. By acknowledging the counterpoint and then dismantling it, you make your own central argument far more robust. Generates nuance. Complexity prevents oversimplification. Avoid making sweeping generalizations. Instead of stating X is good, explain under what conditions X might be beneficial and in which situations it fails. This level of detail defines true academic thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Merely stating facts about the topic. Analyzing the relationship between those facts. The biggest mistake is summarizing information. You need to move past what happened and instead focus on why did it happen? And what does that mean now? The analysis requires connecting discrete points into a cohesive narrative. Absolute claim, using absolute language like always or never. Conditional language, employing conditional phrasing, may, might, or under certain conditions. Academic discourse thrives on careful qualifiers. By using language like tends to or suggests that, you show intellectual humility while still making a powerful point. This makes your arguments sound more measured and thoughtful. Single lens, maintaining a single, narrow perspective. Multiple lenses, structuring arguments around conflicting paradigms. If your topic is political, don't just discuss the policy itself. Discuss how different groups, labor unions, corporate interests, marginalized communities will interpret and react to that policy. Here are 4 ways to practice. Ask, so what, repeatedly. After every major claim or piece of data, ask yourself what the immediate implication is. Follow this process until you hit a barrier. This simple questioning technique forces you out of description and into critical thinking. Don't settle for the first answer. Push deeper to find the true consequence of your initial observation. Stakeholder mapping. Identify every group affected by your topic, from global policymakers to local families, and outline their unique interests and biases. Mapping stakeholders ensures that you view the problem through multiple, often conflicting, lenses. This is crucial for controversial topics because no single stakeholder has a complete picture of what is at stake. The adjacent topics bridge. Identify another academic field, e.g., literature, biology, that shares a conceptual similarity with your topic and use it as an analogy. Creating these bridges elevates your writing by demonstrating interdisciplinary thinking. Drawing parallels between 2 seemingly unrelated fields shows the reader that you think broadly about systemic patterns. Develop a thesis of tension. Instead of arguing for one solution, argue that the topic inherently contains 2 competing forces, g. Freedom versus security. A thesis built on tension is naturally deeper because you are not trying to solve a problem, you are exploring its intrinsic conflicts. This makes your essay more engaging and academically rigorous. Today, we are focusing on precision. We will look closely at the th sounds, the voiced sound as in this, and the unvoiced sound as in thank. To create the unvoiced thank, gently place your tongue between your teeth and blow air over it like a careful whisper. For the voiced eighth, you keep the exact same tongue position, but this time engage your vocal cords, making it vibrate so that you feel a buzzing sensation. Mastering these sounds is key to sounding measured and authoritative. It's not just about hitting the right sound, it's about controlling the breath flow itself. When you pause slightly before or after an eighth word, it makes your speech sound deliberate rather than hesitant. Think of your articulation as building bridges between ideas. You want each segment to be clear and strong. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is thought. Say it again, thought. Remember to initiate this sound by blowing a steady stream of air. The unvoiced requires minimal vocal cord vibration, making it feel like an airy whisper. Practice saying the word slowly first, focusing only on that initial breathy puff. The word is through. Say it again, through. This word combines the unvoiced with a lengthy vowel sound, so you need to maintain that controlled airflow for longer. Don't rush the middle section. Let the sound resonate fully before dropping off at the end of the word. The word is thing. Say it again, thing. The tongue position for thing is very similar to thought, but the vowel sound changes drastically. Focus on keeping that tongue placement consistent while allowing your mouth to open slightly more for the shorter, clipped vowel. The word is breathe. Say it again, breathe. This is a voiced example, meaning you must feel your vocal cords buzzing as you speak it. Don't just blow air, actively vibrate your voice while maintaining that tongue placement. This physical control adds weight to your message. The word is weather. Say it again, weather. Notice that the voiced sound appears not just at the beginning, but right in the middle of this word. This shows how frequently we use controlled vocalization even when sounding out longer words. Practice isolating that central buzzing sound. The word is depth. Say it again, depth. The unvoiced ending in depths is excellent for practicing clear release of breath. Many people soften this final puff of air, which makes their speech sound weak. Try to make that final air burst sharp and distinct. Let's compare 4 pairs. Right. Compare it with right. Focus on the vowel sound. The difference is minimal but crucial for clarity. These words look similar, but they carry different meanings and require slightly different mouth shapes to articulate perfectly. Developing this kind of precise sound control makes your vocabulary seem more natural and polished. First, feel. Compare it with fill. The difference is in the vowel length. Is it a short, tight I or a long, drawn-out E? This pair demonstrates how quickly we can undermine our credibility if we misplace just one small sound. When speaking under pressure, slowing down to check your vowels will save you from sounding rushed. Good. Could. Compare it with would. The primary difference is the starting consonant sound. Focus on that initial K versus WUM. In professional speaking, distinguishing between these similar sounds helps listeners accurately interpret your intent. Don't let speed compromise your phonetic accuracy. Clarity always wins over rapid-fire delivery. First, here. Compare it with here. The difference is the initial consonant sound. Is it a pure vowel or does it start with an HAG? This contrast highlights how crucial the subtle presence or absence of an initial breathy consonant can be. Think of that as a deliberate starting point for your thought. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Long, basically. Right, fundamentally. We often default to vague filler words like basicallys when we feel nervous. Replace these with strong transition phrases such as to summarize or the core issue is. This immediately elevates your perceived intelligence. Wrong. Right. Pause and collect thought. Using vocal fillers like or signals that your brain is searching for the answer. Instead, practice productive silencer, total stop in speech. This makes listeners assume you are carefully considering a complex point. Wrong, it seems to me. I propose. Hedging language, like it seems or maybe, makes your point sound tentative. When you have a well-formed idea, own it by using assertive phrasing. This demonstrates confidence in your analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Practice difficult sounds like or in rapid succession. Use tongue twisters not just for fun, but as a physical warm-up. By forcing your mouth and tongue to move quickly through different positions, you improve the muscular memory needed for precise professional speech. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs of words that differ by only one sound, like rights and rights. This exercise forces your ear to listen critically, while simultaneously demanding perfect physical articulation. It trains you to hear the subtle differences in pronunciation that make a major impact on meaning. Shadowing technique. Listen to an expert speaker and immediately repeat exactly what they say. Shadowing helps you internalize not just the words, but the rhythm and pacing of high-level speakers. Pay attention to where they pause for effect, as these measured breaks are key to sounding thoughtful. Mirror work. Watch your mouth while speaking specific phrases in front of the mirror. This is highly effective because it connects the abstract concept of good pronunciation to a concrete visual action. You need to visually check if your lips are relaxed, if your jaw movement is controlled, and if you are exaggerating those critical mouth positions. When you encounter a topic that is completely unfamiliar, examiners are not testing your knowledge of the subject. Instead, they are evaluating your ability to maintain coherence and structure your thoughts under pressure. They listen primarily for three things: thoughtful development, clear signposting, and linguistic flexibility. Think of bridging as creating intellectual space between ideas so you never hit a dead end. If you can successfully link disparate concepts, if you don't know the facts, you demonstrate advanced speaking skill. The core idea here is metacognition, thinking about how you speak, not just what you say. Instead of freezing when faced with a blank topic, your goal is to sound like an articulate thinker who can organize complex information. Always remember that structure and delivery are often more important than the raw content itself. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is to give you a broader perspective. Say it again, to give you a broader perspective. This phrase is perfect when the question seems too narrow or specific. It allows you to subtly pivot away from the immediate prompt and discuss the larger context surrounding the topic instead. Use it to show depth of thought rather than lack of knowledge. The word is, on a related note, I would argue that. Say it again. On a related note, I would argue that. Use this when the topic reminds you of something else you do know about. This technique links your current unknown topic to familiar ground, giving you time to formulate a detailed response. It turns tangential knowledge into relevant speaking points. The word is, to elaborate on that point, TS. Say it again, to elaborate on that point, W in stun. If the topic is too high level and you can't find a specific example, use this phrase to discuss implications or potential consequences. Instead of providing facts, describe why those facts might matter in the real world. The word is from an academic standpoint. Say it again, from an academic standpoint. This phrase immediately elevates your discourse and signals to the examiner that you are approaching the topic with intellectual rigor. It's excellent for masking uncertainty by sounding highly objective and analytical. The word is, while I don't have all the details, generally speaking. Say it again, while I don't have all the details, generally speaking. It is okay to admit uncertainty. Using a phrase like this sounds much more thoughtful than just saying, I don't know. It manages expectations while still allowing you to offer general, well-reasoned opinions. Let's compare 4 pairs. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard. It is certainly a complex issue to navigate. Elevating vocabulary and formality. Notice how the formal version uses stronger verbs and more abstract nouns. Academic language makes your speech sound more considered, even when you are thinking on the spot. Focus on swapping out simple adjectives for richer alternatives. It's really complicated because the matter is multifaceted due to using precise academic phrasing. Changing really and complicated to terms like multifaceted or complex immediately boosts your lexical resource score. This shows the examiner that you have a wide range of professional vocabulary available. So, what I mean is, in essence, my point is that formalizing discourse markers. Bridging phrases are essential. In formal speaking, use signposting language like in essence or to summarize. This helps the listener follow your argument flow perfectly and makes you sound highly organized. Gotta say, it's a mess. The situation requires significant systemic overhaul, moving from colloquial to policy language. When discussing social or governmental topics, avoid casual slang. Instead, use elevated terminology that suggests you are thinking like an analyst or policymaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Admitting failure, I don't know anything about that. Bridging to a known area that is outside my area of expertise, but I can discuss the general implications if. Never just admit you are ignorant. Instead, use it as an opportunity to pivot your knowledge base. By acknowledging the gap and then linking it to something tangential, you demonstrate resilience. Excessive hesitation filler words. So like, maybe we should think about. Structured pausing. To consider this issue further, one must first evaluate whether. The goal is to replace filler sounds like and like with structured pauses. A strategic silence gives you time to breathe and allows the listener and yourself to frame your next thought more deliberately. Simple listing, lack of flow, and then also give money to poor people. Using cohesive links and causality. Furthermore, allocating financial resources toward poverty alleviation is crucial because avoid simple and then also structures. Use advanced linking adverbs like furthermore, consequently, or similarly. This instantly improves the cohesion score by showing how your ideas build upon one another. Here are 4 ways to practice. The think aloud method. Select a complex topic and force yourself to speak about it continuously for 2 minutes without stopping. The goal is fluency, not perfection. This exercise builds stamina in your speaking muscles, preventing that sudden freeze when you feel pressure. When you are focused on the act of continuous speech, minor grammatical errors become less noticeable. The concept mapping drill. Write down a random word, e.g., ocean. Now, speak for 3 minutes connecting that word to 5 different unrelated concepts, history, economics, art, etc. This is the ultimate unknown topic simulation. It forces you to build bridges between completely disconnected ideas using language and logic, which is exactly what examiners want to hear. IELTS Part 3. Argument Builder. Practice responding to "Why do you think?" questions by immediately generating 3 supporting arguments in sequence. Part 3 demands depth, not just breadth. Always structure your answer using a clear point evidence explanation framework. This structured approach allows you to sound deeply knowledgeable even if the topic is unfamiliar. Shadowing specific speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts, specifically focusing on how expert speakers use transitional phrases and pauses. Pay close attention not just to what they say, but how they transition. Model the confident pause before a key point and mimic their sophisticated linking language structure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are asked to discuss the concept of digital citizenships in a developing country. You must cover 1. The primary challenges, e.g., infrastructure. 2. Educational initiatives needed. 3. The role of government regulation. Speak for approximately 3 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, use a minimum of 3 different bridging phrases and at least 1 phrase that acknowledges complexity or uncertainty. When you are simulating an unknown topic, remember the structure is your safety net. By consciously including these linking phrases, to elaborate on this, on a related note, you prove to the listener that you have mastered the technique of intellectual bridging. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is advanced modal verbs, should, might, could, and cohesive linking adverbs, furthermore, consequently. Mastering modals helps you speak in terms of possibility and probability rather than absolute certainty. This makes your speech sound far more nuanced and academically thoughtful when discussing complex social issues. Advanced paraphrasing is crucial for demonstrating lexical resource, the range and sophistication of your vocabulary. It involves taking a source idea and expressing it in completely different words while retaining the original meaning. In IELTS, effective paraphrasing shows that you are not just memorizing phrases, you truly understand the underlying concepts. Remember, the goal isn't to change any single word, but to restructure the entire sentence or concept. This technique allows you to write academically and avoid repetitive language, which is key for high scores. Think of paraphrasing as sophisticated translation, not just synonym substitution. You must actively identify the core message, the why behind the statement, before you attempt to rephrase it. If your paraphrase loses that central meaning, then it has failed regardless of how fancy the vocabulary is. Here are 5 examples. Changing parts of speech, noun to verb. Instead of saying, the increase in pollution, try, pollution is increasing rapidly. Identify the noun and its associated process, then use a strong verb form. This technique is incredibly useful because it adds dynamism to your writing. Turning static nouns into active verbs makes your arguments feel more immediate and forceful. Always check that the tense shift matches the context of your essay. Using connectors and discourse markers instead of "it is important," use "crucially" or "a major factor to consider is." Don't just rephrase content, rephrase the way you introduce ideas. Connectors are vital because they signal a relationship between idea scores, contrast, emphasis. Using varied academic discourse markers elevates your writing instantly and keeps the reader engaged in your logic. Combining simple sentences. Instead of "people recycle," recycling helps the environment. Try, recycling is a critical activity that benefits the environment. Link related simple ideas into one compound or complex sentence. Strong academic writing rarely relies on choppy, short sentences. By merging them using conjunctions like as well as or subordinating clauses, you demonstrate advanced grammatical control. Shifting focus, active to passive voice. Instead of "researchers found the data," try, "the data were found by researchers." When the actor is less important than the action itself, switch voices. While sometimes overused, knowing when and how to use the passive voice allows you to maintain academic objectivity. It shifts focus from who did the action to the action or the results themselves. Using implied meaning. Instead of "the government failed," try, "the policy proved insufficient." Don't state criticism directly, suggest it using measured language. Advanced speakers and writers often use understatement or suggestive phrasing. This makes your arguments sound more objective, less accusatory, and therefore much more academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. Weak attempt. The world has many environmental problems. Strong paraphrase. Global ecological challenges necessitate immediate attention and concerted action. Vague declaration versus conceptual precision. Notice how the strong version replaces vague words like many's with precise academic nouns such as ecological challenges. High scorers move beyond simple description into conceptual analysis. Weak attempt. People should use public transport because it is good for the planet. Strong paraphrase. Utilizing mass transit systems mitigates carbon emissions, thereby contributing to planetary health. Simple cause and effect versus technical mechanism. The weak response gives a basic reason. The strong response explains how that reason works. It links the action using transport to the scientific mechanism, mitigating carbon emissions. This depth is what examiners score highly. Weak attempt. Some people think education is too expensive. Strong paraphrase. The exorbitant cost of higher education raises significant concerns regarding accessibility and equity. Simple complaint versus academic inquiry. By incorporating sophisticated vocabulary like exorbitance and academic phrasing related to equity, the candidate treats the topic not just as a complaint, but as a complex socio-economic issue requiring deep discussion. Weak attempt. The city should build more parks. Strong paraphrase. Integrating green spaces within urban development is essential for promoting biodiversity and citizen well-being. Simple suggestion versus holistic justification. A strong response doesn't just give a suggestion, it justifies it by listing multiple benefits: biodiversity, well-being. This shows the candidate has researched and considered the topic from several angles. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrates lexical resource mastery. It proves you have a wide vocabulary that goes beyond basic synonyms. The primary function of paraphrasing is to prove fluency in vocabulary. If you can rephrase complex ideas using varied, sophisticated language, the examiner knows your lexical range is high. Enhances cohesion and coherence. It allows you to link disparate ideas smoothly without sounding repetitive. Paraphrasing forces you to analyze the relationship between sentences. When done correctly, it creates a seamless flow of argument, which is the hallmark of highly coherent writing or speaking. Maintains academic tone. It keeps your language formal and objective, avoiding colloquialisms. Academic writing requires distance. You must sound like an expert analyzing a concept, not just stating personal opinions. Advanced paraphrasing helps you achieve this necessary scholarly detachment. Here are 4 ways to practice. The jigsaw method. Find 3 complex articles. Write down the central idea of each paragraph and then, without looking at the original text, paraphrase it 3 different ways. This exercise forces you to decouple the core meaning from specific vocabulary. By writing multiple versions, you train your brain to recognize conceptual equivalents rather than word matches. Concept mapping practice. Take a topic like climate change and draw a web connecting related concepts, e.g. carbon emissions, e-deforestation, ED4s, rising sea levels. Explain the entire diagram verbally using only paraphrasing. This moves beyond single sentences and requires you to paraphrase relationships between ideas. This is excellent preparation for speaking parts where you must synthesize multiple points. The synonym bank drill. Create a personal bank of high-level replacements for common words, e.g. instead of big, use substantial, extensive, or vast. Don't just learn synonyms, learn contextual collocations with them. Knowing that exorbitant cost works better than simply saying high price shows true mastery. Timed summary writing. Listen to a 3-minute academic podcast clip, e.g. TED Talk, pause it, and write a 150-word summary using only paraphrases. Do this 3 times per week. This simulates the real test environment perfectly, listening comprehension followed immediately by advanced production. The time constraint keeps you focused on efficiency and accuracy. Register refers to the variety of language used for a particular purpose or in a specific social setting. It is not simply about being formal or casual, but rather matching your linguistic style to your audience and context. Knowing how to navigate registers shows advanced communicative competence. You must be able to shift smoothly from chatting with friends to presenting research findings, all without sounding unnatural. This flexibility is crucial for success in professional life. Think of register control as a kind of social chameleon skill. It's the ability to adjust your vocabulary and syntax instantly based on who you are speaking to. Mastering this proves that you understand not just English grammar, but also English culture. Here are 5 examples. Vocabulary choice, slang versus technical jargon. Word selection. In casual chat, you might use slang like "that's wicked." However, in a professional meeting, that word must be replaced with precise formal terminology like excellent or effective. The choice of specific vocabulary instantly signals your intended register. Sentence structure, simple versus complex syntax. Grammatical complexity. Casual speech often relies on short, fragmented sentences and simple coordination. Conversely, formal discourse demands complex subordination using dependent clauses and sophisticated linking words to create a cohesive argument. Tone markers, emoticons versus measured language. Written context cues. In informal digital communication, emojis or exclamation points convey tone quickly. When writing formally, you must rely entirely on carefully chosen adverbs and precise phrasing to ensure your intended tone is understood without visual aids. Use of contractions, gonna versus, intend to. Speaking habits. Contractions are natural in casual conversation because they mimic fast, natural speech patterns. However, when speaking to an academic panel or making a formal presentation, fully spelling out words helps maintain the required level of professionalism. Directness, interjections versus measured openers. Opening phrases. A casual chat might begin with a simple interjection like, "Hey," or "Oh, man." To start a formal conversation, you need measured openings such as, "Thank you for the opportunity to discuss." This sets an immediate expectation of serious discourse. Shifting registers is a deliberate cognitive process that requires self-monitoring. Before you speak or write, mentally identify three things: the setting, the audience's expectations, and your purpose. If you are moving from an informal chat to a formal report, the primary shift involves tightening your diction and elevating your syntax. You must move away from vague generalizations towards specific evidence and formal rhetoric. This process is less about memorizing rules and more about developing acute situational awareness. The key to successful shifting is preparation. You need to anticipate the change. Before entering a challenging conversation, mentally rehearse how you will transition your language. Focus on using transitional phrases like "to elaborate further" or "on a related note," as these bridge the gap between different levels of formality smoothly. Let's compare 4 pairs. Written email, work. Text message, friends. Purpose and length. A work email requires full sentences, professional salutations, and a clear call to action. A text message, conversely, embraces brevity and abbreviation because the purpose is quick social connection, not task completion. Informal presentation, seminar. Formal academic talk, conference. Evidence versus anecdote. In an informal setting, personal stories and anecdotes are acceptable ways to illustrate a point. However, when presenting at a formal academic conference, you must stick strictly to peer-reviewed evidence and established theory. Written article, blog. Academic journal submission. Tone of authority. A blog post can adopt an opinionated, persuasive, or conversational tone. An academic journal requires maintaining absolute neutrality, avoiding subjective language like "I feel" or "I think," and instead using phrases like "it is evident that." Job interview, professional. Catching up with a mentor. Focus shift, self to shared knowledge. The job interview demands high formality because you are selling your professional self and adhering to institutional standards. The mental catch-up is less rigid, allowing for shared memories and more personal conversational language. Here are 4 ways to practice. The role-play journal. Write down examples of how you would speak or write in 5 different roles. Spend time journaling by adopting extreme personas. Imagine writing a letter to the Prime Minister, then sending an angry text message. This forces your brain to actively switch between tones and vocabularies. Audience analysis drill. Before starting any piece of communication, pause and list who you are talking to. Always ask yourself, what do they already know and how educated are they? This initial analysis guides your choice between simpler, generalized language and highly technical terminology. Transcript comparison. Listen to podcasts or watch talks that shift registers drastically. Find content where the host moves from a casual introduction into a deep, complex scientific discussion. Pay close attention to how they change their pacing and word choice during that transition. The elevator pitch exercise. Explain a complicated topic in 3 different registers: slang, professional, academic. This single exercise is incredibly effective because it forces you to take one core idea and filter it through 3 completely different linguistic lenses. It builds muscular memory for flexibility. Discourse markers are highly sophisticated verbal signals that go far beyond simple linking words like "and" or "but." They are structural glue for your speech, helping the listener follow the logical architecture of your thoughts. Instead of just joining 2 ideas, these advanced markers signal a shift in tone, an addition of new evidence, or even a concession to opposing views. Mastering them is key to moving from merely speaking English to sounding genuinely articulate and persuasive. Think of discourse markers not as fancy vocabulary items, but as signposts for your listener. They tell the audience, I am about to change direction, or wait, I want to add a deeper point here. Using them correctly immediately elevates your perceived fluency and academic command. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for academic writing and formal presentations where you are building a case. When using moreover, remember that the new piece of evidence must directly support the idea just presented. It increases weight. The word is, incidentally. Say it again, incidentally. Incidentally acts like a gentle pivot point. It signals an aside or a tangential thought without derailing your primary argument. Use it when you want to add interesting color detail that isn't mission critical. The word is, on the other hand. Say it again, on the other hand. This phrase is crucial for balanced arguments because it shows you can see both sides of a complex issue. It is inherently used when contrasting 2 distinct points of view. Always ensure that your contrast is substantial. The word is, to wit. Say it again, to wit. This is an exceptionally formal marker. Think of it almost like saying namely's or specifically. It tells your audience that the next words are not just general examples, but precise illustrations of what you mean. Use this sparingly. The word is, be that as it may. Say it again, be that as it may. This is a highly formal way of saying, despite what I just said. It acknowledges the previous statement's validity while simultaneously asserting your own counterpoint. It adds tremendous rhetorical weight. The word is, having said that. Say it again, having said that. This marker acts as a polite way of pulling back slightly from your previous statement. It suggests that while the last point was true, there is an important caveat you must consider next. This shows nuanced thinking. Here are 5 examples. The initial economic reports were promising. Moreover, the investment climate seems stable enough for new businesses. Moreover, adverb. Notice how moreover doesn't just add information, it makes that information feel like a critical piece of cumulative evidence. The second point strengthens the conclusion drawn from the first. I was researching local architecture and incidentally discovered this incredible craftsman who specializes in reclaimed wood. Incidentally, adverb. The speaker is clearly deviating from the main topic of local architecture. Using incidentally signals to the listener that this new detail is interesting, but not the core focus of the discussion. Online learning offers flexibility. On the other hand, it requires a massive degree of self-discipline from the student. On the other hand, phrase. This structure ensures that your listener understands that you are not arguing for one side exclusively. You are presenting a balanced cost-benefit analysis. Many historians debate the causes of the revolution to wit, class struggle versus foreign intervention. Wit phrase. This phrase is used when you need to list specific categories or examples that represent a broad idea. It gives your clarification immediate academic weight. The new guidelines are stringent. Be that as it may, the committee acknowledges their historical importance for industry standards. Be that as it may, phrase. Here, be that as it may softens a contradiction. It respects the point about the guidelines being strict while still acknowledging their value. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, moreover. Furthermore, synonym. Equality weight. Both are excellent additions, but moreover often feels slightly more natural in conversational academic speech. Furthermore can sometimes sound a little more structured or written. First, nevertheless. Nonetheless, synonym. Emphasis flow. These are virtually interchangeable, both conveying concession. However, nevertheless often emphasizes the dramatic contrast more strongly than nonetheless, which can feel smoother. Be that as it may. Regardless difference. Register forcefulness. Regardless is direct and forceful, suggesting the previous point is irrelevant to the current conclusion. Be that as it may, however, maintains a more courteous recognition of the prior idea. On the other hand, conversely, difference. Scope of contrast. Opposite is usually best paired with conversely. Use on the other hand when listing two distinct, equally weighted options. Use conversely's when showing a direct flip, like A leads to B. Conversely, not. A leads to non-B. Here are 4 ways to practice. The substitution swap. Take a paragraph you wrote and circle every simple linking word. Challenge yourself to replace at least half of them with one of our advanced markers. This is the most immediate way to improve. Don't just swap words randomly. Check if the summation of the marker matches the intended flow. If you needed contrast, don't use an additive marker. The speaking pause drill. Practice speaking by pausing briefly and filling that silence with a discourse marker like to wit or having said that. These markers are excellent for managing your natural pauses. Instead of just pausing, using one of these phrases gives the listener the impression that you are thoughtfully structuring your next thought. Mapping flowcharts. When summarizing complex articles, physically map out the argument's flow. Mark where the author adds evidence, concedes a point, or changes topic. This exercise forces you to see the underlying structure of advanced discourse. When you can identify the pivot points in written text, you will know exactly which marker to use when speaking. Collocation pairing? Do not learn these words alone. Learn them paired with common academic verbs and nouns, e.g. moreover, argues a point, incidentally, recall an event. Vocabulary is always sticky when it's contextualized. By creating pre-packaged phrases, you make the markers sound instantly natural because they are attached to strong verbs that fit the academic tone. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The new recycling initiative is praised for its environmental impact. Moreover, it has significantly reduced waste in our community. However, the transition was difficult. On the other hand, public adoption rates are now far higher than projected. Having said that, we must continue to improve infrastructure because of logistical hurdles. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that signals an added point of support or evidence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moreover. The phrase moreover is used here to build momentum. It tells the listener, wait, there's more good news. It acts as a cumulative booster for the positive points being made. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing your job or studies. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, incidentally, I was reading about artificial intelligence and realized how much it relates to my current research project. Remember that the goal isn't just correct usage, it's natural flow. When you use these markers, pause slightly before them. This small conversational beat signals to your listeners that you are transitioning into a highly structured thought. Advanced test takers realize that the best questions rarely ask for simple recall. Instead, they require you to infer meaning or understand the author's underlying stance. This means identifying what is implied but never explicitly stated in the text. The goal here is not just finding the correct answer, it's proving why yes, the other options are definitively wrong based on subtle textual clues. Pay close attention to transition phrases and limiting words like sometimes or generally. Scoring highly requires moving beyond surface-level reading into deep interpretive analysis. Think of this process like being a translator, not just a reader. You aren't translating the words, you are translating the author's intent. To master nuance, you must train yourself to read between the lines and challenge every assumption you make about the passage's scope or tone. Here are 5 examples. Identifying paraphrase shifts. Look for synonyms and structural rewording rather than direct quotes. When the option uses different vocabulary but maintains the exact original meaning, it is likely correct. Don't let flashy academic language distract you. If the core relationship between the subject and verb remains unchanged, even if all the words are different, that connection holds true. This confirms strong reading comprehension skills. Analyzing modifiers, pay close attention to adverbs e.g., often, rarely, and limiting clauses. These words restrict the scope of the statement. If the text only says sometimes, Don't assume it's always true. Modifiers are your best friends because they define boundaries. If an option makes a universal claim like always or never, but the passage uses restrictive language, you know that choice is incorrect immediately. Detecting contrastive signals, note transition words like however, conversely, and despite. These signal a shift in thought or an opposing viewpoint. The correct answer often summarizes this contrast. When you see a contrasting signal, stop and identify the argument that is being challenged. Your best option will usually reflect that tension point between two ideas presented sequentially in the text. Testing for overgeneralization, never select an answer that makes a sweeping claim beyond what the passage supports. If the text discusses 3 examples, but the option suggested applies to all 5 types of things, eliminate it. This is perhaps the most common trap. The danger is making assumptions based on your own knowledge, rather than sticking strictly to the evidence provided in the passage itself. Always keep the scope limited by the text. Inferring author tone, determine if the author's tone is skeptical, supportive, critical, or objective. If the question asks for the author's attitude rather than the main idea, look for emotionally charged language. Understanding tone requires you to read the implied feeling. Is the author warning us, admiring something, or simply presenting facts? This skill helps you differentiate between a factual summary and an interpretive assessment. Let's compare 4 pairs, focusing only on keywords and direct matches, analyzing the relationship between concepts presented in the text. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate treats the reading like a dictionary lookup, searching for exact phrases. A strong candidate acts like a structural analyst, figuring out how idea A influences idea B across multiple sentences, dismissing options because they are too long or complex, evaluating options based on their fidelity to the source material's complexity and detail. Don't penalize an option just because it sounds academically dense. If the option correctly captures the passage's nuanced depth, its length is actually proof of its accuracy. Assuming that all provided options must be correct in some way. Systematically eliminating choices by cross-referencing their claims against specific lines or paragraphs. Never assume. Treat every option as a claim that needs proof. By rigorously checking the source text for explicit support, you build unshakable confidence in your final choice. Getting stuck on vocabulary difficulties and moving on. Using context clues to hypothesize the meaning of unfamiliar words before eliminating options. If you encounter a difficult word, don't panic. Look at the sentences surrounding it. They will provide enough context for you to determine its function and meaning, allowing you to continue your analysis. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Demonstrating high-level synthesis skills. Moving beyond simple comprehension to synthesize multiple ideas into one cohesive understanding. High band scores require more than just knowing the facts. They demand proving that you can connect disparate pieces of information. This skill shows examiners that you grasped the overall argument, not just isolated sentences. Mitigating ambiguity and distractor errors. Understanding nuance allows you to reject plausible but incorrect distractors confidently. Many students lose points because they are tricked by highly plausible close calls. By mastering nuance, you become immune to these sophisticated traps because you know exactly where the text draws its boundaries, reflecting academic maturity in thinking, showing that your critical thinking matches the academic rigor of the passage. Academic texts are complex precisely because they resist simple answers. When you successfully navigate ambiguity, you signal to the examiner that your intellectual capacity is aligned with advanced university-level study. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active paraphrasing practice. Take challenging academic paragraphs and rewrite them 3 different ways without losing the original meaning. This exercise forces your brain to break down complex syntax. By rewriting passages, you solidify the core message so that when an option uses a synonym instead of a direct word, it won't throw you off. The why not drill? After answering a question, spend equal time justifying why the 3 incorrect options are wrong. This is crucial for deep learning. Don't just look at the correct answer. You must identify the specific textual evidence that invalidates every single other choice. This builds defensive reading skills. Source material diversification. Read articles from varied fields: science, philosophy, economics, and history. Don't rely only on IELTS practice materials. Reading diverse sources exposes you to different rhetorical styles and specialized vocabularies, making your interpretation skills universally applicable. Self-correction grading. When practicing, grade yourself using a rubric that penalizes structural errors, scope assumption more heavily than vocabulary misses. Adjusting your focus to pay extra attention to this type of error you make will guide your study. If you keep missing questions related to scope, then overgeneralization becomes your primary weakness to target. Collocations are groups of words that naturally go together in a specific language. They aren't just random word pairings, they are predictable combinations our native speakers use constantly. In academic writing, mastering these fixed phrases is crucial for sounding proficient and natural. Think of them as linguistic glue that holds sophisticated arguments together smoothly. When you learn a new vocabulary item, always try to absorb it within its common collocations. It's important to understand that collocation isn't just about synonymy, it's about semantic fit and frequency. A single word might be technically correct, but if the combination feels awkward, it immediately lowers your perceived fluency. Learning these fixed phrases helps you move beyond simply knowing words towards sounding truly academic. Here are 4 examples. The study highlighted the correlation between demographics and policy outcomes. Highlight a correlation. Instead of saying "showed a link," using "highlighted the correlation" is more precise and formal. This specific phrasing immediately elevates the academic tone, signaling that you are discussing statistical relationships. We must address inherent biases in current research methodologies. Address inherent biases. The verb address works perfectly with abstract nouns like biases. By using inherent, we pinpoint that the bias is built into the system, requiring a deep critical analysis from the reader. These findings underscore the need for revised educational curricula. Underscore the need. Underscore is a powerful verb that means to emphasize strongly. It's much stronger than simply showed. When you use this phrase, you are making a definitive statement about the importance of the data. The results contradict established theories in behavioral economics. Contradict established theories. This phrase is perfect for introductions or discussions of gaps in knowledge. It signals a major departure from conventional wisdom and immediately grabs the reader's attention by promising novel information. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Natural flow and rhythm. Using correct pairings makes your writing sound native and effortless. Fluent speech, whether written or spoken, has a predictable rhythm. When you use collocations, the sentence doesn't require the reader to pause and mentally construct how those words fit together. It just flows. Precision of meaning. Collocations narrow down vague concepts, making your argument sharper. Think about choosing between strong rain or heavy rainfall. Both are clear. But heavy rainfalls is the established collocation that immediately signals a specific intensity level to an academic reader. Establishing academic tone. These fixed structures signal competence and deep immersion in the subject matter. Using sophisticated, natural-sounding phrasings is one of the quickest ways to elevate your writing from functional English to professional academic discourse. It shows you have internalized the language of academia. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say the data proved the theories. Say the data supported the theories. While proved is tempting, in academic writing, we rarely claim absolute proof. Instead, using verbs like support, suggest, or indicates maintains necessary intellectual caution and humility. Incorrect, we found a high degree of importance. Correct, we found the importance was significant. Be cautious with noun-noun combinations. Instead of vague stacks of nouns, focus on clear adjective plus noun structures or restructuring the entire phrase for better clarity and impact. Don't say, the policy has a major effect on society. Say, the policy has significant implications for society. When discussing broad, abstract impacts, implications is far more sophisticated than effects. It suggests not just a physical outcome, but a complex chain of potential consequences. Here are 4 ways to practice. Contextual immersion reading. Do not memorize lists. Instead, highlight collocations you encounter repeatedly while reading high-level academic texts. The best way to internalize these phrases is through massive input reading widely. Keep a vocabulary journal specifically for collocations, noting the entire phrase and its context of use. Active replacement drilling. When you write, try to identify weak or simple verb-noun pairings, then force yourself to replace them with stronger, more precise academic collocations. This is a practical editing exercise. If you wrote, "The problem was big," challenge yourself, "Can I say, the issue presented substantial challenges?" This active replacement strengthens your muscular memory for formal language. Spaced repetition review. Periodically test yourself on the collocations learned last week. Focus on usage, not just definition. Remember that recall is a skill that degrades over time. Use flashcards or quick writing prompts to force yourself to use the phrase correctly in varied contexts before moving on. Speaking practice integration. Use new collocations when speaking, even if it's just summarizing an article aloud for yourself. Fluency requires both reading and speaking practice. Force yourself to use the target academic phrases in conversations or presentations. This moves the knowledge from passive recognition to active production. Strategic time allocation in reading means distributing your limited minutes proportionally to the information's importance and complexity. Do not treat every paragraph equally. This is a common trap for advanced learners. Instead, you must constantly ask yourself, what does the prompt need me to identify here? This question dictates whether I should skim for keywords or slow down for deep comprehension. Successful readers are flexible processors who can shift instantly between these modes. They allocate more time to critical analytical sections and less time to supporting background detail. The core idea here isn't speed reading, it's intelligent pacing. Think of your reading time like a budget you have to spend wisely. If the question only asks for A, don't waste time extracting facts that relate to B. Always anchor your focus back to the specific demands of the test or assignment. Here are 4 examples. The initial overview paragraph establishes the historical context of early literacy programs. Strategy: skim for main idea and identify key dates names only. When encountering background history, treat the text as a guidepost. You are not required to memorize every detail about the founding date. Simply locate the general era or major shift mentioned here. This conserves valuable reading minutes. However, the subsequent section detailing cognitive load models presents complex theoretical arguments. Strategy: slow down and read deeply. Identify the core mechanism being argued, the how. This is where your time budget must expand. If the prompt relates to theory or mechanisms, you need deep processing. Circle back mentally and treat this dense section as the primary focus until comprehension is confirmed. Research has noted that participation rates significantly dropped during the first quarter of implementation. Strategy: scan quickly for specific data points, numbers, percentages. If your question is purely factual, for instance, which quarter saw a drop? You are scanning. Your eyes should zip across the text looking only for numbers, ignoring all descriptive language around them. The ultimate implication suggests that multidisciplinary approaches yield superior long-term outcomes. Strategy: stop and summarize. Formulate a single-sentence answer in your head. When you reach a concluding statement like this, pause actively. Instead of underlining, mentally synthesize the entire preceding argument into one strong summary point. This verifies understanding without taking extra time writing notes. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming for overview, general idea. Reading for specific detail, fact retrieval. Mindset shift. What is the gist versus where is X located? The mental effort required for skimming and scanning are completely different. Skimming requires treating the passage like a film watching the plot unfold. Scanning, however, is like using GPS. You know exactly what specific coordinate or word you are looking for. High-density theory passages, informative examples and case studies. Time allocation, allocate more time to the theory but less effort during examples. When you hit dense academic theory, prepare for a slow pace. But when you get to concrete examples, the case studies, you can often skim the setup and focus only on the results or conclusions presented. Identifying main arguments, thesis. Understanding, supporting evidence, support. Focus, the why versus the how. Do not spend equal time on both elements. If you need the main argument, look at topic sentences and conclusions. If you need supporting evidence, read the detail, but only to confirm that it supports a previously identified core claim. Reading for bias. Reading for neutral information extraction. Goal, whose view is this, versus what are the facts? When assessing bias, you must read slowly and critically, looking at loaded language. If your goal is simply to extract neutral data like statistics or timelines, you need to actively filter out any emotive or persuasive vocabulary. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective time management requires recognizing which parts of a text are critical and which sections can be briefly ICA. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is skimmed. This blank tests your ability to prioritize reading effort. If you recognize a section is supporting background information, it's okay to skim it rather than giving it full attention. Before starting any passage, quickly identifying the question type allows the reader to adjust their focus and allocate time more why. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is strategically. The pre-reading phase is key. By knowing whether you need a name, a date, or a concept, your brain is primed, making retrieval much faster when reading. If the text suddenly becomes highly specialized, it is better to pause and formulate a quick summary of what was just read, rather than attempting to understand every single S. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is jargon. When complex terminology appears, don't panic. Acknowledging that you might not grasp every word allows you to move forward by focusing on the surrounding context and overall meaning. The goal is always proportionality, allocating more focused time to the most parts of the reading material. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is critical. Ultimately, successful readers are proportionate thinkers. They allocate their mental energy based on how crucial that piece of information is to answering the prompt. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read the questions. Never start reading until you know what information you are looking for. This sets your brain's search parameters immediately. This is perhaps the single most useful tip. By knowing the goal beforehand, you transform from a passive receiver of information into an active hunter searching for specific evidence. Predicting content gaps. As you read, pause briefly and predict what the author might say next. This keeps your mind engaged and prepares you to absorb new information quickly. Prediction is an advanced metacognitive skill. It forces your brain to stay one step ahead of the text, making comprehension feel less like being carried along and more like leading the thought process. Time boxing practice. Practice timed readings on varied content, e.g., a scientific article followed immediately by a literary passage. This builds mental endurance for shifting focus. Treat this as physical training for your mind. The goal is not to improve the reading itself, but to improve the transition between different modes of thinking and reading. Active note. Taking mini summaries. Instead of writing everything down, jot down only keywords or simple conceptual links that connect main ideas. This is efficient recall practice. When summarizing in the margin, always use your own words. Paraphrasing forces you to prove genuine understanding, which solidifies memory and improves retrieval speed later on. Now it is your turn to practice. read or listen to the following passage carefully. The concept of cognitive load suggests that our working memory has a limited capacity. When we are presented with too many novel elements simultaneously, for example, complex jargon alongside convoluted syntax, we experience overload. Effective learning materials must therefore scaffold new knowledge by providing scaffolding structures. This involves breaking down information into manageable chunks and gradually increasing complexity over time. Failing to manage this process can lead to cognitive exhaustion, rendering deep understanding impossible. Consequently, educators are advised to prioritize clarity of structure over sheer volume of content. Question 1. What is the primary limitation discussed in relation to learning? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the limited capacity of working memory. Notice how this question directs you away from discussing syntax or jargon and focuses solely on the core mechanism, the memory limit. This requires a quick scan for limiting terms like capacities or limited. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means supportive framework. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is scaffolding. This is a vocabulary check, but it requires context. Don't just look for the root. Read the sentence surrounding the unknown word to deduce its meaning based on the required function. The core skill here is synthesis, moving beyond simply understanding what a text says to being able to articulate its meaning in your own voice. Think of it as building an intellectual bridge between the page and the speaking moment. This process requires active processing. You are not just absorbing data, you are transforming it into usable knowledge. When transitioning insights, focus on identifying the core argument and the supporting evidence stream. Instead of reciting facts, structure your response around causality. Because of X, reading insight, we can conclude Y, spoken response. Many students confuse comprehension with articulation. Comprehension is passive, your brain processes the words. Articulation is active, you are assembling them on the spot. Always practice paraphrasing aloud, even if you think no one is listening. This builds the necessary muscle memory for spontaneous speech. Here are 4 examples. While experts debate causation, longitudinal data consistently links early exposure to literacy with higher academic attainment. Thesis statement, primary claim. When you mark a thesis statement like this, don't just underline it. Mentally rephrase it into a direct conversational assertion. The evidence strongly suggests that initial reading skills are foundational for later educational success. This shift makes the point immediately accessible to an audience. However, socioeconomic factors often mediate this correlation, requiring supplementary support. Now to argument limitation. A good speaker doesn't ignore counterpoints. When you spot a limitation, prepare your spoken response to acknowledge it, first using phrases like, while some argue X, we must also consider Y. This shows nuanced thinking. The concept of cognitive load suggests that excessive information can overwhelm the working memory. Key definition concept. For academic concepts, your goal in speaking is simplification. Instead of repeating the jargon, define it simply for your listener. For example, you could say, cognitive load essentially means giving someone too much information at once. This makes the complex idea instantly relatable. Therefore, interventions should prioritize sustained, spaced learning modules over intensive, single-session tutoring. Conclusion, actionable takeaway. When you read a conclusion, the goal is to extract the so what. Don't just repeat the recommendation, explain why it's the best approach. Use strong transition words like consequently or this suggests that to frame your spoken advice. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding, transitioning, reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills helps you communicate more effectively. When you master transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these two common mistakes. Some learners say, "I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills." The better way to say this is, "I am confused about transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills." The adjective needs the EED ending here because it describes how you feel, not what you are. Some learners say, "She don't know." Transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. The better way to say this is, "She doesn't know." Transitioning reading insights into spoken responses, bridging reading and speaking skills. With she, we must use doesn't instead of don't. This is one of the most common errors in English. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute rule. After reading any academic section, force yourself to summarize the entire point aloud in exactly 2 minutes. This technique builds time pressure resilience. Speaking under a strict time limit forces you to trim unnecessary filler and only keep the absolute core ideas, mimicking real-life performance demands. Paraphrase chains. Take one sentence from a complex text and rephrase it 3 different ways: simple, academic, casual. Being able to shift your register is vital. By practicing multiple versions of the same idea from highly formal to very simple, you ensure that you can adapt your tone successfully no matter who hears you. The why deep dive. For every claim you identify, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? And answer the question out loud. This moves you beyond mere summary into critical analysis. When questioned about a concept, always follow up with the underlying cause or implication to demonstrate deep mastery of the subject matter. Prescript linking phrases. Memorize and pre-plan phrases like, "A key takeaway here is," or "to elaborate on that point." These phrases don't add content, but they boost your rhetorical confidence immensely. They give you a moment to collect your thoughts without sounding awkward, making your speech sound more structured and authoritative. Self-correction is more than just rereading. It's a metacognitive process. It means pausing after completing a task to critically evaluate your own work and thought process. Instead of assuming you got the answer right, you actively challenge your initial conclusions. Think of it as an internal quality control mechanism for your intelligence. This skill turns passive review into active diagnosis. When we talk about metacognition, we are really talking about thinking about our own thinking. The goal here is to move beyond simply recalling information and start evaluating the quality of that recall. By making self-correction a habit, you build a powerful layer of scrutiny around your academic performance. Here are 5 examples. Did I answer the exact question asked? Scope check. A common mistake is answering a related but different point. Always look for signal words like specificallys or most, as these narrow the focus. Your review shouldn't just validate your answer, it must confirm its precision relative to the prompt. Does this conclusion flow logically from the evidence presented? Causality check. Be wary of logical leaps. Sometimes we connect 2 ideas simply because they are both true in the passage. A strong self-correction requires you to map out a clear, undeniable path from premise to conclusion. Have I considered alternative viewpoints or assumptions? Bias check. This technique forces you to adopt the perspective of an opponent or a skeptic. By actively seeking counter-arguments, you strengthen your own reasoning and identify potential blind spots in your logic. Is there any ambiguity I overlooked? Definition check. Ambiguity often lies in key terms or loaded language. If a passage uses a word with multiple meanings, stop and confirm which definition is necessary for the context. Don't assume the meaning, verify it. Does my answer conflict with another part of the text? Internal consistency check. Sometimes we treat different parts of a passage as isolated facts. A thorough self-check requires you to read your chosen evidence against every other piece of information to ensure total internal harmony. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. counteracting confirmation bias. Our brains naturally favor information that confirms what we already believe. This is perhaps the biggest hurdle in critical thinking. Confirmation bias makes us unconsciously scan for evidence supporting our first hypothesis while ignoring contradictory data. Self-correction forces you to pause and actively hunt for that opposing view. Combating cognitive fatigue. When we are deep in a task, our concentration wanes, leading to careless errors. The human mind processes information in waves. By building structured review steps, you engage different parts of your brain for the second pass. This mental shift helps refresh your focus and catch simple mistakes that fatigue usually allows slip through. Improving working memory retention. The act of explaining or articulating an answer solidifies memory pathways. Simply reviewing the correct answer isn't enough. You must verbally summarize why it is correct and why the alternatives are wrong. This effortful retrieval process dramatically improves long-term retention. Let's explore the topic of the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding the art of self-correction, efficiently double-checking answers for common errors deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2 passes system. First pass, focus only on comprehension. Second pass, focus only on identifying weaknesses and ambiguities. Do not try to read for both meaning and flaws at the same time, as this splits your focus. By compartmentalizing review, you dedicate intense attention to finding errors rather than just confirming knowledge. Verbalize your reasoning. Before writing down or selecting an answer, whisper out loud, "I believe X because of Y." Saying your reasoning aloud engages motor skills and auditory memory, making the process more effortful. This extra cognitive load is precisely what prevents you from accepting a superficially correct but flawed conclusion. Time box your review. Allocate 10 to 15% of your total time specifically for the self-correction process. Treating review as an afterthought is a critical error. You must proactively build this stage into your study schedule. By setting a dedicated time budget, you make it feel mandatory, not optional. Teach it to someone else. The absolute best test of understanding is teaching the concept or strategy to appear. Teaching forces you into the role of expert, which requires organizing all your thoughts into clear, teachable steps. If you struggle to explain it simply, you haven't truly mastered it yet. Writing a high-scoring Task 2 essay requires moving beyond simply stating an opinion. You must develop sophisticated arguments that explore complexity. This means anticipating counter-arguments and integrating them into your discussion. Advanced writing uses concession acknowledging points of opposition before refuting them. Furthermore, every point needs deep support explaining the why and the how, not just the what. Remember, Band 8 and above demand intellectual engagement with the topic itself. Don't just list reasons, connect them using causality. Think of your essay as a conversation where you challenge assumptions, making your ideas feel well-researched and deeply considered. Here are 4 examples. While proponents argue that remote work increases flexibility, the erosion of institutional culture and spontaneous collaboration severely hinders long-term corporate cohesion. Effective use of concessive language, while XY remains true. This sentence is powerful because it doesn't ignore the opposition, it incorporates it. By using while, you show nuance, making your final critique the erosion of culture much more credible. To mitigate these risks, governments should implement targeted subsidies for localized infrastructure, ensuring that economic activity remains decentralized and sustainable. Provides a specific, actionable solution with clear scope. Excellent problem solution writing requires more than just saying solve it. This example specifies who must act, governments, and how they should act, targeted subsidies. Giving the argument weight. The primary fault in this assumption is that correlation often masks true causation. Improved funding may simply coincide with better academic results, not cause them. Highlights logical fallacy critique, correlation versus causation. This demonstrates critical thinking by challenging the premise itself. Instead of merely disagreeing, you educate the reader on why the original argument is flawed logically. Therefore, while technological advancements offer undeniable efficiencies, they must be paired with comprehensive retraining programs to prevent widening socioeconomic divides. Synthesis, balancing pros and cons into a balanced conclusion recommendation. This is the ultimate sign of maturity in writing. You avoid taking an extreme stance, instead advocating for a necessary balancier nuanced middle ground that shows comprehensive understanding. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, WW3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W23, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W2, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use Phase 5, Writing Task 2, Developing Coherent Advanced Arguments, W2. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Because climate change is happening, we must stop all cars immediately. Strong. While the severity of climate change necessitates action, a complete ban on personal vehicles would cause severe economic disruption and fail to address underlying industrial issues. The initial mistake is presenting an oversimplified either-or choice. The correction uses concession to avoid extremes, suggesting a more balanced policy approach that acknowledges real-world constraints. Weak. Many people argue for mandatory vaccinations because they are good for the community. Strong. Advocates for mandatory vaccination primarily cite herd immunity and public health stability, arguments which carry significant weight in epidemiological planning. The weakness here is repetition. The strong version replaces vague phrases like good for with sophisticated technical language such as herd immunities and epidemiological planning. This demonstrates subject-specific knowledge. Weak. Money problems are bad, so governments should print more money. Strong. Inflationary measures, while addressing immediate cash shortages, risk devaluing currency and exacerbating long-term economic instability. This is a classic mistake, suggesting an obvious solution without considering the consequences. The improved version introduces counter-evidence, the risk of inflation, which shows you understand complex economic trade-offs. Here are 4 ways to practice. The warranting technique. For every point you make, ask, what evidence proves this? Don't just state the idea, provide a supporting mechanism or example. This is crucial for moving beyond personal opinion. When planning, physically write down the specific piece of data, statistic, or conceptual link that backs up your main point. The counter-argument map. Dedicate a section during outlining to list 2-3 opposing views. Then, dedicate equal time to refuting them. Do not wait until the conclusion to address opposition. Mapping these counterpoints early ensures they are integrated smoothly into your body paragraphs, giving your essay intellectual momentum. The impact chain method. Don't stop at point A. Ask, what is the consequence of point A and what is the consequence of that consequence? This forces you to build depth through causality chains. Instead of just stating a problem, trace its ripple effects across social, economic, and environmental spheres for maximum impact. Academic vocabulary register. Keep a list of sophisticated transition phrases related to disagreement, e.g., conversely, nevertheless, albeit. These are not just linking words, they signal a shift in intellectual perspective. Using them correctly demonstrates high proficiency and sophistication in argument structure. Advanced essay mapping is not just outlining, it's about creating a logical escalation of ideas across 3 tiers, the macro-level structure, the micro-level topic sentence, and the supporting evidence. The key rule here is maintaining argumentative momentum. Your introduction must clearly establish your scope. The body paragraphs must each tackle one distinct point while linking back to the main thesis. And the conclusion must synthesize these points without introducing new information. For IELTS, mapping ensures you achieve high coherence scores by demonstrating structural mastery. When we talk about logical escalation, think of it like a funnel. Your introduction is broad, narrowing down to your specific argument. Your body paragraphs maintain this focused intensity, and the conclusion widens out again to leave the reader with a final overarching thought. Use transitional phrases that signal these shifts in focus to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. The rapid rise of remote work has fundamentally altered urban planning. Firstly, it reduces the need for centralized office spaces. Secondly, it disperses economic activity into residential areas. Consequently, cities must reevaluate infrastructure to support localized commerce and community hubs. Effective cause-effect mapping, clear progression from problem, remote work to immediate effect, reduced offices to ultimate solution, revising infrastructure. Notice how this example doesn't just list points, it shows a chain reaction. The transition words, firstly, secondly, consequently are doing heavy lifting by guiding the reader through the logical sequence of causes and effects. While some argue that mandatory uniforms stifle individuality, others point out the significant financial relief for parents. Moreover, standardized dress codes eliminate status symbols based on expensive fashion trends, promoting equity among students. Balanced comparison mapping, it acknowledges the counter-argument but pivots smoothly to reinforce the primary thesis using moreover. This is a perfect model for concession and rebuttal. The structure allows you to show complexity. You acknowledge one side, then immediately use strong transitional markers like moreovers to deepen your own argument. Addressing climate change requires global cooperation across multiple sectors. Governments must enforce stricter emission standards, while industries need to invest heavily in green technology. Ultimately, individual behavioral changes, such as reducing consumption, reinforce these systemic shifts. Layered solution mapping. It systematically addresses different levels of action, government, industry, individual, demonstrating a comprehensive scope. The strength here is the systematic approach. By moving from macros policy changes to micros behavioral ones, you demonstrate that your argument is holistic and considers all necessary stakeholders. Digital literacy has become indispensable in modern society. It enables economic participation through online markets and facilitates educational access previously limited by geography. Therefore, mandatory digital education must be integrated into primary curricula worldwide. Thesis-driven mapping. The argument builds a cumulative case for a single required outcome, mandatory curriculum. This is highly persuasive because the evidence accumulates steadily. Each sentence provides a reason why digital literacy matters, building pressure until the conclusion. The mandatory curriculum feels like the only logical step. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should spend money on public transport. It is good for the environment and it helps people get to work. Investing in robust public transportation networks offers multifaceted environmental and economic benefits, substantially reducing individual carbon footprints while enhancing workforce mobility across major urban centers. Using precise vocabulary and expanding general points into specific claims enhances academic tone. The difference here is moving from stating an opinion to providing a detailed, specialized claim. Strong writing uses sophisticated verbs and nouns to make the argument sound authoritative. Students should read more books because it makes them smarter. Engaging with diverse literature nurtures critical thinking skills by exposing students to varied perspectives, thereby significantly expanding their intellectual vocabulary and depth of understanding. Focusing on the mechanism, how an idea works, rather than just stating a benefit. Don't just say something is good, explain why it is good. Instead of smarter, we specified nurturing critical thinking skills. This shows depth of knowledge. Traffic congestion is bad because people are late and the air gets dirty. Severe traffic congestion represents a cascading problem. impeding productivity by causing significant delays while simultaneously contributing to dangerous levels of airborne pollutants in metropolitan areas. Connecting two separate ideas, lateness and pollution, into one single complex cause and effect claim. The key structural improvement is linking the negative impact of congestion. It's not just slow, it's a cascading problem. This elevates the writing from simple observation to sophisticated analysis. Technology has changed how we communicate, and this is good because we can talk to people far away. While technology has dramatically globalized communication channels, allowing instantaneous connection across geographical boundaries, it simultaneously necessitates a re-evaluation of face-to-face interaction quality, using while or although to introduce nuance and complexity rather than simple agreement. The strongest academic writing rarely takes an absolute stance. By using the word simultaneously, you show that your argument is nuance edit, has both positive outcomes and critical drawbacks. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, too definitive. Many people believe that physical exercise is the best way to improve mood. It releases endorphins and makes you feel happy. Strong, balanced, nuanced. While physical activity, such as jogging or swimming, stimulates the release of endorphins, leading to measurable improvements in mood regulation. Other factors like structured sleep also play a vital role. The common mistake here is being too dogmatic. Instead of making an absolute claim that exercise is the best, a strong essay acknowledges other contributing elements, creating a more balanced and complex argument. Weak, overly simplistic. To solve poverty, we need money from governments. We must give handouts to the poor people. Strong, systemic structural focus. Addressing systemic poverty requires not only governmental financial aid, but also structural reforms in education and job creation, ensuring self-sustainability rather than dependency. This correction moves the argument away from quick fixes or charity. By using words like systemic and structural reforms, you show that your proposed solutions are deep, lasting changes rather than mere remedies. Weak, vague, emotional. Global warming is bad for us because it causes floods and raises sea levels. We must do something about it. Strong, formal, impactful. The accelerating phenomenon of global warming poses severe existential threats, manifested through intensified extreme weather events and irreversible sea level rise, demanding immediate and concerted international policy action. Notice the shift in tone. Replacing emotive words like bad with academic phrases like poses severe existential threats immediately raises your lexical resource score and makes the argument sound more objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. The thesis statement funnel. Draft the general statement first, the funnel opening, then narrow it down to your precise, debatable claim, the bottleneck. This ensures focus. When drafting your thesis, visualize the argument as having 3 essential components: the topic, your stance, and the scope. If you can't include all 3, your statement is likely too vague or too broad. Mapping into paragraph links. Before writing, write down 3 to 4 explicit transitional topics, T1, T2, T3. These are the internal subjects that link one body paragraph to the next. Don't wait until you start writing to think about transitions. By pre-mapping these pivots, you force yourself to maintain a continuous line of reasoning throughout your entire essay. The "so what?" test. After writing any point, ask, "So what does this prove about my main thesis?" If the answer is unclear, the paragraph needs structural tightening. This critical self-check ensures that every single sentence serves a direct purpose. It prevents digressions and keeps your argument razor-sharp and highly focused. Conclusion, synthesis, mapping. Do not summarize, synthesize. Instead, map out the 3 main takeaways or implications of your argument that haven't been stated yet. Synthesis means showing how your points interact with each other. It's the big picture. Think about what happens next after your arguments are proven true. A strong argument isn't just a statement, it's a structure. To build that structure, we rely on 3 major support pillars: specific examples, verifiable evidence, and logical hypotheticals. Examples ground your claims in relatable situations. Evidence provides the necessary factual weight, such as statistics or expert quotes. Finally, hypotheticals allow you to test boundaries by asking, what if? This combination moves your argument from mere opinion to compelling reasoning. Think of these three tools not as separate items, but as interlocking gears in a machine. An isolated claim is weak, but when you show how an example relates to evidence and then extrapolate that relationship using a hypothetical scenario, you build an undeniable logical chain for your listener or reader. Here are 5 examples. For instance, when implementing remote work policies, many companies reported a measurable increase in employee morale. Using specific examples, notice how the phrase, for instance, immediately signals to the reader that you are moving from a general idea to a concrete, real-world scenario. This is much stronger than simply saying like, because it establishes a formal argumentative tone. According to a 2022 World Economic Forum report, the global market for renewable energy grew by 15% last year. Presenting verifiable evidence. The key here is citation. You must tell your audience where that statistic came from, even if you only mention the source generally. Credibility hinges entirely on the apparent reliability of your supporting data. If we were to restrict access to public libraries, what would happen to community education resources? Posing a hypothetical scenario. Hypotheticals are powerful because they force the audience to think critically and engage with possibilities. Always frame them as questions or conditional statements using if or were. This engages their intellectual curiosity. The shift in agricultural practices toward vertical farming is a prime example of sustainable development. Blending examples and techniques. Excellent argumentation often blends these tools. Here, vertical farming acts as the concrete example, which then supports your larger claim about sustainability. Look for opportunities to combine 2 techniques in one single thought. Should a country not invest heavily in public transport infrastructure, the economic consequences could include chronic traffic congestion and lost productivity. Hypothetical consequence. This example uses negative framing, which is highly persuasive. Instead of just saying what should happen, you warn them about what will go wrong if they don't adopt your viewpoint, creating a sense of urgency. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Adds credibility and weight. Facts supersede opinions. When you provide evidence, you are essentially borrowing the credibility of a third party, a reputable study, an expert body, or verifiable dataset. This makes your argument feel objective rather than merely subjective. Increases audience engagement. Relatable scenarios keep readers hooked. People remember stories and vivid images much better than abstract ideas. Using a well-placed example allows your audience to visualize the concept, making them emotional and intellectual participants in your argument. Preempts counter-arguments. Thinking several steps ahead. By introducing hypotheticals or potential challenges before your opponent does, you show that you have considered the topic from every angle. This positions you as a thought leader and makes your final conclusion much harder to refute. Let's explore the topic of argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding argumentation techniques, using examples, evidence, and hypotheticals to support claims deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline first, elaborate second. Before writing a single sentence, map out where your evidence and examples will go. Do not write in a free-flowing manner. Treat your essay outline like a blueprint. Each section must clearly label which techniques or will be used to support that specific point. Use signposting language. Employ clear transition phrases, for instance, this is corroborated by, and consider the case where. Signposting language acts like road signs for your reader. Phrases such as furthermore or to illustrate this point guide them smoothly through your complex logical arguments, ensuring they never get lost. The rule of specificity. Avoid vague qualifiers, names, dates, and numbers, Add power. Instead of saying many people, try to say urban workers in North America. Instead of some data, name the study or the year. The more specific you are, the more trustworthy your argument sounds. Practice combining techniques. Challenge yourself to support one core idea using all three methods. The ultimate goal is integration. Take a simple claim and write 3 supporting sentences, 1 example, 1 piece of evidence, and 1 hypothetical conclusion. This deep practice will make the technique second nature. Grammatical variety means avoiding a repetitive sentence pattern. For high scores in IELTS writing, you must demonstrate control over multiple complex structures. This involves skillfully using relative clauses, subordinating conjunctions, and participial phrases. The goal is to make your writing flow seamlessly while maintaining academic sophistication. Think of it as building an elaborate house with varied architectural styles. When examiners assess grammatical range, they are looking for evidence that you can manipulate structures naturally. Don't just throw in a complex word, use a complex S-sentence structure to carry the meaning. Varying your sentence beginnings, starting with conjunctions or prepositional phrasis, an immediate way to improve flow. Here are 4 examples. Although renewable energy sources have greatly improved, the reliance on fossil fuels remains a significant global challenge. Effective use of subordinating conjunctions, although this immediately establishes a nuanced contrast. Notice how although sets up a concession. By structuring your sentence this way, you show that 2 things coexist, the improvement and the ongoing problem adding depth to your argument. Students who dedicate time to reading varied literature often develop a deeper understanding of complex social dynamics. Using who relative clauses. This allows you to provide descriptive information about the subject without starting a new sentence. Relative clauses are excellent for adding detail and academic weight. They allow you to condense 2 simpler thoughts into 1 sophisticated, flowing unit. Having witnessed rapid urbanization, many agricultural communities struggle with maintaining their traditional livelihoods. Beginning with the participial phrase, having witnessed. This opens the sentence dynamically by setting up the cause or circumstance first. Starting with a participle like having immediately makes your writing sound proactive and sophisticated. It foregrounds the context before presenting the main subject and verb. The government must intervene in unregulated markets, thereby ensuring fair opportunities for small businesses. Using a resultative phrase, thereby ensurings, this shows clear cause and effect relationships within a single sentence. When you use phrases like therebys or consequently, you are not just stating 2 facts, you are establishing a logical link between them. This elevates the rhetorical power of your writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. The population increased last year. This is due to better medical care. Due to improvements in global medical care, the population saw a noticeable increase last year. Starting with a cause-reason phrase, prepositional phrase, this immediately shifts the focus and improves flow. Compare how much stronger the second sentence feels. By front-loading the reason using due to, you guide the reader's attention right away, creating an academic, analytical tone. Governments should invest in education. Education is key for future economic growth. Investing heavily in education is crucial because it forms the foundation of sustained economic growth. Using because to combine 2 simple sentences into 1 strong cohesive structure. But in pressed, the weak version presents 2 separate statements. The strong version uses a subordinating conjunction like because, which grammatically links the ideas and makes the writing feel much more integrated. Pollution is bad for health. This affects many citizens who live near factories. Citizens living near industrial complexes who are frequently exposed to pollution face significant health risks. Using a relative clause who to embed descriptive details about the subject. The key here is embedding. Instead of making citizens the topic and then starting a new sentence with them, we use a relative clause to describe them within the main flow. People need to change habits. Changing habits requires education. Changing detrimental habits necessitates widespread public awareness campaigns that educate the general populace. Using advanced vocabulary and complex noun phrasing, nominalization. This shows lexical resource alongside grammatical range. Sometimes complexity comes not just from grammar, but from word choice. Transforming simple verbs into nouns like changing to necessitates campaigns greatly boosts your academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Comma spliced choppy logic. The economy grew rapidly. It was because of technological advances. Single, integrated sentence. Technological advancements were the primary driver behind the economy's rapid growth. A common mistake is using 2 separate sentences when a single structure would be more elegant. By embedding because of into the main sentence, you create a causal link that reads much more smoothly. Comma splice, faulty coordination. Many students studied hard for the exam, they still found it difficult. Subordinating conjunction phrase. Despite studying diligently for the exam, many students found the difficulty level overwhelming. A comma splice is one of the most frequent errors. Remember that you cannot simply join 2 independent clauses with only a comma. You need a strong subordinating structure like despite or although. Vague phrasing. The government plans to improve infrastructure, which will help reduce traffic jams. Resultative adverbial phrase thereby. The government plans to improve infrastructure, thereby helping to mitigate severe urban congestion. Using which will helps is grammatically acceptable but weak. Replacing it with a phrase like thereby helping to mitigate immediately sounds more formal and authoritative, boosting your vocabulary range. Here are 4 ways to practice. The front load technique. Start sentences with a prepositional phrase or an adverbial clause. This immediately signals complexity and advanced structure. When revising your draft, specifically look at the first 5 words of every paragraph. Can you start them differently? Beginning phrases like, in contrast to, or following recent studies, instantly elevate the tone. The structure swap. Identify simple statements and manually convert them into complex ones using subordinators, e.g., because, while, although. This is a targeted revision exercise. Take any 2 related ideas you wrote, say, rain fell. The traffic stopped, and force yourself to combine them using, because the rain was falling, the traffic stopped. The participial phrase, draft. Review your body paragraphs and look for areas where a preceding action can be condensed into a participle phrase. Think about actions that happen concurrently with the main subject. Instead of saying, he analyzed the data and he found, try streamlining it to, analyzing the data, he found. This makes your writing sharper. The parallelism check. Ensure any list or sequence of related ideas maintains perfect grammatical balance, noun-verb gerund. While parallelism is about consistency, it also contributes to structural variety. If you use studying, the next item should not suddenly be and writing, it must be and writing in a parallel form. Sophistication in vocabulary doesn't mean using the longest words, it means choosing the most precise word for your intended meaning. When writing or speaking at an advanced level, precision is paramount. We must move beyond general adjectives like goods or basic nouns that lack specific scope. Learning these nuanced terms will allow you to paint a much clearer and more academic picture with every sentence. The key takeaway here is precision over sheer length. Instead of saying something was really bad, for example, an advanced vocabulary choice might let you explain why it was bad. Was it chaotic? Was it detrimental? Focus on understanding the subtle shades of meaning these new words carry. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ubiquitous. Say it again, ubiquitous. Think of ubiquitous when you feel something is impossible to avoid. It's everywhere, all the time. A common mistake is using this word for just common. It implies a sense of inescapable presence across a wide area or context. The word is ambiguous. Say it again, ambiguous. If something is vague, it might just be poorly worded. But ambiguous suggests the text or situation allows for multiple interpretations, even if those meanings are equally plausible. This is crucial in legal and academic writing. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, remember that it's always about reducing severity or impact. You don't eliminate something entirely, you lessen its force. This is a perfect verb for discussions on policy and environmental science. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. A dichotomy is more than just a difference. It specifically refers to two opposing elements that form a single, contrasting whole. You often see this in literature when examining contrasts like good versus evil. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. While ubiquitous means being everywhere, pervasive often describes something abstract, like a feeling, smell, or influence that slowly spreads through an atmosphere. It has a slightly more intangible quality. The word is conundrum. Say it again, conundrum. Use conundrum when the solution isn't just hard, but seems logically impossible to solve with current knowledge. It carries a sense of intellectual puzzle or perplexing mystery. Here are 5 examples. The influence of social media is now so ubiquitous that it shapes daily communication patterns. Ubiquitous, adjective. Notice how ubiquitous immediately establishes the scope. It's not just present sometimes, it defines modern life. This phrasing elevates your descriptive writing instantly. The politician's statement was highly ambiguous, leading reporters to debate its true meaning for hours. Ambiguous, adjective. Using highly ambiguous suggests the ambiguity is significant and difficult to parse. When writing about rhetoric or politics, this word shows you understand the layers of implied meaning. New legislation was passed specifically to mitigate the severe economic fallout predicted by experts. Mitigate, verb. Remember that mitigate is an action taken against the negative force. You are actively working to lessen damage, which makes it perfect for policy discussions. The film explores the dichotomy between nature and technology in contemporary society. Dichotomy, noun. If you were writing an essay, framing your argument around a dichotomy immediately gives your paper structure and academic weight. It tells the reader exactly what opposing forces you are analyzing. A pervasive sense of urgency gripped the committee as they faced the sustainability conundrum. Pervasive, adjective, shake, conundrum, noun. Here we see 2 words working together. The pervasive feeling builds tension around the difficult conundrum, creating a highly sophisticated image for your reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ambiguous. Compare it with vague. Source of unclear meaning. While both mean unclear, vague usually means the information is simply lacking detail. However, if a statement is deliberately or structurally open to multiple readings, ambiguous is the much stronger and more academic choice. First, mitigate. Alleviate or alleviate. Type of lessening, physical versus abstract. Both mean to ease something, but mitigate often applies to risks, damage, or negative conditions. Alleviate, however, is frequently associated with physical pain, suffering, or emotional distress. First, ubiquitous. Compare it with pervasive. Scope of spread, physical versus atmospheric. This pair is tricky. Ubiquitous suggests physical presence like plastic bottles everywhere. Pervasive describes an invisible reach, like the pervasive influence of debt or media. First, dichotomy. Compare it with spectrum. Opposite ends versus gradual range. Never use a spectrum when the contrast is absolute. That implies gradation. Use dichotomy only when you are arguing between 2 mutually exclusive opposing poles. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Grouping words that naturally go together. Example, pervasive anxieties or mitigate risk. Don't just memorize single definitions, memorize the natural pairings. When you learn a word like mitigate, immediately write down things it collocates with, such as risk, damage, and impact. This makes your speech sound much more native. Contextual guessing. Predicting the meaning based on surrounding text. Ask, what kind of word is needed here? Noun, verb. When you encounter an unknown sophisticated word, don't panic and look it up immediately. Instead, read the entire sentence and try to predict its function. Is it causing something? Is it describing a state? This deepens your understanding of usage. Repetition. reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals over time. This is the most effective memory technique. Don't cram definitions the night before a test. Review these 6 words today, then again in 3 days, and finally next week to truly cement them into your active vocabulary. Active replacement. Intentionally swapping basic words for advanced ones during writing. When you write a draft, highlight every simple word like big, bad, or many. Your goal is to force yourself to replace those common fillers with the more sophisticated options we learned today. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The debate over artificial intelligence presents a profound conundrum. While the potential benefits are undeniable and increasingly ubiquitous in our daily lives, there is also a pervasive fear of job displacement. Governments must act quickly to mitigate this risk, acknowledging that the dichotomy between technological advancement and human employment requires careful legislative thought. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a confusing problem. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conundrum. If you can identify conundrum here, it shows you grasp the overall tone of intellectual difficulty. It perfectly frames the seriousness of AI governance. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence describing a modern issue. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the pervasive use of deepfakes is an ethical conundrum that lawmakers have yet to fully address. Notice how I combine pervasive and conundrum. This practice technique forces you to build complex ideas using the new vocabulary, moving beyond simple definition recall. Cohesive devices are the linguistic tools that act like glue in your writing. They don't just link sentences, they establish a precise relationship between ideas. Understanding these transitions helps you guide your reader smoothly from one thought to the next. Mastering them moves your writing beyond simple description and into sophisticated argumentation. Instead of viewing linking words as mere punctuation, think of them as intellectual signposts for your reader. They tell the writer's voice where they are going. Logically, are we adding information? Are we stating a contradiction? This level of precision is what elevates writing from competent to truly academic. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, moreover. Say it again, moreover. This word is perfect for adding supporting evidence without sounding repetitive. It signals that you are building upon an existing point. Remember that moreover generally adds support, not contrast. The word is, consequently. Say it again, consequently. Consequently establishes a clear chain of cause and effect. If you can identify the primary cause in your argument, using this word will demonstrate that specific logical connection to the outcome. The word is, furthermore. Say it again, furthermore. While similar to moreover, furthermore sometimes carries a slightly more formal academic weight. Both are used for additive support, but using them interchangeably can make your prose sound less varied. The word is, hence. Say it again, hence. Use hence when you are summarizing premises and then stating the undeniable conclusion. It implies that the preceding evidence necessitates the next statement, giving your argument a strong sense of finality. The word is, nevertheless. Say it again, nevertheless. Nevertheless is excellent for acknowledging a weakness but pivoting back to your main point. It shows sophisticated critical thinking by recognizing counterarguments and then overcoming them. The word is, conversely. Say it again, conversely. Conversely requires you to have 2 directly opposing ideas or scenarios. It's not just saying but, it demands a structural switch in perspective for maximum impact. Here are 5 examples. The market was saturated with similar products. Moreover, the marketing budget proved insufficient. Moreover, additive support. Notice how moreovers doesn't just add a fact, it adds a reason why the initial problem is even worse. This strengthens the overall narrative by layering problems. The study found significant correlation between diet and sleep quality, Consequently, changes in routine are necessary. Consequently, cause-effect. This structure perfectly mirrors a scientific finding. Cause A leads directly to effect B. Always ensure that the second clause is genuinely a direct result of the first. The initial research was promising. Furthermore, subsequent trials confirmed these early findings. Furthermore, additive support. When furthermore connects two related facts, it suggests mounting evidence. It builds momentum and convinces the reader that your point is backed by multiple sources. The critics panned the film. Nevertheless, the audience responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. Nevertheless, contradiction. This contrast creates drama in the text. By using nevertheless, you are signaling that the counter-argument is strong, but your point remains dominant and true. The industrial north was reliant on coal power. Conversely, the coastal areas utilized geothermal energy. Conversely, opposite comparison. This example demands a careful balance. You must set up two parallel structures, A versus band. Use this word to pivot cleanly between them. Let's compare four pairs. Therefore, formal. Causal. Focused on direct logical necessity. Both show results, but therefore often feels like a conclusion drawn from premises listed right before it. Consequently, tends to describe the observable outcome that followed an action. First, however, nevertheless, advanced. Difference in force and formality. However, is versatile but can be casual. Nevertheless, elevates your writing, implying a greater struggle or difficulty before stating the conclusion despite it. First, moreover. Compare it with furthermore. Use for additive support, subtle difference. While interchangeable in many cases, vary their use to prevent monotony. If you use moreovers early on, try saving furthermores for a stronger point later in the paragraph. First, conversely. In contrast, structural opposition versus balanced comparison. Conversely is best when comparing two mirror image situations or two sides of an equation. In contrast works well when highlighting differences between two distinct groups or categories. Here are 4 ways to practice. The idea flows map. Map your arguments before writing. Before you write a single sentence, physically map out the logical progression of your ideas using these connectors. This prevents you from simply listing facts and ensures every transition serves a clear argumentative purpose. The collocation bank. Write down common pairings. Don't just memorize consequently. Instead, build collocations like heavy traffic consequently delays flights, or limited funds furthermore restrict research. Pairing the connector with strong nouns and verbs makes it sound native. The substitution rule. Replace weak conjunctions. If you catch yourself writing too many times, and or but, pause. Force yourself to replace those basic words with one of these advanced connectors like nevertheless or moreover. This single change instantly boosts your vocabulary score. Strategic placement. Don't overuse them. The biggest trap is over-reliance. Treat cohesive devices as punctuation. Marks use them only when the logical relationship between two distinct clauses must be explicitly stated for maximum clarity and impact. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial survey showed that the new policy was well received by most demographics. Moreover, early adoption rates were surprisingly high across all sectors. The financial models predicted moderate growth. Consequently, investment in infrastructure increased rapidly. However, a key geographical area lagged significantly behind this trend. Conversely, regions with established rail links saw exponential growth, indicating a strong correlation between existing transport and economic vitality. Question 1. Find the word meaning in additions or further supports. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is moreover. In this context, moreovers is used to stack evidence. It suggests that not only was the policy good, but additionally, the adoption rates were high. This builds urgency and confidence in the claim. Question 2. Use one of the target words, e.g., consequently, in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the heavy rainfall, consequently, caused minor flooding downtown. When constructing your own sentences, think about building a simple cause and effect chain, cause plus, comma plus, connector plus, result. This forces you to maintain the precise logical relationship that consequently describes. A concession clause allows you to acknowledge a point of view that is valid or plausible, even if it ultimately contradicts your main argument. It shows intellectual maturity and balance in your writing. These clauses often begin with phrases like, while it is true that, or, although some people argue that. They are not simply stating an opponent's view. They are conceding a point before pivoting back to reinforce your own stronger position. For IELTS, mastering this technique elevates your coherence score significantly because it demonstrates nuanced critical thinking. The key here is the structure of the pivot. You must never just state a counterargument and stop there. Your goal is always to concede, then immediately use sophisticated language to explain why your main point still holds true despite that acknowledged weakness. Here are 4 examples. While increased screen time offers undeniable benefits for remote learning flexibility, the corresponding decline in face-to-face social skills presents a more significant educational risk. The effectiveness lies in the balanced while but structure which acknowledges benefit before pivoting to the greater concern. Notice how we didn't just say screen time is bad. We gave credit for its flexibility first. This measured approach makes your conclusion feel authoritative and trustworthy to the reader. Although some argue that private car ownership reduces emissions by offering personal convenience, public transport infrastructure ultimately mitigates this issue more efficiently on a large scale. Using although and focusing on systemic solutions shifts the debate from individual actions to macro-level policy. This example moves beyond simple disagreement. It systematically critiques the premise of the counterargument by suggesting an alternative, superior solution. It is undeniable that economic growth drives job creation. Nevertheless, this focus often neglects environmental sustainability, leading to long-term resource depletion. Using nevertheless creates a strong formal break. It signals a pivot from acknowledging an undisputed fact to highlighting its flaw. The conjunction nevertheless is extremely powerful for IELTS writing because it establishes a clear contrast between 2 ideas, giving your argument weight. To concede that initial investment in renewable energy can be prohibitive, one must recognize the long-term cost savings and reduced reliance on volatile fossil fuel markets. This structure uses concession to introduce a counterfact, prohibitive, only to immediately dismantle it with deeper evidence, long-term savings. Here, you are not just arguing, you are reframing the economic perspective. You acknowledge the short-term hurdle but prove that the long-term payoff is worth ignoring that initial obstacle. Let's compare 4 pairs. Homework is hard because students have to do it at home. While homework can be burdensome for students, structured assignments are crucial for reinforcing classroom concepts and promoting independent study habits. The strong version elevates the discussion from a complaint, hard, to an academic benefit, reinforcing concepts. The first sentence is too simplistic. The improved version maintains a formal tone while simultaneously shifting focus from the negative feeling of difficulty to the measurable educational gain. Some people think cars are bad for pollution, but public transport also causes emissions. Although it is true that both private vehicles and buses contribute to air pollution, urban planning must prioritize cycling infrastructure to provide a zero-emission alternative. The strong version avoids circular arguments by introducing a third, superior solution, cycling. If you only list 2 problems, your essay feels stuck in an argument loop. A high-scoring response needs to break the cycle by proposing or identifying a better system. Reading books is good, but watching movies is fun and easier. Although cinematic films offer immediate entertainment value, the sustained depth of literature allows for unparalleled exploration of complex human psychology and narrative nuance. The strong version uses elevated vocabulary, sustained depth unparalleled to make the counterargument irrelevant compared to its own focus. Never let your concession clause simply list merits. You must use that space to set up a qualitative comparison, proving that intellectual depth outweighs simple enjoyment. Technology changes things fast, so people struggle to keep up. While rapid technological advancement certainly presents challenges in workforce adaptation, proactive government retraining programs are necessary to ensure societal resilience and employment stability. The strong version moves beyond stating a problem, struggle, to proposing a high-level policy solution, retraining programs. When tackling social issues like technology change, your answer must be structural. Pointing to the government or institutional level shows you are thinking at an advanced macro scale. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, informal. But I think education is important because it helps people get jobs. Strong, formal. While access to quality education is never guaranteed, its fundamental role in individual empowerment remains undeniable. The primary mistake here is the overuse of but, which is too conversational for academic writing. Always replace simple conjunctions with formal transitional phrases like however or nevertheless. Weak, choppy. It can be argued that cars are necessary, but pollution is bad. Strong, flowing. The necessity of personal vehicles is often cited. Nonetheless, the detrimental impact of fossil fuel emissions demands immediate and comprehensive policy intervention. A choppy structure reads like a list of disconnected thoughts. The improved version uses semicolons and sophisticated linking words, binding the counter-argument to the main point dramatically. Weak, uneven weight. Not everyone agrees that diet is key. Some people prefer exercise only. Strong, balanced authority. Although physical activity is widely promoted for health benefits, nutritional intake remains a foundational pillar of wellness, demanding equal consideration. This mistake occurs when you treat all counter-arguments equally. A strong essay not only mentions the opposing view but explains why that opposition is less significant or incomplete. Here are 4 ways to practice. The acknowledge refutes method. Start by fully acknowledging the strongest point of opposition, the concession. Then spend more time dismantling it than you did discussing it. This is a strategic way to build credibility. By giving the counter-argument full weight and then explaining where its logic fails, you make your own position seem meticulously researched. Use concession pairs. Practice pairing a strong positive idea with an equally strong negative caveat. Example, benefit X is true, but only if condition Y is met. Don't just argue one thing. Show that you understand the complexities of the topic by identifying necessary preconditions or limitations on any given solution. Signal phrases, inventory. Keep a list of advanced signal phrases. Admittedly, whilst it is true that, despite the fact that, or granted that, varying these boosts vocabulary score. Memorizing 5 to 6 sophisticated signposts and integrating them naturally into your writing will instantly make your language sound more academic and proficient. The scope narrowing technique. If the counter-argument is too broad, e.g., all technology is bad, narrow its scope down to a specific facet you can demolish. Never let an opponent drag your argument into their general field of attack. By narrowing the focus, you bring the discussion back to a precise point where your unique expertise shines through. Academic writing demands a specific voice, one that is formal, objective, and measured. This register requires us to elevate our vocabulary and syntax beyond casual conversation. Crucially, objectivity means presenting arguments based on evidence or analysis rather than personal feelings or beliefs. We must adopt a detached, scholarly viewpoint throughout the entire essay. Remember, your goal is not to convince the reader that you are right. It is to present a well-researched argument for consideration. The difference between an academic and informal register often comes down to perspective. Instead of saying, I believe, which centers the writer's opinion, try phrasing it impersonally. It can be argued that this immediate shift moves the focus from you, the student, to the idea itself, establishing a genuinely scholarly distance. Here are 4 examples. The correlation between increased screen time and diminished attention spans has been extensively documented by neuroscientists worldwide. Uses strong academic terminology, correlation, diminished, neuroscientists, and passive voice to maintain distance. Notice the use of nominalization, where we turn verbs into nouns like documentation or correlation. This technique makes your prose sound more abstract, scholarly, and less conversational. It signals that you are discussing concepts, not telling a story. Furthermore, the economic implications suggest that policy adjustments regarding carbon emissions must be prioritized globally. Employs formal transition words, furthermore, and focuses on analytical consequences rather than simple facts. Effective academic writing always moves beyond mere description. The use of implications forces you to analyze the meaning or the potential fallout of an idea, which is a higher level of critical thinking. Analysis indicates that while initial market resistance was evident, consumer behavior subsequently adapted to sustainable alternatives. Uses measured verbs, indicates, adapted, and sophisticated phrasing to describe observational data objectively. When describing trends or findings, always use hedging language. Words like suggests, indicates, or appears to be are more accurate than making absolute claims, which strengthens your credibility. The prevailing consensus among educational experts is that integrating practical simulations enhances learning retention across diverse age groups. Focuses on consensus and uses generalized academic sources, educational experts, rather than citing a single unverified source. By referencing the prevailing consensus, you demonstrate familiarity with the broader academic conversation surrounding the topic. This shows breadth of knowledge, which is crucial for achieving high band scores. Let's compare four pairs. I think that climate change is a huge problem for the planet. The escalating frequency of extreme weather events necessitates immediate global policy intervention. Replacing personal pronouns, I, and emotional adjectives, huge, with objective nouns and formal verbs. The biggest shift here is eliminating, I think. Academic writing must sound like a reasoned argument, not an opinion piece. By focusing on the events and policy, you maintain scholarly distance. If people don't use public transport, it will make traffic really bad. A decline in reliance upon public transportation infrastructure is projected to exacerbate urban congestion exponentially. Elevating vocabulary, exacerbate, decline in reliance, and using sophisticated grammatical structures. Notice how the casual conditional, if people don't use, becomes a formal projection about a decline in reliance. This shows capability with complex sentence structures while keeping the tone academic. Lots of research says that education is really important for poor kids. Empirical evidence consistently suggests that educational access significantly mitigates socioeconomic disadvantages among vulnerable populations. Using precise academic terminology, empirical evidence mitigates socioeconomic instead of vague colloquialisms, lots of research, poor kids. We are upgrading the vocabulary to sound more specialized. Instead of saying something is important for poor kids, we use significantly mitigate socioeconomic disadvantages. This precision is key to academic writing. This proves that technology changes everything about how we live. Technological advancements have irrevocably altered the fundamental paradigms of modern human existence. Replacing informal linking phrases, this proves, with formal transition phrasing and using powerful abstract nouns. The shift from proves to have irreversibly altered adds weight and academic gravitas. The word paradigms is a high-level term that signals deep understanding of the subject matter. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, emotional, informal. It's really clear that warming the globe is bad for animals. Strong, objective, formal. The continued rise in global temperatures presents verifiable threats to various faunal species. First, avoid emotive language like reallys or bad. These words are subjective. By substituting them with neutral verbs and nouns, such as presents, verifiable threats, the tone remains scholarly. Weak, colloquial, vague. Basically, if governments don't step up their game, nothing will change. Strong, formal, precise. Insufficient governmental commitment is likely to impede meaningful progress towards sustainable policy goals. The phrase step up their game is completely conversational. We need technical, formal verbs and nouns like impede, commitment, and progress. This demonstrates a mature grasp of the topic. Weak, sweeping generalization. Everybody knows that eating vegetables helps you stay healthy. Strong, qualified objective, scientific literature consistently suggests that increased vegetable intake correlates positively with improved overall physiological health outcomes. The biggest mistake here is, everybody knows, never make sweeping generalizations. Instead, reference evident scientific literature suggests to ground your claim in verifiable sources, maintaining objectivity. Here are 4 ways to practice. The depersonalization scan. Read your draft specifically looking for first-person pronouns I, we, and personal adverbs. Simply, obviously. Replace these with impersonal structures. When revisioning, treat this scan like a checklist. If you find we argue, immediately rewrite it as, it is argued that pasta or the evidence suggests. This systematic approach quickly pulls your essay back into the academic register. Formal vocabulary upgrade. Keep a list of high-frequency informal words, e.g., big, good, a lot, and their 3 strongest synonyms in an academic context. Don't just use big words for the sake of it. Choose precise ones. If you are struggling with vocabulary, ask yourself, is there a single specialized noun or verb that means what I am trying to say? Precision always beats complexity. The evidence anchors rule. After every major claim, pause and mentally check if you have an implicit or explicit reference point, e.g., data, expert consensus, study. If not, hedge the statement. This strategy forces objectivity. Instead of stating a fact as absolute truth, frame it as a potential finding. It appears that, or research suggests. This manages expectations and strengthens your argument. Varying sentence openings. Avoid starting consecutive sentences with the same subject or transition phrase. Use participial phrases or introductory clauses. Varied syntax prevents monotony and makes you sound more fluent and sophisticated. Instead of listing simple subject-verb-object structures, try leading with a dependent clause to add depth immediately. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some argue that mandatory national service contributes positively to civic responsibility. Others claim it infringes upon individual liberties and career choices. Discuss both views and give your own perspective on the merits of such a policy. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the essay must maintain absolute neutrality when discussing both views before presenting an objective. Well-reasoned personal conclusion. The tone must be balanced and academic throughout all sections. Remember that because you are discussing 2 opposing viewpoints, your language needs to be incredibly careful. You cannot take a side too early. You must use impartial framing devices when summarizing the opposition's arguments. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is structuring the introduction and body paragraphs using sophisticated concession clauses, e.g., while proponents argue X. It is equally necessary to consider Y. A strong attempt immediately establishes this tension with high-level language. By acknowledging the counter-argument's validity before minimizing it, you showcase intellectual maturity hallmark of academic discourse. Writing an argument under time pressure requires more than just good vocabulary. It demands structural discipline. The key skill here is rapid planning and maintaining argumentative focus from the first sentence to the last. You must allocate time not only for writing, but also for reviewing your overall coherence in a limited window. In IELTS, this means producing an essay that meets all criteria: task response, coherence, lexical resource, and grammatical range while operating on a strict clock. It's about maximizing the quality of your sustained argument rather than simply filling space. When you are under time constraints, the biggest mistake is often sacrificing structure for ideas. Instead, focus immediately on building a strong essay skeleton first. By dedicating 3 minutes solely to outlining your 4 main points and transitions, you save yourself valuable writing time later. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology fosters isolation, the documented rise in virtual communities proves otherwise. These platforms allow individuals with niche interests to form deep connections previously impossible due to geography. This example immediately tackles a counter-argument before pivoting to its own strong evidence, showing nuanced thinking in quick transition. Notice how quickly this paragraph moves beyond the simple statement of disagreement. It uses, while some argue, to acknowledge the opposition respectfully, which demonstrates high-level academic discourse management. Furthermore, implementing mandatory recycling programs generates an immediate economic benefit by reducing landfill waste and creating new local markets for recyclables. The use of furthermore signals a clear expansion of the argument, adding concrete details, economic benefits to support the main claim. Excellent academic writing doesn't just state an opinion, it presents actionable evidence. By linking environmental concerns directly to economic gains, the student makes their argument highly sophisticated and multifaceted. To conclude, while behavioral changes are necessary, governmental oversight remains paramount in regulating these complex sectors. The conclusion summarizes without repeating. It synthesizes previous points, behavior change, plus government role into a final, decisive statement. A strong conclusion rarely just restates the introduction. Instead, it provides a sense of closure by synthesizing the main arguments and offering a slightly broader final thought or recommendation. For instance, studies tracking coastal erosion in Southeast Asia show that localized planting efforts yielded significantly better results than large-scale concrete barriers. This example uses specific geographical and scientific details, coastal erosion, Southeast Asia, to ground the argument in reality. Academic writing thrives on specificity. Using proper nouns, regions, or quantifiable data instantly boosts your lexical resource score because it shows you are drawing from specialized knowledge. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding timed practice. Set 1. Argumentative essay construction. Under pressure, W6 helps you communicate more effectively. When you master timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter timed practice set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use timed practice. Set 1, argumentative essay construction under pressure, W6. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak oversimplification. If we reduce carbon emissions, then the climate will get better. Strong academic tone precision. A verifiable reduction in industrial carbon emissions is statistically correlated with a measurable stabilization of global temperature averages. The weakest mistake is making causal claims too easily. True academic writing requires you to use qualifiers like is correlated with or tends to suggest instead of definite statements. Weak, vague linking. Also, many people agree that we should teach coding in schools. Strong, specific topic focus. Moreover, the integration of computational thinking into primary curricula is increasingly supported by educational research and industry demand. Never use vague linking phrases like alsos or many people agree. Instead, name the specific group or concept you are referencing to. Maintain your authoritative tone. Weak, repetitive, unconvincing. In conclusion, I think that technology is good and we should keep using it. Strong, synthesizing and nuanced conclusion. Ultimately, while technological advancements present ethical challenges, their unparalleled capacity for global connectivity solidifies their necessity in modern society. A poor conclusion simply restates the thesis. A strong one synthesizes your points by acknowledging complexity. The although or while structure works wonderfully here. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline. After writing a full draft, read it and write down the main idea of every paragraph. This immediately exposes any section that wanders off topic. This is your most powerful editing tool when time is short because it forces you to check for structural integrity. If a paragraph doesn't support the essay's core thesis, cut it ruthlessly. Pre-select vocabulary banks. Before writing practice, write down 10 advanced words and 5 complex phrases related to common topics, e.g., environment, education. Don't try to remember vocabulary during the test. Prime your brain. Keep these banks handy for quick reference during preparation time so they are accessible when you need them most. Focus on topic sentences first. Write only your first sentence of every body paragraph. This ensures that each supporting idea has a clear, argumentative roadmap. The topic sentence is the pillar of your argument. By mastering this, you guarantee to the grader exactly what point that entire paragraph will make, improving clarity immensely. Use time markers for flow. Incorporate sophisticated transitional phrases like consequently, conversely, or notwithstanding frequently. These connectors don't just link sentences, they signal the logical relationship between ideas' cause and effect, contrast, or addition. This dramatically boosts your cohesion score. Self-correction is not just proofreading, it's a metacognitive process. It means viewing your first draft with the critical eye of an examiner. We are moving past simply structuring arguments and focusing on refining tone, precision, and complexity in every sentence. Identifying weaknesses allows you to upgrade general statements into academic insights. The goal here is to develop a habit of scholarly skepticism towards your own writing. When you review your essay, don't just check for commas, challenge the core ideas. Ask yourself, is this claim too broad? Am I using passive language when active voice would be stronger? This critical distance is what elevates a Band 6 effort into a high Band 7 performance. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that technology erodes social ties, it is more accurate to say that these tools simply necessitate a redefinition of what social interaction means in the modern era. Effective hedging and nuanced language. This avoids absolute statements. Notice how this sentence uses phrases like, it is more accurate to say. Instead of taking a hard stance, the writer hedges their argument. Hedging shows academic maturity because it acknowledges complexity rather than offering simple binary truths. The economic ramifications stem predominantly from regulatory inertia, suggesting that policymakers must preemptively adapt to market shifts. High-level vocabulary and nominalization, ramifications, inertia. This example showcases strong academic register by using abstract nouns. Remember that nominalizing verb-turning actions into concepts, a powerful way to keep your writing formal and intellectual. A failure to invest in green infrastructure will inevitably result in heightened vulnerability to climate-induced economic instability. Strong causal link established with will inevitably result in. When writing about causality, never use weak linking words like because or so. Use strong phrasal verbs and transitional structures such as consequently or. This will invariably lead to for maximum impact. Furthermore, the educational sector should prioritize experiential learning models over rote memorization to truly foster critical thinking skills. Clarity of purpose and strong recommendation using should prioritize. This provides a clear call to action within an academic context. When you make recommendations, don't just say what is wrong, clearly articulate what the solution must look like for the reader to understand your scope. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people think cars are bad for the environment because they pollute. Concerns surrounding vehicular emissions suggest that personal transportation contributes significantly to air pollution levels. Replacing colloquialisms with formal, objective phrasing. The key difference here is formality. We replaced many people think with concerns surrounding, which immediately elevates the tone. Always aim to sound like you are reporting on an issue rather than giving your personal opinion. If governments did nothing about pollution, the air quality will get really worse. Should governing bodies fail to implement robust environmental policies, ambient air quality is projected to decline significantly. Using conditional structures and sophisticated verbs for prediction. Look at how will get really worse was changed. We used is projected to decline. This shift from simple future tense to academic predictions sounds much more authoritative and objective. It is important that we teach kids about money so they know how to save. Integrating financial literacy into the curriculum would empower young learners with necessary economic management skills. focusing on impact, empowerment, rather than just stating importance. Instead of telling a reader something is crows, show them the positive outcome. Using verbs that describe benefit like empowers or foster makes your arguments feel more grounded in policy and theory. Saving time at work is good for companies because they make money. Optimizing workplace efficiency could potentially enhance corporate profitability by streamlining operational processes. Adopting technical, academic jargon related to the field of study. This segment demonstrates how using precise subject-specific vocabulary like operational processes or profitability shows the examiner that you are operating within an expert academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, redundancy, clunky. The reason we need to change is because it is important. Strong, concise, academic. The necessity for change stems from its crucial importance. Students often over-rely on linking phrases like the reason is because. This structure is technically redundant. Aim to combine the concepts into a single, sophisticated noun phrase. Weak, vague, subject overuse noun. Many people feel that global warming is an issue. Strong, precise terminology, objectivity. The perceived severity of anthropogenic climate change remains a subject of widespread public debate. Stop using general terms like global warming or issue. Use precise, established scientific terminology instead. This instantly boosts your lexical resource score and shows depth of knowledge. Weak, general, unspecific. This idea suggests that we should make things better for everyone. Strong, specific action, academic tone. Consequently, a paradigm shift towards equitable resource management is warranted. The biggest fix here is specificity. Instead of make things better, name the mechanism of improvement: equitable resource management. Academic writing thrives on measurable concepts, not vague good intentions. Here are 4 ways to practice. The scope check macro. Did I answer ALL parts of the prompt? Circle every key word in the question and ensure your essay addresses them explicitly. This is where many students lose points, even if their grammar is perfect. Always treat the prompt like a checklist. If it asks for causes and solutions, you must dedicate space to both equally. The idea depth audit mid-level. For every claim, ask yourself, what is the real evidence? Can I provide an example or a counter-argument? Don't let your body paragraphs just list facts. You need depth. If you state a problem exists, immediately follow up by suggesting how we could measure its impact or who would be most affected. The vocabulary swap sentence level. Identify 5 common words like good, bad, important, and challenge yourself to replace them with 3 higher level synonyms. This is simple but high impact. Keep a running list of low-frequency academic alternatives for the basic adjectives you overuse. Swapping out just a few key words makes your entire essay sound more sophisticated. The flow test paragraph level. Read only the first sentence of every paragraph and the last sentence of every paragraph. Do they create a smooth, logical narrative progression? This test ensures that your essay flows like a conversation between ideas, not just a series of disconnected points. Strong topic sentences are crucial because they act as miniature thesis statements for each paragraph. Beyond just knowing advanced vocabulary and complex grammar structures, success in speaking hinges on how you deliver your ideas. Examiners are listening for a seamless flow, what we call fluency. This doesn't mean never pausing, it means managing those pauses effectively. Sophistication involves deploying discourse markers that signal to the listener precisely how certain or unsure you are about your statement, making you sound thoughtful and nuanced. Remember, true confidence isn't just speaking loudly, it's speaking with measured authority. We want you to move past simple statements and into complex, well-structured arguments. When we discuss fluency here, we aren't talking about speed. Think of it more like rhythm. Our goal is to sound natural, as if you were an educated native speaker giving a thoughtful presentation. Practice linking your ideas not just with "and", but by creating logical bridges between points in your argument. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from my perspective, I believe that. Say it again. From my perspective, I believe that. This phrase immediately elevates your contribution by framing it as a personal viewpoint rather than absolute fact. It's useful when you need to sound authoritative but also open to debate. Use this instead of simply saying, "I think." The word is, "While I appreciate that point, I must argue that." Say it again. "While I appreciate that point, I must argue that." This is a powerhouse phrase for academic discussion. It allows you to acknowledge the speaker's intelligence before pivoting to your opposing view. By validating their point first, your counter-argument feels respectful yet firm. The word is, to elaborate on that dimension. Say it again, to elaborate on that dimension. Instead of just saying "and also," this phrase signals a shift in focus and promises deeper analysis. It tells the listener, "Wait, I'm not going to stop at my surface level point, prepare for more detail." This is excellent for expanding your discussion. The word is, "If I understand correctly, you are suggesting that." Say it again. "If I understand correctly, you are suggesting that." This technique is a masterclass in confidence building. It buys you time to think while making the speaker feel heard and understood. It shows excellent listening skills and helps prevent you from answering a question that wasn't actually asked. The word is, it might be worth considering whether. Say it again. It might be worth considering whether. Academic discourse often involves uncertainty. Using it might be worth considering or similar phrases helps you sound intellectual by acknowledging complexity rather than just presenting a single definitive answer. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's kind of hard to say. It is challenging to make a definitive assessment. Using precise vocabulary, notice the shift from vague fillers like kinda and simple adjectives. Academic language requires substituting these shortcuts with specific, high-level vocabulary that precisely captures your meaning. I guess it's a big problem. Essentially, this issue presents considerable challenges. Formalizing qualifiers and intensifiers. Replacing weak fillers like "I guess" with stronger adverbs or nouns gives your argument weight. We are aiming to make every word count and sound deliberate. Because of that, we gotta change things. Consequently, it would be imperative that we implement changes. Shifting from contractions and colloquial verbs. Contractions like "gotta" are fine in casual chat, but in an academic setting, fully spelling out words like "must" or "will" maintains a steady, formal rhythm. This signals high competence. Yeah, that's true enough. I wholeheartedly concur with that assessment. Demonstrating measured agreement. Instead of simple affirmative agreement, using phrases like "I concur" or "I agree entirely" shows a more sophisticated command of the language. It elevates your response from conversational to persuasive. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid filler reliance. So I think that maybe technology is good. Better, immediate focus. I would argue that while technology presents some risks, its potential benefits are undeniable. The biggest mistake is letting hesitation fillers like or take over your thought process. Instead of filling the pause with a filler sound, replace it with a sophisticated phrase that buys you thoughtful time. Avoid simple conjunctions vocabulary. It's about money and also food because people need these things. Better nominalization and precision. The core requirements are economic stability and adequate sustenance in order to maintain a viable lifestyle. We need to elevate basic nouns and verbs. Instead of just saying money or food, try nominalizing them, turning them into abstract concepts like economic stability. This is a hallmark of advanced speech. Avoid topic drift wandering. I talked about the environment and then I also mentioned cars, but really it's about pollution. Better refocusing and summarizing. While my initial points touched upon environmental degradation and vehicular emissions, the central theme remains global air quality. When you realize you've wandered off topic, do not apologize or draw attention to it. Instead, use a strong transitional phrase that gracefully steers the conversation back to your main argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. Self-recording and analysis. Record yourself answering a prompt. Then listen back specifically for your filler words and moments of hesitation. Treat this like an audit. You are the examiner, listening only for weak spots. Don't focus on vocabulary, focus solely on smooth transitions between your main ideas. This metacognitive practice is incredibly powerful. IELTS Part 2, Timed Practice. Use a full 2 minutes to describe something complex, focusing only on maintaining linguistic flow and varied structures. This exercise forces you to speak under the time pressure of an actual test. When time is short, your tendency is to revert to comfort zones. Push yourself to use advanced phrasing even when nervous. Advanced shadowing technique. Listen to academic TED Talks or podcasts and repeat not just the words, but the rhythm and intonation of the speaker. Shadowing is excellent for mastering natural speech patterns. Pay close attention to where native speakers pause for emphasis. These are often much shorter than the you might use. Mimicking their rapid pace builds fluency. The 3-point expansion drill. Take any random topic and structure your spontaneous speech around 3 distinct complex points. This forces structural discipline in improvisation. Instead of listing ideas, you must develop point A fully, then use a sophisticated connector to transition smoothly into developing point B. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe the ideal role of technology in modern education. You should cover its impact on accessibility, how it changes traditional teaching methods, and whether personal devices are helpful or distracting. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced view that avoids absolute statements. You must acknowledge both the incredible potential and the inherent drawbacks of technology. The key here is balance. Do not take a side completely. Instead, use concession clauses and nuanced language to show you understand complexity. This demonstrates critical thinking alongside your fluency. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is conditional tenses. If this happens, then it would lead to and modals should, might, could. Using conditionals is the perfect way to sound sophisticated because it allows you to discuss hypothetical outcomes. This demonstrates a structural control over the language that goes far beyond simple statements of fact. Thinking out loud is the practice of verbalizing your internal thought process as you speak. It means that instead of pausing completely when you need a moment to gather your next point, you use conversational phrases to bridge that gap. These phrases are known as discourse markers. Their purpose isn't just to fill silence, they structure your thoughts for your listener. They make your speech sound more spontaneous and thoughtful. Think of these markers less as filler words and more as signposts on a roadmap. They signal to the listener that you are still actively processing information and guiding them through your logic. Mastering this skill instantly elevates your perceived fluency, even if you aren't speaking perfectly every second. Here are 5 examples. I think that's a good idea. To clarify, hesitation. Using I mean is perfect for correcting or refining a thought immediately. It tells the listener, wait, let me rephrase this little bit. This shows critical self-monitoring in real time. When you consider that aspect. Introducing a tangent consideration, acts as a gentle pause opener. It's less jarring than silence, and it invites the listener to follow your train of thought with you. To be honest, I wasn't expecting that. Stating an opinion, transition. Phrases like, to be honest, or frankly speaking, are excellent for shifting tone or delivering a nuanced point of view. They preface the information with a personal framing statement. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, summarizing, rephrasing. When you feel like your explanation got too complicated, this marker helps you pull back and simplify. It gives the listener a clear signal that a summary or main takeaway is coming next. That said, we also need to consider contrasting, introducing complexity. Markers like that said or however are crucial for academic discussion. They signal that you are about to introduce a necessary counterpoint without shutting down the previous point. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Buying thinking time. They provide a natural cushion to organize your thoughts and select precise vocabulary. This prevents awkward, dead silence. The primary function is simply timing. Instead of freezing up when you lose your train of thought, these phrases act as verbal padding, buying you the few seconds needed to recall a complex word or structure, boosting perceived fluency. Even if you are translating ideas in your mind, using markers makes your speech sound smooth and effortless. You sound less like you are reading notes. Fluency is measured by how continuous your speech sounds to the listener. These markers make the connection between your internal thought and external speech seem seamless. Guiding the listener. They act as signposts, telling the audience exactly where you are in your argument. This makes complex ideas easier to follow. A good speaker doesn't just dump information, they guide it. These markers help create a logical flow, making even abstract or challenging topics accessible and easy for others to track. The key to mastering these markers is variety. You cannot overuse the same phrase like "you knows" or "I mean." Overuse makes you sound unprepared and hesitant, even if it buys time. Instead, categorize your pauses. Use a marker when you are clarifying, when transitioning a topic, or when giving an example. Varying the marker helps convey different types of thought processes. The goal is to make the pause feel intentional, not desperate. If every gap in speech requires like, or, your listener starts to hear the filler more than the content. By using a diverse range of phrases, from "to illustrate this point" to "on the other hand," you demonstrate mastery over the language itself. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prep your transition phrases. Before speaking, jot down 5 strong alternatives for because or in conclusion. Make them sound different from each other. Don't wait until the moment to think of a transition word. Preparation is key here. Having these backups ready means you can deploy them naturally when needed. Embrace imperfection. Understand that occasional pauses and markers are perfectly normal in spoken English. Do not panic if you stumble. When we strive for perfection, we often freeze up completely. Accepting that some stumbles or clarifying phrases are okay takes immense pressure off your speaking performance. Practice topic switching. Drill yourself by shifting between unrelated topics every minute. This forces rapid thought organization and marker deployment. The best way to conquer this skill is through high-speed, varied practice. If you can talk about 3 disparate things back to back and keep your markers varied, you are building real fluency. Record and review. Use voice recording software to capture yourself speaking for 5 minutes straight. Listen specifically for where you went silent. Listening back is invaluable. You will quickly hear the dead air spots those moments where silence occurred that could have been filled by a strategic discourse marker.